Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Chimera Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The prox, March 22nd, 2262. Rolling his shoulders, Talia leaned forwards, the butt of the sniper pressing into his shoulder. He let out a breath as he looked through the scope, tracking the target. He was dressed down, like any other guy. He was leaning against a tractor's wheel, chatting mindlessly with a younger man while running a hand through his short, dark hair. It wasn't the kind of place you'd expect secret meetings and illicit dealings to go down. But then, he was pretty sure that was the point. He narrowed his eyes on the target's companion. Most important, figure out if he was in on it and if he'd be missed. The comms crackled to life in his ear. Burn, status report. He grimaced, clicking on the little button on the comms. Target located. Southwest Fields conversing with someone. Identity unclear. Affiliation unclear. Young, maybe 20 to 23. Red hair, no clear quirk. Assumed civilian. Have you found the hideout? Not yet. Target's not left the house since he arrived. The Nieminen house. Have you seen inside? His eyes tracked the target as he shifted, gesturing at the rolling fields and hay bales around him. Easier said than done. Large family. 8 people in the house including the target. Children included. House plans found. No basement. Windows show standard housing. Safe room unlikely. There was a tired sigh over the line. Talia's shoulders tensing all over again at the sound. He'd only been here a few days. What the fuck did they expect? These things took time. You're being recalled to base. Return immediately. What the fuck? They were recalling him. It's the middle of the day. He could go to the safe house at any time. I can't just abandon. Unlikely. Return to base. Operative, you're not being removed from the case. Not being removed. Then what the fuck was he being? He was in the middle of a mission. Couldn't they fucking wait a few hours? No point arguing. It'd only make things worse. Intelligo. On my way. Grimacing, Talia unloaded the sniper, being sure to turn on the safety for extra caution. When he was done, he swung the gun over his shoulder and pushed himself up off the hill he'd been perched on. Although the small copse of trees gave him some cover, he kept low to the ground as he retreated. Recalled. In the middle of a fucking mission. He had no idea what they fucking wanted, but damn it, it was already giving him a headache. He knew, he could feel the stupid reason already. Probably a chewing out for not doing something up to code or he didn't even fucking know. It was so dumb, he couldn't even figure out what he'd done wrong this time. As he walked, he stripped off his sleek black biker helmet as he dropped it into his bag. It was military grade, bulletproof, fireproof, deathproof, but it looked innocuous enough, if a bit expensive. It was exactly why he removed it, despite his rather unfortunate scarring that tended to make him memorable. The biker helmet would tip people off more than anything. He needed to be inconspicuous, hence the dark hoodie he slipped on over his uniform and, more importantly, firearm. It was a 30-minute walk from the fields to the little town he was holed up in. It honestly wasn't that bad since they were so far out. It was more than an hour's walk to the farmstead the target was usually in, so he was actually making great time. His agent didn't seem to agree. She was pacing the second he stepped into the tiny motel room he'd had rented for him. She looked all kinds of impatient. "You're here," was all he got in lieu of greeting. Kumo, his personal agent and keeper, was more gopher of the higher-ups than anything. She might have a few other units under her care, but Talia wasn't really sure how any of that worked. He knew it was his job to play pack horse and tame dog to the HPSC, and that was about it. The woman was tall, very tall, and uncomfortably lanky. She had knobby knees you'd expect from a child and a long face. She wasn't exactly pretty, but not really ugly either, though she did have copper hair and purple eyes that clashed terribly. She was looking less than pleased in more casual clothing befitting the situation. "Yes, so are you. I was under the impression this was a hands-off mission," he griped. She shot him a look that said she wasn't having his attitude. Tough for her, Talia didn't stand down for anyone. Even his fucking boss. Hands off, not solo. Talia's stomach dropped. So that's what he was being recalled for. Partner reassignment. Talia's last partner had been Kia over a year ago. Or, at least, that's the official story. Talia wasn't actually supposed to talk or even think about his last partner. Defiance spread like a plague. Still, the whole experience left him less than excited for a new partner. Not that he'd ever wanted one to begin with. But the HPSC typically did things in units of 2 to 6, depending. Usually higher numbers were preferred for success, but lower numbers were preferred for stealth missions, the kind Talia was usually assigned to. It was the only reason he got away with being such a bastard. He chased away every partner assigned to him. His last had been tolerable, but that was about it. After just 3 missions together, the inevitable happened, and he'd been executed by an enemy unit. Not atypical for them. Reassignment was often caused by these sorts of things. Talia was just special and liked chasing them off before they could go and die. For the last several months, the HPSC hadn't pushed him into a new unit. He wasn't an idiot. It wasn't out of the kindness of their cold, dead hearts, but because they hadn't had anyone die in a while, or at least not anyone that he got along with, or anyone that wasn't immediately reassigned elsewhere. It was a streak of uncharacteristic good luck for both him and the HPSC. Seemed they found someone, finally. He hoped they weren't the whiny sort. If he had to listen to one more person bitch and moan about their newly deceased partner, he'd be the reason they needed to assign him a new partner. Maybe then they'd get the memo and leave him the fuck alone. More likely they'd terminate his contract. And even he wasn't entirely sure what that meant for him. Assets usually didn't get terminated in that sense. But hey, he could hope. When are they getting here? He asked, frowning. Not soon, not soon, not soon. Any minute now. Fuck him. Well, he'd known it was a vain hope. And he's being escorted by the head of the Future Heroics Division, so best behavior, operative. That had him narrowing his eyes. Future Heroics Division. Isn't that for daylights? Yes and no. She shrugged. While Limelight Heroics is their preferred. They're in charge of all future heroics. This one, from what I understand, was meant to be a limelight, but they're worried about his ability to perform. Ability to perform. Alright, that told him a whole lot of nothing. Was it the guy's quirk? Couldn't be. He was assigned to Daylight Heroics first. He must have a perfect, heroic quirk, which meant he was probably a bastard. Which explained why they put him with Talia, the HPSC's biggest bastard operative. They couldn't drop him into the spotlight because he was an asshole, and they couldn't put their name behind anything less than a perfect face. Talia felt a smug sort of satisfaction that they'd bought some kid with a perfect quirk and had been thwarted by their shitty personality. It was fucking hilarious to think about. So you're dropping him with me. The worst possible person for straightening out a bad attitude. They'd just be bastards at each other until one of them got killed. Hard to see the ulterior motive. And there was an ulterior motive. There always was with the HPSC with so little information. You think that's smart? Her mouth twisted downwards into an ugly expression. I have many misgivings about this pairing, but I've been outranked. Oh fucking it just kept getting better and better. She'd tried to tell them, but the big boss decided it was for the best. They were going to be pissed when he outlived their darling Limelight. A soft knock sounded on the door, both operative and agent falling silent. Instinctively their hands dropped to their weapons, Talia removing his Glock and silencer in one swift move, pointing it at the door. His agent only rested her hand on what was likely her concealed carry. She jerked her chin towards the curtained window, Talia moving immediately to peek out. Who is it? She called. There was 3 people outside the door. A well-kempt blonde woman with scales over half her face, some red-headed guy in a loose t-shirt and pants who was just covered in scars, and another that was smaller and concealed by the first 2. He could see curly, dark hair and what looked like a cattail mutation. Helena, have you ordered takeout yet? His agent seemed to relax at the blonde's words, hand dropping from the gun as she went to open the door. The first woman glided in like she owned the place. She carried herself with a tight, delicate grace, and her yellow eyes glanced over him and his agent with something cruel and cold unconcealed within them. It made Talia bristle. She reeked of better than you. And Talia had this thing about taking snarky assholes off their pedestals. Was that a little hypocritical? Maybe. Next came the redhead. He was trying to look unconcerned, but Talia could see the way he kept glancing at the third. It wasn't quite fear, but wary. Definitely wary. He was giving a respectable amount of space to their third. And the third. What the fuck is this? He blew up, scowling. Language, operative. His agent reprimanded. You're in the presence of your superiors. Bye. She greeted with a polite nod. The blonde woman grinned, sharp around the edges and far too cunning. Talia already didn't like her. It's fine. There was bound to be some surprise. He shot her a look, brows raising. He's fucking 8, 11. He's just small. The woman, Hebai, corrected. Isn't that right, Hidokuchi? The redhead frowned, giving him what could only be a warning look. He's a lot more than he looks. Talia narrowed his eyes, turning to look back at the kid. He was small all right, probably didn't even reach Talia's chest. He had wide, doe-like green eyes to match his curly green hair, his pupils looking like normal, if big, human ones, only to constrict to a more cat-like slit. They also looked more crimson than black. He had markings around his eyes, 2 little triangle things. Tattoos. They seemed darker than his freckles, anyway, but Talia didn't know why they'd tattoo him, unless maybe it had something to do with his quirk. It had to be a cat quirk, he determined. The kid had black, cat-like ears and a long black cat-like tail, too. Between that and his eyes, Talia had no doubt about it. Must be strong or unique in some way to catch the HPSC's attention. It became rapidly apparent that this kid just didn't blink. Ever. As Talia stared him down, scowling and taking him in, the kid just stared back passively. If anything, he looked vaguely curious, hands held up and close to his body like he wasn't quite sure what to do with them. Secondly, Talia realized the kid barely moved. He was just sitting there, staring, perfectly still. That had to be a quirk thing. Talia didn't know a single fucking person that stood so still, and even attempting to stare back at the kid left his eyes burning. Finally, he turned to this Hebai bitch. He can't be my partner, he's not 18. I'm on a mission. Correct. She smiled brightly. It wasn't warm or sunny, but it did leave him feeling burnt. Chimera isn't quite the same as the rest of you. We've decided to put him on missions a bit early. A bit early. He's a fucking baby. You barely even waited for the umbilical cord to be cut. Hebai's smile got a tad more strained as his agent hissed at him in the background. Whatever she said, Talia wasn't paying attention. He was far too busy glaring down the dumb bitch that was trying to partner him up with a fucking 11-year-old. Chimera is the future of heroics, operative. We've put a lot into him, and we expect high yield. Your opinion, it is all, frankly, irrelevant. You've already been partnered, so he's staying. You can either accept it or not, but the fact stands. If anything happens to Chimera while he's out here and we have the slightest reason to believe your negligence is at fault, you will be terminated. He got the distinct impression she was talking about more than just his contract. This is a child soldier, an actual child soldier, he responded, voice chilly. If people find out, and who's going to tell them? You. Hebai gave a little laugh. Her voice was low, but high with a sadistic mirth. Do you think they'll believe you, Todoroki-kun? Do you think they'll believe anything you have to say? Talia swallowed thickly. Fucking bitch. He could taste the smoke that was no doubt leaking from his stitches now, his heart hammering. I don't know who you think you're referring to, but there are no Todorokis here. My name is Burn. I gave up any other name a long fucking time ago. Her eyes scrunched as she gave another pointed knife smile. Yes, remember that. Remember why. Like he could fucking forget. Hebai wandered around, waving her hand as she looked at the tacky retro wallpaper. It was an ugly yellow-brown, turned orangish in the low light, and matched the tan bed sheets with barely visible darker stains. Talia would complain, but shit, at least he had a bed this time. Chimera doesn't count as a child soldier anyway. He's not really a child, she explained matter-of-factly. Talia cast a doubtful look over to the kid she had called 11 not 5 minutes prior. When she caught sight of the look, she rolled her eyes. You know Netsu. Everyone knows Netsu. He's reverse Netsu, she responded casually. Talia's frown deepened. Should he be on a mission? If he's not sentient. Sentient is such a broad term, she hummed. He's at the same level as a dog, at least. He'll follow orders. He just struggles a bit with anything too complex. Besides, you'll like him. More than half your complaints of prior partners was chattiness. He's functionally mute aside from a few odd sounds here and there. Functionally mute. He cast another look over at the kid. One black ear swiveled, the large green eyes not moving from him at all. Talia cast another doubtful look her way. I don't think this is a good idea. If they capture him, Hebai held up one well-manicured hand. Then make sure they don't. Lips stretching, he tried to glare the nigh uncontrollable urge to kill a bitch at her. She didn't react at all. An immunity likely built up after years of being completely insufferable to everyone, all the time. He imagined this glare was one she got often. She turned to Scars. Hidokuchi, anything to say before we go? Hidokuchi tensed, straightening just slightly. His eyes dropped to Chimera for just a brief second. Chimera's quirk makes him unpredictable. It's, if you can't tell, an animal mutation. He doesn't have many visible manifestations of his quirk. Due to the complexity of it, he acts more like them than he does like us. Treat him as such. He's not a child, he's a wild animal. Don't test his boundaries and don't get between him and food. It's not fully clear what he understands and doesn't, but his senses are far better than ours. He's faster, more agile. He will know where you are at all times, even if he's not looking. He only responds to basic commands. Heal to return to you. Execute if he has a shot at the target. He doesn't use weapons. I doubt he understands them. If you command him to return, he'll lead you back to base. Not here. Actual base. Give him commands by saying his name and then the command. Or else he won't realize you're talking to him. Chimera is the simple sort. If he growls, back up. He's got a nasty bite you don't want to be on the other end of, and a 95% capture success rate. Other known commands are cease, capture, and trace. That's about all he can do. Remember, he has a better grasp of his surroundings than you do, but the language barrier will mean you'll have to be mindful of him. That is all. Excellent. Hebai clasped her hands together, eyes alight. Any questions? About Chimera? No, their sanity. Many. He gave her a look that he hoped conveyed that sentiment. No, great. We'll be off then. Call on Kumo-kun for any other questions or complications. Oh, and here's the key to Chimera's gloves. Don't let him take them off outside of missions. He will try to dig his way out of the motel room while you sleep. He hasn't figured out doors yet. And don't leave the key out. He has figured that one out. She handed over a black block. Magnetic, probably. It was a bit weighty. This is a test for him. We need to make sure he can perform. And we're relying on you to keep him alive. Your first priority is Chimera. And we expect you to keep him alive at all costs. The mission itself is not something you can sacrifice, of course. Right, keep the dumb animal child alive while completing a highly dangerous mission with no backup or aid. And he had no choice but to succeed at both, or die, probably. At the very least, nothing pleasant would happen to him. Easy. So, I'm the babysitter, he drawled, giving her a long look. She beamed. Exactly. You're the babysitter. Keep the kid alive and the house clean. Talia stared. He was smoking again. No one said anything. I'm fucking terrible with kids. Well, learn. She dismissed. You have a brother about his age. I don't. Talia cut himself off, biting down on each word. I have no siblings. Sure, she breezed. Just do as you're told, operative. We'll see you when the mission's complete. You have until the end of the week. He had fucking what? End of the what? That wasn't much, bitch. He watched, biting his tongue and trying not to focus on how hot his skin had gotten in the last several minutes. Hebai waved for Hitokuchi to come, and Kumo followed quickly after, shooting him a warning look as they went. The door to the room closed behind them, and suddenly Talia was left alone in a single-bed motel room with an 11-year-old child staring up at him with such a blank, vacuous expression. He let out a long, prissy sigh before turning to meet those wide, blank eyes. Talia frowned. Blink, motherfucker. Chimera blinked slowly, turning away. Talia headed over to the mini-fridge in the corner, pulling out a jelly pouch. There was a lot to digest here. Chimera couldn't open doors, but he figured out his key. It wasn't impossible. The key was simple if it was magnetic, and dogs and cats had been known to have surprising feats of intelligence. But he'd also seen those animal videos of cats and dogs opening doors before. It should be simple for Chimera with his human height and opposable thumbs. So, potentially deadly mission. Untried partner who happens to be an 11-year-old with the intelligence of a dog. He turned back to Chimera. Green eyes stared back. He wasn't blinking again. Talia stared back for a long moment. While he couldn't beat the kid when it comes to blinking, he could maybe make the weirdo stop staring so much. He looked at Chimera. Chimera looked back. One black cat ear swiveled back before they both oriented forwards. His pupils went from their cat-like slits to wide and dilated. The tail was long, longer than most cat mutations, and fluffier, though it had the rounded cat shape to it as it swayed behind him. He noticed now that Chimera wouldn't just stand still for long periods. He'd stand perfectly still for a while, shift slightly, then go back to that unnatural, corpse-like unmovement. Narrowing his eyes, Talia looked over the sleek all-black bodysuit, the kind that Talia wore under his hoodie, standard underground operative attire. The kid was small and lean, but he did seem to have some muscle, or a lot for an 11-year-old. Talia was pretty sure that 11-year-olds didn't have that much muscle naturally. Talia himself certainly hadn't, and he'd trained almost every day since he was 4, which made him wonder why that kid had a lot of muscle. It made Talia a bit concerned. He couldn't say for sure it was steroids, but it certainly looked like it considering the limited knowledge he had of the situation. A child soldier for the HPSC with way too much muscle, it only really pointed in one direction. He felt a tick starting in his jaw. The kid merely stared back passively. The kid was wearing gloves, too. They were technically part of the uniform, lack of fingerprints, but Talia's were a standard thin pair of grip gloves. Chimera's were very clearly thick. They had to be hot as hell, and had a thick band around the outside that likely kept them on like he'd been instructed. Why the fuck did a child need gloves like that? His apparent problem with digging couldn't be that bad, especially during the day when someone was awake to watch him. Bringing up the jelly pouch, he inhaled about half of it in one go before leaning back against the mini-fridge. Chimera had yet to react to anything. So, you do anything? Chimera stared. Talia frowned. At all. Slowly, Chimera blinked. Right. Standing up, he finished off the jelly pouch in another huge gulp. Interestingly enough, Chimera's nose twitched, his ears and eyes dropping from Talia to the pouch he held. Talia lifted up the empty pouch. Chimera followed it with his eyes. He lowered the pouch. Chimera's eyes were dogged. Slowly, he moved to toss it in the bin. The whole time Chimera watched, tracking the empty pouch, eyes snapping into slits as the jelly pouch went for the trash. One of his ears twitched on his head as he stared blankly at the trash even after the pouch had disappeared. It took several seconds for the kid to drag his eyes back up to Talia, pupils smoothing out into wide green discs again. Talia narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but Chimera still didn't react. Okay then, let's try this. He turned and pulled another jelly pouch out. This time, Chimera was watching it instantly. Catch, he gruffed, tossing the pouch. It didn't look like Chimera would catch it at first, standing stock still even as it was tossed his way. Just as Talia was sure it was going to smack the kid square in the face, however, his hands darted out, snatching it out of the air. It was so quick, Talia jumped. Not that he'd admit it. The next few minutes were the most interaction Talia had gotten out of the kid yet. Chimera turned over the jelly pouch several times, sniffing audibly as his mouth dropped open just a bit. His pupils were wide before snapping into slits as he brought the jelly pouch up, white teeth flashing as they tore the packet clean in half. Jelly went everywhere. Hey, 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 Talia snapped. Don't make a fucking mess, you animal. Chimera completely ignored him. Was it ignoring him if Chimera didn't understand a word of what he said, instead slurping and licking at the two halves of jelly pouch hungrily? He was like a rabid dog on a stake, lapping at every spatter he could, even the bits all over his gloved hands and sleeves. It was when he started eyeing the jelly splatter on the walls that Talia decided to get in the way. All right. He moved to get between the kid and the nasty-ass motel walls. He may be an asshole, but even he couldn't watch a kid contract several diseases yet unknown to man by licking anything in this fucking room. The sound that came out of him sounded like a fucking dinosaur, deep and guttural as his eyes narrowed. Talia froze as the kid hunched over, tail flicking with irritation. Fuck, they really had left him with a half-trained mutt, hadn't they? Reverse Nenzu, they'd said. Reverse Nenzu, who was powerful but uncontrollable. Well, fuck him then. Talia wasn't sure what the kid was capable of. He knew the kid probably had a powerful quirk, but so did he. But the kid was much more likely to use it against him, since Talia could not in good conscience light a child on fire. At least not without reason. Chimera made his way to the wall and, like the freak of nature he was, started running his finger over the jelly splotches and bringing them back to his tongue. He paid no mind to Talia as he stepped back towards the fridge, frowning at the kid. His tongue seemed weird. It was hard to tell with it being, in his mouth and all, but it did seem rather large. It seemed large. Or wide, maybe. Definitely not a normal tongue, but not a cat's tongue, either. He pulled out another jelly pouch from the fridge. As soon as the door closed with a soft thud, he could feel Chimera's eyes on him. There was this thing about Chimera, he realized while turning around. When the food was in Talia's hand, he didn't growl or fight for it. He just watched, like he was doing now, eyes on the jelly pouch instead of the remaining jelly splatter. Must have given up the smaller bits on the wall because there was more of it in the pouch. Holding his arm out from his body, he watched how Chimera traced the movement. There was something very calculated in his eyes now, like he was trying to problem solve how to get the jelly out of Talia's hand and into his stomach with as little resistance as possible. Talia tossed it lightly across the room. Chimera dove for it. Using the distraction, he grabbed some paper towels from the counter, moving to clean up the mess before the kid got any ideas about the mess on the floor. He had to pick up the jelly pouch through the towel, since the kid's tongue had been all over it, but the mission was overall a success, until he turned around and saw the mess Chimera had left after once again tearing the jelly pouch into fucking two. He stared helplessly as the scraps of jelly pouch were abandoned for the jelly that had gotten on the nightstand. Motherfucker. Now how was he supposed to keep the kid from eating it straight off the bedsheets? He sucked in a breath, racking his brain. They had said he responded commands, and not to get between him and food. Well, hopefully this worked, then. Chimera, cease, he commanded. Chimera didn't even look up. He was busy chasing every possible blob of jelly residue, looking rather focused on the task. His ears, at least, twitched in Talia's direction for a half-second. Chimera, cease. He seethed. The little shit once again ignored the absolute fuck out of him. Talia watched, aghast, as the kid ate every spot of jelly off the bed, looking rather satisfied as he settled, sitting down and licking at his lips with his weird tongue. It was weirdly long, he realized, and wide, and bulbous. He gave Chimera a weird look, but he only got another long stare back, although his eyes were crunched around the edges, looking rather happy with himself. Sighing, he cast a look at the abandoned pieces of jelly pouch. He didn't have time for this. It was already Wednesday, and the higher-ups didn't usually count the weekend as part of the week. So, 2 days then. 2 days with this weird little freak, while trying to take out the target. He grabbed the key to the room as he swung the door open. The weight of green eyes never left him as he went. Talia ignored it, shutting the door heavily behind him. There was loud, disgruntled squawk as the door smacked into something, or someone. Whipping around, he stared in disbelief at the child attempting to follow after him. No way. Chimera, stay, he commanded. Chimera stared back blankly from where he stood in the doorway. He grimaced, grabbing the door and gesturing inside. Chimera, go. Chimera did not go. The tick was coming back to his jaw now. Reaching out, he pushing at the kid lightly, with nothing more than his fingertips. The second his fingers touched the kid's shoulder, Chimera was stumbling backwards, mouth agape as he made a strange, high-pitched whiny laugh sound at him. Talia stared as Chimera calmed down the second they weren't touching anymore, Talia dropping his hand. Well, it had worked. Stepping back, Talia let go of the door, letting it close and watching for a second. Okay, so far so good. He took a tentative step back and, when Chimera didn't reappear like a vengeful spirit, he took a few more steps back. Still nothing. With a relieved breath, he turned and grabbed at the sniper strap over his shoulder. Chimera couldn't even get past the door, so it was fine. As long as the kid had gloves on, he couldn't burrow out like the half-rat monstrosity he seemed to be. He jogged across the parking lot and out onto the street, keeping a strict pace. Maybe he could make good time and find the target quick. If luck held, he might even still be in the field. He was always easy to spot in the field. So engrossed in his thoughts, he didn't even notice the presence at first. It wasn't like him not to notice, but to be fair, there wasn't a sound to be heard. No footsteps, no quiet breaths, nothing. Just the weight of eyes on his back, hand snapping down to his Glock. He wheeled on the sudden feeling, only to be looking into wide, vacant eyes. What the fuck? You've gotta be fucking kidding me. He let the Glock rest, hands on his hips as he glared down at the moron. How little luck did he have that the little dumbass had to figure out doors now as soon as they'd met. Unless he already knew how, but then his agent would have surely known that. Maybe he'd broken out somehow. Fuck, probably. And Talia didn't have the remaining spoons to go back and check, despite knowing he'd have to. He let out a long exhale, eyeing Chimera in annoyance. Go home. Chimera stared. Chimera, home. Nothing. Chimera, base. He was wondering how he even managed to get this far in life. What did the HPSC see in him? They were all about nuance and special ops, but this kid, Talia, had met dogs with more presence of mind than him. He really was the reverse Nensu. Alright, Chimera staying home was apparently not an option, according to him. Talia let out another breath, trying to show his disappointment through his eyes alone. Chimera peered back. There wasn't a single fucking thought behind those big, dumb eyes. Come on, he muttered. Chimera, heal. He didn't expect it to work. After everything, he didn't expect it to work at all. Instead, Chimera trotted up to his side like a loyal dog, though he did keep a short distance between them. Great. Now if only he could listen to Talia's other instructions, his life would be infinitely easier. Strictly, Chimera stuck to his side like a thorn. Or a thorn with strict personal space and boundaries. At the very least it made the jog back to the motel easier, though he still silently cursed the lost time. This whole day was a fucking chore. When the door came into view, there wasn't anything immediately wrong. Honestly, he'd kinda expected some huge crater in the motel, maybe a giant hole in the wall, or the window busted out. But even as they walked up to it, Talia looking around the wall, the door, the window, he couldn't find any sort of hints that Chimera had broken out. He cast a curious look over his shoulder, only to be met by wide, unblinking eyes. That was actually kind of unnerving. It made the hair on the back of his neck stand and a shiver run down his spine. He wasn't even standing like a normal person, holding his hands up around his middle and not moving more than the subtle rise and fall of his shoulders or how one of his cat ears was twitching around, seemingly of its own accord. He wondered what was going on in that head, though he imagined it had to be elevator music or something. What with the dull way the kid stared and followed mindlessly, there had to be some sort of thought process, right? The kid did seem to respond to commands, though not all the time. Whether from defiance or lack of understanding was unclear. Talia wanted to say it was defiance, but he hadn't really seen any sign of forethought yet, or civility. Chimera seemed to be acting off instinct and instinct alone. And yet he'd gotten out of the room somehow, despite seemingly not understanding doors. Talia turned back to the motel, frowning as he pulled out his keycard and opened the door, peeking his head in. Tan bed sheets, ugly shadowed orange wallpaper, closed door leading to the bathroom in the back, dark stains over the bed where jelly had splattered. No damage. Talia frowned as he looked around the room, turning to the door and then Chimera. Wide green eyes stared impassively. Okay, Talia grimaced. All right, so the kid could seemingly open doors then. He wondered if the HPSC knew or, more likely, they had just straight up fucking lied to him. Probably under the guise of some test or another, despite them just being fucking assholes. Chimera. Dark ears flicked forwards towards him. No other proof he'd even been heard. Chimera. Stay here. No reaction. Talia stepped out of the room, nudging the child into the dark. Green eyes watched him, still. He closed the door again and waited. Nothing. He stepped back a bit. Nothing. Turning around, Talia started back across the parking lot, this time paying acute attention to his surroundings. He made it across before that prickle of goosebumps came back, Talia whirling around to see Chimera 10 meters back, staring. Talia cursed. He cursed his fucking luck that this was his partner. He cursed his luck that the HPSC had dropped some snot-nosed, basically a dog kid on him to babysit. He cursed whatever god was out there that he couldn't make the shithead listen, probably because he didn't even fucking understand. Still, he had a job to do and little time to do it. This was just one more complication, one more obstacle to overcome. So he sucked it up as Chimera came to him, giving a quick, Chimera, heal. Hopefully the kid would be helpless enough he wouldn't interfere. It was best case scenario, so Talia doubted it. He'd learned long ago to hope for the best, prepare for the worst. And this kid, this little idiot being his partner, that was the worst. Luckily, Chimera was quiet during the walk back. They got a few odd looks, probably for Chimera's outfit. But no one batted much of an eye at all as they made their way back out into the field. Talia kept cutting his newfound partner looks, and his behavior was odd. Chimera wasn't watching him anymore. It was a relief to be let go from that creepy fucking staring. It felt like his soul was getting looked into, like when some creepy-ass porcelain doll was staring at you from across the room. Instead, Chimera seemed to suddenly take interest in anything and everything. He stared at the buildings, the sky, the trees, the people. His ears roved around, twitching, scanning. He'd duck his head into every alley, jerk and look at every sound and movement, even the smallest of things, like when someone across the fucking street dropped some change by accident. And Talia might be making this up, but it looked like the kid's nostrils were flaring, like he was sniffing almost constantly. He hoped not. The street smelt like nothing more than sweat and petrol, and he refused to believe the kid could be that interested in such disgusting scents. Besides, he was probably just breathing weirdly. He did keep his mouth slightly agape the whole time, like a fucking weirdo. A few people gave them odd or concerned looks as Chimera stopped to stare them dead in the face as they passed, sometimes even leaning towards them and making the poor people skitter out of the way and back to their personal bubble. Talia kept trying to call his attention back, but the kid never reacted to him more than an ear swivel or the occasional glance. When the ground turned from cement to dirt, Chimera stopped dead. Talia got several paces up before turning to look back. Chimera was staring, wide-eyed, down at the dirt. He looked at it like it hung the moon or some other poetic bullshit. "Chimera," he called. No reaction. "Chimera." Chimera jolted, looking up at him. He had the bland, long stare going on again, making Talia frown. "Blink," he commanded. Ever so slowly, Chimera blinked. And that was odd. That seemed to imply Chimera understood him, at least on some basic level. But he'd only done it twice, and he hadn't responded to any of Talia's other commands, so maybe it was just a fluke. But to blink twice, both times after he told him to, it couldn't be a recognized command like heal. No, blink was too obscure. Blink implied he had some sort of intelligence behind him, more so than your average dog. Didn't that just make him some dumb kid, though? One who was mute, sure, but not. Well, the kid did act feral. He'd torn into those jelly pouches like they owed him money. He'd licked the jelly off the fucking bedsheets, meaning he was either feral or starving. And probably also feral. He had growled at Talia, implying he had vocal cords, so mutism was far less likely. He considered the kid a moment. "Come on," he called. No response. "Heal." And Chimera came trotting up. Hadn't the agent said that Chimera needed his name spoken first to understand he was being spoken to? But, again, they were alone right now. Maybe that was different. Talia started walking again, watching as Chimera fell in line. He stared at the dirt path as they walked, going so far as to kick it with his boots and watch the spray of dirt. Definitely dumb, then. But how dumb? That was the question, it seemed. He paid less attention the farther they got. Once they reached the fields, Talia was on the lookout for anyone who might spot them. Luckily, the green hair and dark ears blended in pretty easily. Talia's last partner had bright red fucking hair that he absolutely refused to dye. They had been spotted for that one more than once. Chimera's head kept swiveling this way and that, turning and twisting as his long cat-like tail twitched behind him. When the copse of trees came into view, it had all of the kids' attention, and Talia had the feeling he'd much prefer it if they were running the rest of the way. But that was too noisy and too much movement. Anyone around them would for sure see them before Talia caught on that they were there, so it was a no-go. Not that Talia was particularly jumping at the thought of exercising just to make the weirdo happy. He didn't even know how much of that kid was a kid yet. When they reached the copse of trees, Chimera's eyes got impossibly wider. He peered around like an overwhelmed toddler in a candy store for the first time. Every once in a while, Talia would give a low whistle to get the kid's attention as his eyes wandered off and he ended up watching a squirrel leaping across a branch or a bird take off with a trill. The kid didn't settle down when Talia did. He pulled his jacket off and his sniper out, laying low against the hill as he tried to spot anyone between the hay bales and seemingly abandoned tractor through the scope. Chimera stared down at him, standing totally upright, until Talia shot him a glare and snapped, "Get down." Chimera didn't react, ears twitching as he stared Talia's very soul down. Not willing to let the kid know just how absolutely unnerving he was, Talia let out an annoyed sigh. "Cease, Chimera." He wasn't really sure that would do anything in this scenario, but Chimera seemed to get something out of it. The dumb shit turned away and trotted downhill, leaving Talia to stare after him for a few breaths to make sure he wasn't doing anything weird. Wandering to the bottom of the hill, Chimera plopped down, his tail curling around him like, surprise, surprise, a cat. Talia would be surprised if he didn't have a cat quirk. Honestly, his eyes darted around, jumping from one thing to the next. It was kind of spooky, actually. His eyes would jump to a branch just before a chipmunk ran across it. Then his eyes flickered to the distance before some bird call of another rang out, and over to a root that Talia hadn't even noticed had a toad at the base of it. He seemed to notice things before they even had a chance to happen, or track the smallest movements as a dragonfly zoomed by. Chimera seemed to take particular interest in it, watching for several extra seconds until the wind changed direction and he turned wildly, seeming surprised by every leaf rustle and twig clack. Another weird thing about him. But then, it did kind of make sense that the HPSC wouldn't let him out. They were pretty particular about their assets, and tended to keep most fresh meat contained until they were sure they wouldn't get murked unnecessarily. And this idiot. Oh yeah, he'd be lynched the second the enemy saw those big, dumb eyes that lacked the forethought to get out of the way of the speeding bullet he no doubt saw coming. Could this kid see a speeding bullet coming? Probably not. It was impressive what he could do, but he didn't have a movement super detector quirk. He was just a really weird cat. Finally, Talia turned back, more conscious to the quiet ambience of the trees than he had been before. He scanned for a familiar face, but in the back of his mind he could hear leaves crackling and a woodpecker pecking. Strange how easily they had been tuned out earlier, only to be suddenly overly aware of every little thing. He wasn't even paying attention. He was going to miss it if they were even still out here, which was so very unlikely, and they could have gone anywhere. Back to the farmhouse, maybe, but also to the safe house that he still hadn't found. This was all such a chore. And no one, not even his supposed partner, was making it easier on him. This was fucking stupid. He should just let it go. Let the mission come to pass and be reprimanded. He didn't even want to be a hero anymore. He was so fucking tired. Tired of heroes. Tired of the HPSC. Tired of a stupid deal his father had made when he was fucking 12 and now, on top of his dead dream being forced down his throat and having to watch that rank bastard live his perfect fucking life. He had to babysit some deadweight while taking on a supposedly super important mission under a strict deadline for no reason other than the HPSC felt like it. Fuck that. Fuck them. Talia needed to let this all go, fail the mission, and let them lose their heads. Who fucking cared if he got yelled at again? Who gave a shit if they were pissed he locked the little weirdo in the bathroom for their remaining days? It'd be nice to have a pseudo-vacation. Anyway, and the kid would be safe in the bathroom. He jerked back to attention as his scope nearly passed over a dark blob moving behind a hay bale. A head of red hair peeked over as the person made their way around. Young face, boyish grin. It was the guy that his target had been speaking to. The kid was disgustingly carefree, with a bounce to his step and a cheeky, mischievous look on his face as he walked through the fields, checking. Well, Talia didn't know what. The soil quality, seed growth, something. He was an assassin, not a farmer. Behind him there was a sudden whine. It was dog-like, but higher pitch and far more annoying. Then a high, raspy bark howl that was so loud, it made Talia jolt, freezing up as the red-haired kid glanced off towards the cops he was hiding in. A second later he was glancing off again, and Talia couldn't help but wonder how the fuck he didn't find that unholy nose suspicious or terrifying. Turning around, he saw Chimera pacing, whining high in his throat. The kid's eyes were trained forwards, but Talia couldn't see anything that would have the kid's attention. It was just more brush and trees to him. Still, Chimera whined before the sound morphed into his throat to a growl. "TSSD," he hissed, Chimera jerking to look at him with wide green eyes. There was some sort of glow in them now he didn't know how to interpret. "Dumbass. Quiet." Chimera's head tilted as he considered Talia, but he wasn't making a peep so he considered it a win. Slowly rearranging so he was facing the target again. He watched the farmer boy keep at his work, whatever it was. A rather eagle-esque shriek cry sounded behind him, loud and in sections as its broken cry rang out. Jerking around, Talia glared at the noisy bastard. Chimera was staring at him and hopping from foot to foot excitedly. The second their eyes met, bird-cat boy thing let out a few trilling chirps. Jerking his head towards the forest again, Talia grimaced. "Shut the fuck up," he snapped, but Chimera seemed unperturbed, although his head did swing around in an oddly bird-like fashion. Wide pupils narrowing to slits as his tail stilled and ears focused on something over Talia's shoulder. Another sharp chirp, then another. Suddenly he was hopping up the hill excitedly. "SSSD, stop," he snarled. "Cease, Chimera." Chimera jerked to a halt, whining again before huffing out air in what he could only describe as a lion-like half-mouth thing. Craning his neck to look back at the fields, he didn't immediately see anything until another figure stepped out. Ducking down, his heart hammered as he checked the scope. The target. Talia let out a slow breath, narrowing his eyes. Now where was he going? Behind him, Chimera let out a shriek, loud, rough, and horrifying, like some demon dying a horrible, slow death as it tried to drag you down to hell. It was abrasive and high and horrifying in every way, making both people in the field turn sharply as a chill ran down Talia's spine. Slowly, ever so slowly, he started to make his way downhill. Luckily obscured by the brush, he probably wasn't going to be seen. But still, this mission had just gotten so much more precarious. "Chimera," he growled at the kid, but Chimera didn't even look up. His tail was flicking wildly now, and the second Talia got close Chimera bolted, actually fucking booked it into the trees like his life depended on it. No, he couldn't let the kid go. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't let the kid go. There hadn't been much said about what his punishment would be if Chimera were lost or killed. But Talia got the impression it wouldn't be good, by any means, and he'd prefer to not have to be totally reconstructed all over again. As he took off into the trees, bristly plants and long leaves whipped at his calves and ankles, but there was no point even trying for silence. Chimera had taken off like a shot and was about as loud as a blender in a library now. No more of those convenient, creepily quiet steps, and each cracked twig and rustled leaf was putting Talia's blood pressure through the roof. Finally, the leaves ahead stopped rustling, Talia slowing to a stop as Chimera came into view, staring down a full-sized stag, who seemed to be protecting Tuda's looking skittish behind him. The kid wasn't trying to antagonize it, but it did seem awful wary of the tiny 11-year-old just staring at it, which Talia couldn't exactly fault it for. The kid was creepy as fuck, even to his own species. Talia sucked in a sharp breath as the stag stomped one hoof on the ground threateningly. Chimera, he called, low and sharp to get the point across. Chimera, cease. With a high whine, the kid crouched down. He didn't approach it, but he didn't back away, either, even as the stag lowered its head and tossed its massive antlers around to ward him off. The kid was just watching the stag with apparent interest. The fuck was he even doing? They were on a fucking mission right now. Chimera, heel. He tried. Again. The kid just tried circling the deer while keeping low to the ground. Eyes narrowed as it tried to keep them both in line of sight. Chimera. He snapped, louder. Heel. Then, and only then, did Chimera stop. He seemed to hesitate, debating what to do, and then finally turned and trotted back to Talia with a high-pitched, clearly annoyed whine. Unbelievable. He understood Talia. That shithead was just being fucking stubborn this whole time. Talia could taste smoke laying thickly on his tongue now. All of this, because that fucking kid refused to acknowledge him. Bastard. What the fuck was he doing out on a mission? Anyway, he clearly wasn't ready, whether he had the general understanding of a dog or not. And now Talia, who fucking hated kids and dogs and everything in between, was in the middle of all his defiant assholery. Setting his jaw, he watched the stag, still angling its antlers towards them threateningly. Chimera continued to whine and whimper, looking at the thing with great interest, but Talia was already backing away. Chimera, he called. PS. Chimera's head swiveled, staring at him. His quirk definitely wasn't a cat quirk. Or at least not fully. The Chimera name was starting to make a lot more sense, but he did come to the universal cat call, so Talia was going to count what little blessings he had. With another whine, Chimera trotted over, keeping pace as he slipped back through the brush and trees until they'd broken line of sight, still sticking to him like tack as he started a jog back to his sentry point. It was a bit longer of a walk back since they weren't full on sprinting, but Talia really did not want to waste the energy or make any more noise right now. They were far enough that they almost certainly weren't heard by the target or the farmer kid. But that didn't mean they were alone in these woods. He gave Chimera a stern look when they got there, hissing, "Look, bastard, I don't know what your fucking deal is, or what you are or are not picking up right now, but you need to tone it the fuck down. This is a mission. You don't have to fucking do anything, but I don't want you getting in the way of me doing anything, okay?" Staring back like not a single word of that hit home, Chimera gave another weird cackle that morphed into a deep, raspy crow. Talia grimaced, muttering, "Great. Fucking great. This is so worth the punishment I'm going to receive for failing. Thanks, Kumo, you always have my fucking back." He huffed after dropping his sarcastic little rant at the air around him, but couldn't resist adding a quiet, "Bitch." It wasn't like he could say it to her face, much as he wanted to, and Chimera made a good outlet. He might understand the tone, but it was questionable what else he was picking up on, and he really needed the kid to understand he was being a moron, and Talia'd be the one to pay. Tilting his head at Talia, Chimera stared at him. The taste of smoke came back, and he got the impression he was steaming by the way the kid's eyes darted towards his scarred cheeks, following something up to the sky. The smell of burning confirmed it, making Talia step back and run a stressed hand through his hair. Without another word, because trying to talk to him would almost assuredly make him burst into flame, Talia started up the hill again, holding his sniper in a death grip as he settled in and checked the scope. No one was there. Talia tensed. Checked the scope again. No. The fields were clear. He couldn't see heads behind hay bales, or even spot anyone moving in the distance. He should be able to see them leaving, shouldn't he? But there was no one at all. And they didn't take the tractor. It was still there, looking rusted and old but not necessarily unfunctional. He'd watched them drive it out just yesterday. Standing back up, he clutched his gun and started some careful, controlled breathing exercises. He could still feel that unblinking stare, pointedly ignoring it all. Standing now, he checked the sniper again. No dice. Fuck. He cast a glance over his shoulder to where he'd left Chimera, jolting involuntarily as he found the kid suddenly right behind him, so still he could be some sort of creepy-ass mannequin abandoned in the forest. Narrowing his eyes, he grunted, "What? You happy? We lost the target." Chimera looked away towards the fields. His nose twitched before he started walking straight out of the fucking tree line. Hey, hey, hey. He jolted to follow the maniac. Get back in there. We can't risk being seen. Instead of reacting, Chimera picked up pace to a jog, heading straight out to where the people had been not long ago. Cursing and cussing, he picked up speed to keep up, his skin burning with the uncomfortable knowledge they were out in the open to be sniped down in second, and that he couldn't do anything but accompany Dumbass on his death run and hope he saw the enemy first. Slinging his sniper over his shoulder, he readied his Glock. If there was a sniper, they'd already be fucked. He needed to focus on closer targets instead. When they reached the hay bales the two had been hovering around for a while, Chimera stopped suddenly. His mouth gaped slightly as he started sniffing around, so quiet the slight breeze covered any noise he made. His eyes darted to the base of the tractor, ears following. In a second he was low to the ground, half-crouched and heading towards one of the massive tires. Talia let out a high hum, hoping it'd get the kid to stop and come back. But of course, he wasn't so lucky. It wasn't until the kid stopped that he saw it. There, at the base of the tire, was a metal hatch. It had seemingly been covered with fresh churned dirt, but that had all been swept to the side now, and the rusty hatch sat, unlocked and well hidden in the middle of the field. Oh, clever motherfuckers. Put the safe house in the middle of a fucking field in the middle of absolute nowhere. The tractor must be some sort of signal for where the others should go, or else they wouldn't have put it out here next to the hatch. It would have better been disguised without it. Talia reached down to grab at the handle, giving Chimera a quick, curious look. He got nothing but a blank stare back. But the kid clearly had something going on behind those eyes. He just wasn't quite sure what yet. His eyes darted down to the hatch, making a soft whine and brushing his hand over his collarbone. All right then, no time to waste. He could catch them all right here, right now. He checked his Glock again. Go time. Stay, he commanded before grabbing and tugging the latch. It groaned, but didn't move. Fuck. Talia repositioned, getting a better angle and heaving. Another metallic groan was all the reward he got for his efforts. Puffing out a few breaths he stood back, mind raving. They heard that for sure, which meant they knew he or at least someone was here. He couldn't open it, so he couldn't get in. He could try burning it, but Chimera stepped up and, with nothing more than one hand, grabbed the latch and pulled, the metal crying out as it was opened with apparent ease. Chimera blinked at Talia, waiting. All right, he blinked, giving the kid a nod and turning back to the task at hand. There wasn't an immediate threat. A simple stairway led down into a hallway, but there was otherwise no sound or movement within. Talia blinked, squinting in the low light below and started down. The entrance creaked as the light pittered out into nothing, and he was forced to summon fire just to see. When he lit his fire, it reflected immediately off green eyes that were suddenly 2 meters ahead of him, giving him a curious look. He blinked, biting down the curse that wanted to spill over. He needed a fucking bell, honestly. Just maybe not right now. Chimera, he hissed, because he was pretty sure he told the little monster to stay outside. The kid just gave a long, slow blink before turning tail and trotting off into the darkness like it didn't bother him a lick. Chimera, he snapped, only barely louder, and was once again forced to follow him off. The walls seemed to have some sort of wood paneling, likely covering up cement like he'd seen on the stairs. Wood probably couldn't hold up all the dirt above them. It was odd, though, that they bothered to decorate, and they did. The walls had a few sparse paintings, and there was a picture of the Neminans hung up close to the entrance, glinting in the blue light. Chimera didn't stop once to observe these things, and Talia struggled to follow the silhouette of his back as he kept enough of a lead to be almost entirely engulfed in shadow. Dealing with him really was like dealing with a cat. Not a goddamn thought passed through his head of consequence, but he could seemingly plot enough to help him find the safe house. And really, how the fuck had he managed to do that in the first place? He'd seemed so sure of every step and action, like he knew for a fact that no one was there and this was where they needed to be. Had he known where the safe house was all the way from the woods? If so, how? Or was it something else entirely? Maybe he was just going to where Talia was looking and happened to pick up on a scent or something. It had to be the latter, he figured. Still, it was admittedly impressive, even if he'd never say so aloud. Even now, the kid passed a door without a thought, Talia peeking in only to find a pantry with nothing of note inside. Chimera was found waiting for him a few paces into the dark. His head would turn every time they came to a light on the wall. All turned off, but Chimera seemed to be taking note of them for some reason. Green eyes flashed whenever he turned to look back at Talia, like a cat's eyes in the dark. It at least explained his ease of travel in the dark, if nothing else. And then he heard it, quiet murmuring at first, but it quickly turned into muffled voices. They were deeper in now. A handful of doors passed that Talia would peek into and find nothing. Libraries, bedrooms, no drugs, no top government secrets, nothing at all. Why was the HPSC so keen on having him find this place and kill anyone involved? There had to be some sort of illegal trade happening here. Chimera led him right up to a door that was indistinguishable from the last dozen or so, if not for the voices inside. He was a little ways down the hall when he dimmed and ultimately extinguished his fire, eyes straining to find Chimera while tracking the soft fluorescent light trickling from under the door, stepping lightly on his toes to keep silent. Talia nodded where he thought Chimera was. Chimera pulled open the door, another feat of intelligence that Talia tucked away for later as he pulled his Glock, finger darting to the trigger. Talia stopped as they screamed. It was a girl, about his age. She was wide-eyed and clearly terrified with greasy hair and 2 missing teeth to one side of her mouth. She had wide brown eyes and blonde hair. And beside her was the red-haired farmer boy and their target, the black-haired man with gray eyes tensing as they all stared at Talia and down to the gun in his hand. The room was like a living room. A few couches they had all jumped off of, a coffee table with a glass of ice water on it, and more paintings on the wall. The girl had abandoned a blanket when the door burst open, now tangled up at her feet. "PP please," the woman gasped. "Me, just me. You're not here for them." Talia didn't say anything, eyes only darting to the oldest man in the room who looked solemn if nothing else. "I brought her here. Go ahead, do what you have to, but let the boy go." Brought her here. Human trafficking. Why hadn't he been informed he might be rescuing victims, though? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously as he turned the Glock on the man. And no, the woman sobbed, stumbling over herself towards the gun. Chimera stepped around him, hissing like a snake. In fact, abnormally accurately to how a snake would sound. She stopped, still sobbing. "It was me. I escaped. He's just helping me. Let them go. PP please, let them go. I know they told you to kill everyone, but they have kids. Please don't hurt them." His stomach dropped, hard. So that's what was going on here. A little over a year ago, Talia's last partner, asshole that he was, died in combat. Sort of. A little over a year ago, Talia's partner had defected during a mission and Talia had been dispatched to take care of the issue. The HPSC didn't usually take kindly to anyone with too much intel getting out. Rumor had it that higher-ups didn't retire so much as they were culled quietly and peacefully. Sometimes by choice. Sometimes when they were no longer fit for the position. But that was all hearsay. Maybe, a little over a year ago, Talia had tracked his partner down through a swamp and mercilessly took him down. He'd never given much of a shit for the guy, but they had still been partners for several months. He still understood the yearning for freedom, the want to get away from it all. A little over a year ago, Talia had put his morals aside and terminated his assigned target. If he didn't, he'd have been labeled a defector and been culled himself. A little over a year later, feelings Talia did not want to have, memories he tried to drown, resurfaced with a vengeance. Talia stared down the girl, the refugee. She'd run from the HPSC in hopes of finding freedom, and his target had helped her. Considering it was Talia coming after her, her partner was likely caught and killed already. Sucking in a sharp breath, Talia's eyes darted to Chimera. That was why he was here, wasn't it? The other assets always said defection was a disease. It spread on contact. And it spread fast. Best to kill him quickly and not think too hard on it. But Talia had spent the last year thinking about it. The last year turning possibility after possibility over in his head. And to ensure he did his job, they brought an 11-year-old on the case. If Talia defected, either Chimera would kill them both, or he would defect too. They were counting on Talia being incapable of killing an 11-year-old that came after them. They were counting on him killing her just to save the kid. And, fuck, it was a good plan. Talia's heart hammered. He'd been fucking played. He really didn't like being the fool. And yet here he was, between murdering an innocent girl and an innocent child. And he knew which he'd have to pick. He steadied his gun hand, aiming for her head. It'd be a quick death. It was the least he could do. And then there was a hiss, and Chimera was in front of him. The gun was aimed well over the kid's head, but he reached up to bat the barrel out of the way. "What are you doing?" Talia huffed, re-aiming the gun. Chimera batted away again. "If we don't do this, kid, you're dead." "A child," the girl murmured, brown eyes wide as saucers now. "They sent a child. Why?" He didn't answer. She knew why, even if she didn't want to admit it. He could hear it in her why. It was clipped and strained, because she knew just as Talia did, she knew exactly what they were doing. He tried to aim the gun again, only for it to be batted away. "No," she gasped. "No, kid, please. Though you can't." Chimera only leveled wide green eyes on Talia, and for the first time, he saw something in them. A challenge, defiance, empathy. He wanted to save the girl. Defiance spreads like a disease. "We can't save her," he whispered. "We can't save her and ourselves." Chimera didn't move. He thought he wanted to do this, but he was only a kid, just 11. Talia, for all he didn't care for kids, couldn't watch an 11-year-old die. Not like this, not at their hands. He couldn't be responsible for it. If he was, then he was just like his father. Chimera, he grimaced. Heel, green eyes stared back with a fierce determination. Not a sound was made, and yet he could hear the kid's declaration. They either saved the girl together or Talia would be ordered to tie up both loose ends. He dropped his gun, bringing one hand up to his mouth and thought, "What are you doing?" The girl cried. "You can't let him die." The man shushed her, the red-haired farmhand rushing over to grab her arm. He was wide-eyed and clearly petrified. It was probably the first time he'd ever stared death in the face. Talia was used to being his target's first real experience with mortality. He considered Chimera a moment. And then the girl. She was looking between them helplessly, not ready to die but not ready to watch a child die either. It was a sentiment Talia shared. He couldn't die, not yet, not like this, and he couldn't let the kid die either. With a few long strides he pushed past Chimera, who hissed and cackled threateningly. He paid the kid no mind as he reholstered the Glock and pulled out the hunting knife he kept on him. The girl sucked in a sharp, horrified breath, her and the boy stepping back only for Talia to grab at the hem of her shirt sharply, hacking a piece off. Then, he sliced at her arm, letting her flinch and recoil before swabbing at it with the fabric. Such a shame, he said monotonously. Due to complications, the safe house went up in flames. My fires have always burned a bit too hot. There aren't always bodies left behind. He looked her in the eyes, his face carefully stony. I guess they'll just have to accept what little evidence I have. Holding her sliced arm, she dropped her gaze to the piece of fabric in his hand, then back up to his eyes. Thank you. Get the fuck out of here, he snapped. I didn't do this for you. She glanced at Chimera and back again. A firm nod. You have 10 minutes. I'd be out of here if I were you. Thank you anyway, she whispered before the three scurried out, and all he was left with was the quiet presence of Chimera and the rush of footsteps disappearing down the hall. Clutching the piece of fabric tight, he let out a little sigh before glancing back at Chimera. Blue eyes met empty green. Not so dumb now, are you? He asked. Chimera didn't say a word. Talia rolled his head back around. Make sure they get out. I'll take care of this. As the bright blue flames engulfed his already irritated hands, he felt the presence behind him dissipate with not even a sound to be heard. No time to waste, then. Go time. With one hand to the wall, the fire took hold and ate its way across the walls. April 15, 2265. Dropping heavily from the grate as it hissed across the asphalt above. Strong, curved claws caught in the divots and dimples on the walls, holding himself up near impossibly. Green eyes flashed gold, and he let go, landing neatly on his feet 2 meters below with only the echo of distant movement disrupting the tunnels. Standing, he pulled off the helmet he'd been given, gripping it with one hand as the other reached out. His hand scored marks into the walls as his claws hissed against night-bleached brick. The shadows would have been oppressive to anyone else, but they weren't so much as acknowledged as he started snuffing around. He closed his eyes against the bright pastels that marked his unique vision, allowing his other senses to take over. Target, target, target. There, he could smell it. It was like a bog, standing out from the concrete and wet stone scents that hovered in the stale air. Feathers twitched, a long tail stilled, and dark fox ears strained. It made little noise, no more than a wet slop against the ground as it went, tunnels and tunnels away, but it was enough. The musky scent was as clear as if it were standing 2 feet from his face. His quarry had a head start, escaping into the sewers almost 20 minutes ago now, but it made no difference. Breaking into a sprint, his combat boots were noiseless even as they slammed into the wet concrete, mapping the sewage tunnels in his mind as he went. The target was closer now, 6 tunnels away, 5, 4. He was keeping an easy speed and yet gaining ground quickly. His shoes sloshed noisily across a creek of fouled water, but he paid no mind. It didn't matter if his prey heard him. They were already as good as caught. When the sewer tunnels split, he didn't even pause. Ears flexing, mouth opening to take in the different smells, and then he'd be changing course in seconds. 2 tunnels away, now. As he closed in, his target seemed to notice the sound. He could sense the movements from here, his mind's eye conjuring an image of how it started speeding up, making a break for where the slightest hint of fresh air seemed to wasp. A sewer grate. An exit, for sure. A flush of adrenaline had him chirping excitedly through gritted teeth, the prospect of a good chase leaving his tail tip twitching. The prey was just around the corner, the scraping of the grate against the city street and the flooding of light letting him know it was out. His feet slammed down, helmet discarded off to the side and cracking the stone below as he leaped for the grate before it slid back into place, blocking the exit he'd been aiming for. Green eyes dilated as the wind whipped around him, too fast now to stop. The hunter slammed into the drain cover, hard. Hedoro let out a relieved breath as the manhole cover closed. He had no idea what had been chirping down there, but with all might on his tail he didn't care to find out. Glancing around, there was no one here, just a deserted street under a bridge. Silently, Hedoro cursed his luck. He'd hoped for someone to hide in around here, but it was no dice. He'd have to be quick about finding someone, though. Who knew how long it'd be until All Might? The metal cover exploded into the air behind him, red eyes snapping to the little figure that burst out, cackling madly, inhumanly. The muffled sound, the pure, mad joy in it, tore through him. This wasn't All Might, but he wasn't sure it was any better. Hedoro could just make out the arching back of the figure as it launched itself forward, claws outstretched. Something inside him turned cold and still as his eyes caught on flexing claws, aiming directly for his face. Chillingly, he was left with one thought: I am going to die. Keigo arced hard left as his eyes caught on the two shapes below. Black and blue figures removing a manhole cover. He had no idea what the hell they were doing there, but the HPSC rarely gave him all the details, if ever. He reached up, speaking into his comms. This is Hawks. Bubble Girl and Centipter located. Going in. Affirmative. Jibun answered. They rarely spoke via comms when he was on a job, so this whole thing told him that there was much more to this case, that they were expecting something to go awry, or at least planning ahead in case it did. Don't tell them anything they don't need to know, Hawks. I know how to be discreet. He'd always had to be discreet. It wasn't like this job was any different than any other. We're counting on that. Out. Jibun had always been too much, sticking to protocol where others dropped it. Whatever. Keigo had other things to worry about. The wind buffeted his wings as he lighted down, dropping hard and fast next to the two. Bubble Girl and Centipter jerked, whirling on him until they saw who it was, relaxing noticeably. Hawks. Bubble Girl blinked, eyes wide. I didn't know you were in town. Yeah, well, I'm not really here for a meet and greet. Decided it'd be best to keep my visit short and quiet if I ever wanted any peace. He responded easily, leaning back on his heels. You'll have a hard time of that flying around everywhere. Centipter responded evenly. Keigo shrugged, running a hand through his hair as he looked off. Yeah, well, the wings kinda give me away. Anyway, at least this way I have the anonymity of no one bothering to look up. He tilted his head, eyeing the two. Say, what are you two doing here? You're Night Eye's sidekicks, right? Right. He'd been briefed on them before this. Everything from their quirks to their backgrounds to, disgustingly, their family lives. It made his skin crawl how thorough they were. His agency isn't anywhere near here. What are you two doing in town? Bubble Girl and Centipter shared a look, secrets passing between them. Finally, Centipter answered, we're working. Looking into something. Oh, Keigo leaned forwards a bit. Without Night Eye, this needed a little less, recognition. Bubble Girl answered. Centipter tensed, but kept his eyes on Keigo. Secret mission, HM. One the HPSC had a vested interest in them dropping. Oh, well, anything I can help with? He offered, nodding to the open sewage cover. It'd be pretty nasty going down there yourselves. I can send a few feathers, you know. Thanks, but we're all right. Centipter answered immediately. Bubble Girl, however, seemed a bit easier to sway. She leaned closer to Centipter, muttering to him. Keigo's ears strained, but for all his quirk gave him, super hearing wasn't one of his gifts. The two had a brief exchange before Bubble Girl turned back to him. We're doing an investigation. Into the sewers. I feel like there are other jobs that'd be better at that sort of thing. Is Night Eye starting to get into the plumbing business or something? He feigned inquiry, poking to see what they'd spill. Bubble Girl shook her head. Not like that. There was a villain that escaped into the sewers a bit ago. All Might followed him in. Keigo's brows shot up. You're chasing All Might. What would you need to investigate him for? He's not it, either, she hedged, glancing over at Centipter for help. The mutant took over graciously. We've been informed that someone else was dispatched, or at least it seems so. We're here investigating why a third party was sent out to deal with a D-rank villain, especially when All Might is in pursuit. Keigo frowned, his hands finding his pockets. That's it. You're investigating why people are trying to arrest villains. They're only a D-rank, being pursued by All Might and a third-party individual. Bubble Girl defended. And it's not like we're expecting a breakthrough. We're just... She trailed off, looking stuck. You're just covering all your bases, he prompted, investigating this third party and everything they do. Exactly. Bubble Girl nodded, relaxing a bit. So if you'll excuse us, Hawks, we really must be going. Centipter put in. We're on a time crunch. Of course. He really couldn't let them go. You sure you don't need a hand? No one even knows I'm here. I can keep it quiet. His whole job here was to keep things quiet. Discreet. We're all right, I assure you. It could be a good idea. Bubble Girl muttered, loud enough for him to hear, this time. Centipter shot her a look. We're meant to keep this low. He already knows what we're doing, and a third set of eyes will only help. Night Eye's name and agency holds weight, but this is Hawks. If we do find something, if there is anything to find, his voice will carry more weight than ours combined. This is two respected agencies coming together. Sir himself said he wasn't sure our testimony would be enough. She argued. It was a good plan being number 3. Pro-hero Hawk's voice was one of only a few heroes whose voices carried enough weight to actually get people looking at the HPSC. Unfortunately, Keigo was quite literally owned by them, and his job was to keep them from finding whatever it was they were looking for. He did wonder what they had released into the sewers, though. While it might not be the direct work of the HPSC, this third party was definitely someone who worked for them. Maybe when this was over he could get some answers from Jibun, if Jibun had any answers at all. You're here for a reason, aren't you? Centipter asked, rightly suspicious. Why are you offering to help us when I doubt you're here to sightsee? Ah, you caught me. Keigo laughed, feigning joviality. I'm here for a last-minute Q&A put your hands up radio, but it isn't for a few hours yet. He actually was. The HPSC had set it up when they heard Mount Lady had to cancel last minute and he'd needed an excuse to be in town. I've got too much time on my hands. If you need a third set of eyes, I can be a third set, and my feathers will make searching down there much easier. Reluctantly, Centipter seemed to relent. All right, if you're sure. Wouldn't be a hero if I didn't at least try to help people. He flashed them a winning grin, though Centipter didn't seem charmed. Bubble Girl, on the other hand, seemed all too ready to match his happy-go-lucky energy. Yeah, she agreed, grinning. Maybe with you here, we can find something this time. So there had been other times, then. He wondered just how annoyed the HPSC must be getting with them to send him in now. If there's anything to find, I'm sure we'll find it. He agreed. With little more fanfare, they headed down. Centipter went first, followed by Bubble Girl, and Keigo took the rusty old ladder down last. The smell made him wrinkle his nose as Bubble Girl lifted a hand to her own, the two sharing a look. Centipter seemed unconcerned. They brought flashlights, luckily. Though as Bubble Girl swung hers around, he had half a mind to tell her to just shut it off. The walls were old, chipped brick burned white by the dark. The cement floor had little streams of brown water trickling through, and he could hear the drop of leaking pipes that crawled across the walls and ceilings. Worse was the algae, at least he thought it was algae, sticking to the walls and glistening slimily in the glow. Yeah, whatever was in the air down here probably wasn't good to breathe in. I don't hear anything, Bubble Girl mumbled. It just means we're far away. Centipter's voice was low as he looked around. He took a few tentative steps forwards. We'll stick to the left-hand side for now. Keigo flared his wings, letting a decent chunk of his feathers detach and zip away into the dark. Centipter and Bubble Girl turned to look at him curiously. He flashed another grin. Watch this. It was a shame he couldn't actually show off. It would be fun, but unfortunately, he needed to fail this mission. Still, he made it look good as he concentrated on his feathers, each of them splitting off, following the changes in the air as they came to various different intersections and bends. Honestly, it was empty down here. He wasn't even going to have to lie to them. He couldn't find shit. The tunnels were wide and vacant, or narrow and overflowing with water. Nothing at all. Crunch. His farthest feather found something. But what? There was violent reverberations coming from the ceiling. His brows furrowed. Something was definitely moving over there. He redirected some feathers, trying to put the scene together. And then, nothing. No vibrations. Nothing at all. He closed his eyes, concentrating. Softly, he picked up on breathing. A whimper. Two different people, but one was wounded, very wounded. Their body seemed different, off, like it was a lump of something much softer than a human should be. Almost deformed, like mush still alive. It made his skin crawl almost as much as a deep voice coming through, rasping, begging. They were begging to be left alone. Please, I wasn't hurting anyone, they called out. It was just a purse. Just one purse, I don't deserve this, followed by a pained groan. They were off to the side, farther down from everything else, while the other figure, it was clinging to the walls, almost possessed and seemingly unaware of the continued pleading. Small but seemingly humanoid, and it was facing his feather. The breaths were so soft, but facing his feathers. It was directly under a change in the air, something lighter and fresher, like there was a manhole cover there. That would probably the reverberations. Yeah, it must have been slid back into place. There was no warning, no change. 1 minute it was just the feather, the guy on the walls, and the wounded figure in the corner, and then, all of a sudden, his feather was caught. It didn't even have time to pick up on the sudden leap before Keigo felt the thing being shredded in sharp claws, torn apart and leaving a dull sting in his memory as he jerked back, blinking wildly at his companion. Their brows furrowed. What? You find something? Fuck, he couldn't hide that. But still, he wasn't sure if he should. While the HPSC was definitely hiding something, he doubted they'd sent anyone to kill a D-rank villain in the middle of the city. No, something was definitely wrong here. And an animal, I think. He wasn't really sure what that was, but probably not an animal. Seemed like some sort of quirk between the size and movements. 1 second. I'm going to check again. Check. Bubble Girl asked, but he was already closing his eyes and tuning her out, sending more feathers back to where it had been. One of his primaries got there first, immediately picking up that the pleading figure and the smaller that was still on the ground, shredding what was left of his feather to bits. Almost immediately it stopped, jerking to seemingly watch his current feather. Something was twitching, swaying. A tail. They had a mutation quirk, he realized. And then the tail stilled, and he reacted, hardening his feather as quick as he could. Like this, his feathers couldn't sense vibration, but they were tactile, at least. He lost all sense of presence in the room. only to feel hands, scales. It felt like some form of talon or, more likely, a claw mutation wrap around his feather, jerking it down. He expected them to try to tear it apart, and at first, they did. Claws raked down his hardened feather and what the fuck? Was it being bitten? It felt like it was definitely in their mouth. It wasn't until the kicking started that he hesitated, realizing what was happening. Their size, their claws, the tail mutation. He blinked open his eyes, frowning. It's a kid. Keigo didn't understand. A kid with a cat mutation. They're trying to play with my feathers. The only thing that didn't make sense was how they clung to the walls like that. But then his feathers didn't get a good sense of the area. Maybe he was holding on to something. Weird that he was horizontal, though. A kid. Bubble Girl sucked in a breath. What's a kid doing down here? What was a kid doing down here near a severely wounded body was the real question. I dunno, but we can't leave them there. Regardless of whatever had happened down here earlier, regardless of Bubble Girl and Centipter finding evidence of something having happened, he knew they had to get to the kid. If they were playing with his feathers, they were much too young to be alone. Hell, if it wasn't for their size, he'd assume they were a toddler. The HPSC wouldn't send a child down here. They were depraved, but not that depraved, which meant he had to sacrifice the mission for the child. He'd call into Jibun to let him know the mission had been compromised, but he couldn't exactly do that with Centipter and Bubble Girl being right there. So instead he waved them on, leaving his feathers out as feelers in case anything else came crawling back to finish off the villain. A few had even found their way into the tunnel with his sharpened primary. Then, he turned his attention back to the kid, noticing that it had seemingly let the feather go. His softened feathers told him the kid was low to the ground, tail swishing as his head jerked between each feather. Great, he better be careful unless he loses all his feathers to a kitten. To be safe, he recalled them. The hardened one first, zipping up and away. In a second the kid's head snapped to attention and he was on the feather again. Even with so many extra feathers, he hadn't been able to do anything as the kid caught the feather, dragging it back down. He expected the kid to bite and claw like he had before, but instead, he felt the feather get lifted up, and then smashed back down with a vengeance. Keigo hissed as his feather snapped, startled as he realized the kid's strength. He let out a low, ragged breath at the sharp pain of it. He'd only been toying with his feather earlier. Now he raked his claws down them, shattering the hardened feather and turning it to rubble. Few things actually hurt his hardened feathers, and it was always more painful when they were destroyed like this. He felt the kid still before turning to stare at the other feathers again. Oh, he knew where this was going. Instinctively, he ripped them from the room, recalling them back to where the kid wouldn't be able to see them. Except, the kid was chasing them, and he was fast. Shit, he was Maruko quick. The kid had no problem at all tracking his feathers as he clumped them together, gaining speed as he did so. It didn't make sense. No matter how much speed his feathers picked up, the kid didn't get much closer or farther. Keigo couldn't figure it out, but he didn't really have time, either. The kid and the feathers were coming in fast. They're gonna be here any second, he reported, stiffening. And they're coming in hot. We can handle a kid, Bubble Girl snorted, glancing off as the ring of dented metal carried down the tunnels. I think they're gonna be a bit feisty, he muttered, watching as his feathers shot out of the darkness and flicked around to reattach to his back. Sound stopped abruptly, no footsteps, no sign that anyone was there. If it wasn't for the heavy breathing his feathers picked up on, he wouldn't know anyone was there at all. Hawks, Centipter asked, shooting him a questioning look. Keigo took a tentative step forward. Hello. Bubble Girl's and Centipter's flashlights flickered around the tunnel aimlessly. There was a soft, misty fog he could barely make out in the distance, but otherwise, step. It was quiet, barely noticeable, and then another. Green eyes reflected back with slit pupils. Cat eyes, must be how they were seeing. Both flashlights dropped to the eyes, only for a soft, rounded face to stare back at them. He and the kid was male, biologically anyway, had giant doe eyes set into a pale, freckled face with a spattering of crimson glowing brighter in the flashlight's shine. His hands were tucked away in his arms, crossed across his chest. On his head was, sure enough, a pair of large cat ears flicking around almost inquisitively, and a tail that swished around behind him slowly. The kid's clothes, however, were odd. It was a sleek black bodysuit, covering him from neck to ankles. It looked expensive, right down to his. Actually, the kid wasn't wearing shoes at all. And was he walking on his tiptoes? He was definitely walking on the balls of his feet. Must be part of his quirk. Bubble Girl sucked in a breath. Hey, kid, are you okay? The kid didn't answer, eyes wide and somewhere between curious and totally apathetic. Keigo took quick stock of him. The blood on his face didn't come from him, or at least not apparently so. He'd like to see the kid's hands in case he was hurt and hiding it. But the smear of red on his shoulder and sleeve seemed to suggest the blood wasn't his, or else he'd probably be crying or something. Bubble Girl took the lead now, brushing Keigo's wing with her hand as she passed. Do you have a name? What are you doing down here? The child didn't answer, his eyes moving between the three of them before stopping on something behind Keigo. Turning, he didn't see anything but shadows behind him. A chill crawled up his spine as he studied the long dark, listening to the trill of water and the soft steps of Bubble Girl. The only movement he could detect was his own lonely breathing. Looking back, the kid's eyes were to the side now. What? Keigo's wings. He was watching Keigo's wings. He must be interested in them. Keigo's wings were something a lot of kids ogled at on the street. Of course he was interested in them. He flared his wings to show them off a bit, wondering if the kid was a fan. Though eyes widening, the kid jerked back several steps, shoulders tense. Immediately Centipter's one open arm shot out, making a calm down gesture as he kept his flashlight low. Wings down, Hawks. Keigo didn't have to be told twice. Still, the kid's eyes were fixed to him now, openly suspicious. Well, shit. SHH. It's okay, Bubble Girl urged. She was closing in on him now, her own flashlight pointed off to the side. We're not going to hurt you. She reached one gloved hand out, only for the kid to wheel on her, hunching his shoulders, dropping back his cat ears, and baring his teeth as he hissed. Bubble Girl dropped back, all three staring at the kid's teeth. They had pointed canines, like what was common in many animal mutations, especially cat quirks. What wasn't supposed to be there was the braces, or more accurately, the flash of the wires firmly tying his mouth shut. Fuck. It was no wonder he wasn't speaking. Who the hell had done that to him? Keigo raised his hands now, taking a few cautious steps towards him. Hey, it's all right. You're all right. He tried to keep his voice soft and soothing. It earned him narrowed eyes and his ears flitting up as if he were listening. That was a good sign, right? We're not gonna hurt you, okay? Let us help you. The child seemed to consider him, tilting his head. Then, on some cue that he couldn't pick up on, he turned away, back down the tunnels he'd come from. Black cat ears strained in the dark for a moment before the kid gave a low, very not cat-like grumbly growl, and took off back into the shadows. Hey, wait, Bubble Girl shouted. In an instant the three were taking off, giving chase as the black tail slipped away into the shadows, faster than any of them could achieve on foot. Keigo might have been able to catch up by flight, but the tunnel walls were just too narrow to prevent it. Hawks, send your feathers, Centipter called. Keigo shook his head, helplessly. The kid can shred them. They won't help, I'll just be sacrificing them. And as much as he'd like 2 days off to recuperate, needlessly losing feathers when he might yet need them was a rather dumb idea. Also, the HPSC would probably find a reason to be pissed at him for it. Can you track him with them? Bubble Girl called back. I can't hear his footsteps. I'm losing him. Shit. He hoped the kid didn't take particular interest in his feathers again. Opening a wing, he let them fly out in the direction of the kid, following the wind currents and quiet breaths through the smog-like shadows. And then they turned down the tunnel from earlier. The one with the wounded figure. The one that now had a new, large figure leaning over the injured man, and a small child hissing furiously through his wired jaw. While Bubble Girl's light trained on the kid, casting his shadow to tower menacingly down the tunnel, Centipter's flickered over to the two on the far side. All might. He looked up, surprised, from where he had seemingly been, hitting the unconscious form of a slug-like mutation. Person. The sex was unclear, and no hints to even guess at gender, either. They were wearing a pair of trousers, though Keigo wasn't actually sure how, but it probably had nothing to do with hiding genitalia since, well, they were sludge, and they weren't unconscious. Keigo could hear the whimpering coming from the villain, the tang of rust more prominent here than it had been before. He got the impression it came from more than just the old pipe snaking across the ceiling. No, Centipter's flashlight caught on the trickle and red coming off his face, even though they couldn't make out the extent of it from here. All Might looked up, pulling himself up with that award-winning grin he wore on every screen across Japan. Even now, even leaning over a mess of a man who seemed to be slowly drifting into incoherence in this dank sewer, he was smiling. Looks like a psychopath. He could barely hear Bubble Girl's surprised mutter, despite being right beside her now. Still, he couldn't help but concur. Oh, hello, All Might called. What the hell? He sounded so cheery. I wasn't expecting to see Hawks down here. You shouldn't bring a child here. I have no idea what hurt this man. I was just coming to detain him. The kid hissed furiously, baring his wired teeth at All Might and causing the man to stop short, though his smile never dropped. His eyes were dark and shadowed by his brow, making his expression otherwise unreadable. It had been comforting to millions for decades, but here and now it felt very unnerving for Keigo. Every feather on his wings stood on end, telling him something was very wrong here. We didn't bring the kid. It was Centipter who spoke up first. We were trying to get him out of here. Are they all right? Turning his centipede head to look to the mess on the floor by All Might's feet. Someone's taken a knife to his eyes. All Might responded, his voice booming entirely too much, echoing loudly. Keigo cringed, hating how likely it was that they would get caught, and hating even more whatever happened to the guy whose whimpering was slowly turning back to words. I was coming to bring him outside, so we might detain him and get him medical attention. We need to get out of here, Centipter agreed. Get the victim and the kid out. We can find who did this afterwards. It was him, the sludge called out, voice hissing. Only now did Keigo realize he wasn't limp on the ground so much as he was cowering, unsure of his surroundings. The kid, he's a monster, don't let him near me. Keigo's eyes darted to the child at the same time as both flashlights recentered on him. The kid seemed somehow larger with the warm spotlights pointed at his back, painting his face in shadow. His hands were no longer tucked away into his elbows, instead dropped to his side but with his fingers flexing in threat. Now Keigo could see the black clawed hands, dripping with crimson. Fuck. Another low growl, much more cat-like, as the kid took a few steps towards All Might. There was clear intention here. Whoa, calm down, Keigo tried, though there wasn't so much as acknowledgement that he'd been heard. The kid's eyes were narrowed, never leaving All Might. Bubble Girl jumped in next. It's okay. It's just All Might. You like All Might, right? Everyone loves All Might. The kid took another step towards All Might, and Keigo sucked in a breath, saying a quiet goodbye to his feathers. Then, he buffeted his wings, letting the feathers launch towards the kid. Despite his famed speed, not a single feather hit the target. In a stunning moment of speed and agility, the kid flung himself out of the way, flipping around to dodge the last of his feathers that tried to reroute to hit him. And then the child turned to face them, his face cold set stone as he took in Keigo, then Bubble Girl, then Centipter. His brows furrowed into concentration as Keigo realized there wasn't time to hesitate. They needed to detain him, quick. His feathers shot around to try to catch the kid who, without even looking at them, ducked into a roll. The feathers shot harmlessly by, one narrowly missing his shoulder before he was rolling back up onto his feet. With a hiss he lunged for Bubble Girl, who shot backwards with a gasp, producing a few bubbles between them while her flashlight dropped to the ground. It rolled off, light pointed down the tunnel at nothing. The kid dodged them, eyeing them suspiciously as they popped harmlessly between them, covering the soured smell of the air with that of lilacs and lavender. The kid barely paused a second, but Keigo's feathers were already on him again. This time, he separated half to go for the kid's feet and half for his head, with just a few interspersed in the middle. The kid jumped and twisted, missing those above and below but getting caught by 3 of his middle-aimed feathers snagging on his skin-tight clothes and likely biting into the kid's skin, though he didn't so much as grunt. Quick, Keigo pulled his feathers straight up, dangling the kid in the air while the rest returned to him, just in case something else went wrong. Nice catch, Bubble Girl gasped. That could have been bad. No kidding. He wasn't sure what all they could do against an overly aggressive child with a strong quirk. But now, suspended, he seemed cool as a cucumber, like a kitten with its scruff caught. Let's get out of here, Centipter urged again. We can figure out what the hell he was doing up top. Right. All Might nodded, grin still firmly in place. I'll get the maintenance cover. Bubble Girl shook her head, going straight for the entrance. We've got it, All Might. Can you get the victim? I don't think we can carry him. Might be a tall order, Centipter muttered, walking over to consider the mound of semi-solid sludge. He's gelatinous. Perhaps we should wait. Never fear. I've come with a plan. All Might boomed, producing 2 empty soda bottles. He didn't wait a second before ducking down to collect the already wounded individual with gusto. No, All Might, wait, Centipter put his hands up, flashlight bobbing up to the ceiling as he did so. Keigo left them to figure out that whole mess, turning his attention to the child. Green eyes owled down at him. No sign of expression in them at all. Frowning, he asked tentatively, "Are you hurt?" The kid's eyes moved to Keigo's wings, then slowly back to his face. Not a single muscle twitched on his face otherwise. Why did you attack him? Keigo tried. Green eyes bored into him. They weren't the kind of eyes he saw in the HPSC, malicious and cold, nor were they like Nedzu's the handful of times they'd met. There was no calm calculations, no digging beneath his skin every time Keigo opened his mouth or reacted, but there was something intense about just how unintense his expression was. It was almost open, almost bare, and yet completely empty of anything at all. He hadn't so much as blinked once since he'd come out of the darkened corridors. Keigo took a step forward. "Kid, what are you doing down?" The kid's eyes jerked up, looking past him, cat ears straining as if he could hear something. Keigo felt his nerves ripple through him, turning sharply to check behind him. Once again, nothing. "Hey, watch him. Watch him, watch him." Bubble Girl's startled cry didn't give Keigo enough time to react. 1 second his feathers were suspending the kid. The next he felt the sharp, faraway pain of his feathers being sliced into 3. By the time he turned around, Bubble Girl was dropping off the ladder again and creating more bubbles. Centipter too abandoned his job, stopping All Might, his neck extending as he lunged to restrain the kid. Keigo added a few feathers to the mix, trapping the kid between the 3 of them. Again, he didn't ever check behind him, instead leaping straight up to the ceiling, twisting and sticking to it like a fucking spider child. Bubble Girl, go low. I'll go high, Centipter hit the middle, Keigo commanded, shooting his feathers up towards the ceiling as the other two each did their own part. The kid, thoroughly trapped, seemed to decide to take the safest option. He dropped, curling his body out of the way of Centipter and straight into the bubble minefield at the bottom. Immediately they went for his face and eyes, popping. From Keigo's briefing, he knew this tactic of hers. It made the other flinch and lose vision for a time. But as it was water, didn't otherwise harm them. He expected the same to happen here, but instead, the kid seemed totally unbothered by the water in his eyes, shooting upright immediately like it didn't bother him at all. Centipter was back in a second, insect legs straining to restrain the kid. He whirled, claws outstretched and arcing, hissing as they collided against the thick exoskeleton of Centipter's mutation. When the claws came away, there was nothing but light scratch marks left behind. Centipter forced away seemingly by the strength of the kid's attack more than pain. Again he rerouted, Keigo kicking himself back into action and throwing his feathers back at the kid as Bubble Girl sent in more bubbles. The cat-quirked boy didn't hesitate. He seemed confident now that Bubble Girl's bubbles wouldn't do anything and ignored them entirely, merely dodging to the side of Centipter's assault and slamming his hands down on the senior hero's neck. With more force than a child that size had any right having, he shoved the both of them down into the cement, Centipter grunting as he did so. "Stop," Keigo snapped. "We're trying to help you." Of course there was no response. That was expected at this point. What wasn't was how, after Keigo's feathers once again missed their target, the child reared up, one hand holding the back of Centipter's neck to the ground, the other raising, his fingers making a claw shape as he went to attack. And this had been in his briefing. Blunt attacks directly to the shell of his exoskeleton wouldn't do much, not unless he had a strength enhancement, but a piercing blow, something sharp enough, like his feathers, could penetrate the hard outer casing. These blows delivered to the neck and head would be devastating. The kid didn't realize he was going to kill Centipter. "No," Keigo shouted, lunging forwards with his feathers racing ahead. The kid might have had time to attack, but for whatever reason, he didn't. He merely planted his feet and launched himself several meters back, landing deftly on bare toes next to the sloshing, murky water that ran through here. Keigo stopped short by Centipter, who was quickly retracting his neck back to where his body had fallen from the sheer force. There was a look on his face that said he understood full well what had almost happened to him. Though Bubble Girl and All Might seemed none the wiser. All Might, for the first time, seemed to try to help. Keigo didn't blame him. A strength enhancement to restrain a struggling child was a recipe for disaster. The other blonde, now the closest of them to the kid, held up a thumbs up to the kid, weirdly enough. "My boy, please calm down. The villain has been detained and there's nothing to fear. We're merely trying to get you to the surface so we can find your family and figure out what's happened to your mouth. Okay, maybe don't bring up that part. That could easily be a sore topic, but whatever." All Might was both the oldest and highest ranking hero here, so he did technically have precedence. Keigo blinked, looking around. The so-called villain was, in fact, no longer around. Instead, he'd been shoved haphazardly into a soda bottle, which, honestly, couldn't be protocol. They were lucky his quirk let him mold into such a small space and didn't still have to keep a somewhat human shape. And he was still bleeding, bloody eyes sliding around in the soda bottle. Keigo looked away. The kid, too, stared at the soda bottle for a long moment. The only indication of any thoughts was that one ear swiveled towards the tunnel they'd come from, then flickered back forwards. Without a single word, with nothing more than one slow, long blink, the kid turned tail and darted off into the shadows. "Hey, hey, hey," Keigo called, shooting his feathers off after him. "Get back here." He couldn't just assault a couple of people, heroes included, and run off. What the hell was up with that kid? "Leave him," Centipter commanded as All Might went to pursue as well. "We can send a search party here shortly. A kid like that can't get far. Even if he gets out, he's highly recognizable. We'll have him by the end of the day. Let's get the victim out first." And his eyes dropped meaningfully to the soda bottle full of bleeding person. "Right. Still." All Might glanced off down the tunnels. "What a strange child." "No kidding." Keigo let All Might head out first, moving the cover with ease as he slid out. He gestured for Bubble Girl to go next as Centipter headed over, seeming a bit spooked. Instead of climbing up and out, though, she swept her flashlight down the tunnel one last time, as if they were going to catch sight of reflective green in the dark. They didn't, of course. Her flashlight did land on a black ball lumped in the corner, though. "What?" she asked, immediately walking over to it. Keigo followed behind, watching as she carefully pulled a black motorcycle helmet out of the dirty, disgusting water. "I wonder who lost this. It's child-sized," Keigo remarked, giving her a pointed look. She frowned, turning it over in one hand and using the other to aim her flashlight. A spot of white reflected back. Letters, printed just inside the rim. 4 letters. HPSC. And with a sickening drop to his stomach, Keigo realized what this was. Training equipment. "What the fuck?" Bubble Girl hissed. "What is it?" Centipter called out, still near the ladder. "It's marked," she called back. "Belongs to the HPSC." The HPSC. His voice came out boggled. Why would they send a child? Bubble Girl didn't respond, staring holes into the print as if it would give her answers. Keigo's skin crawled as he realized that he'd walked them directly over to what he was supposed to be keeping them from. A child. They'd sent a literal child. His eyes darted to the flow of dim light seeping in from the opening in the ceiling. A stone wall was all he could see from here. A child after a villain. Yes, a well-trained child after a D rank, but still. And they'd sent him when All Might was already on the case. Why? They'd sent Keigo in to keep Bubble Girl and Interruption away, but not All Might. How? Them sending him at all suggested they were well aware of the fact that they were being followed. Why risk it? What was their game? And what was with the kid's mouth? Why would they do that? To a kid. Keigo felt sick. Sitting around isn't going to get us any more answers. Interruption called. We'll inform the police of what we've found. After that, we'll just have to wait until he's found. Right. Bubble Girl agreed. Keigo didn't speak, eyes dragging back to the darkness. He had a terrible feeling it wasn't going to be so simple. The three made their way out, Interruption first, then Bubble Girl, then Keigo. They stepped out onto a cobbled path beneath an underpass, the cool afternoon breeze ruffling Keigo's feathers. At least he'd only lost a few. They'd be pissed if he couldn't work after this. I just found them. All Might's voice carried from further down. They were scattered with the victim's purse. The three turned, only for their hearts to collectively drop. Outside the little bridge was two fancy black cars parked. A handful of people were milling about in uniform, HPSC uniform. Some were marked accordingly. Others were the business professional attire of the higher-ups. Fuck. People milled, collecting the victim's purse and scattered belongings. All Might was handing off the sludge villain carelessly, and Keigo spotted someone picking up a pair of sludge-covered combat boots. He thought back to two bare feet standing tall on his toes. Why had he left his equipment? Why had he taken it off? His helmet should have been near impossible to knock off, and it didn't seem to be damaged. His boots might have gotten caught in the sludge, but surely they'd have taken too long to pull off. He's even removed his socks. Who chose to run around across stone and through sewers barefoot? Even if he had to take them off, why wouldn't he grab them before he ran? And then suddenly they were being hailed. Keigo didn't recognize the guy, dirty blonde hair and a small mouth. He seemed rather unremarkable. His gray eyes, however, were rather kind for his apparent high rank, denoted by the lack of uniform. Hello. All Might was just filling us in on the details. The man called, cheerily. His eyes zoned in on the helmet immediately. Oh, I see you have evidence. Bubble Girl clutched it closer, yellow eyes darting around suspiciously. Oh, we were just going to take this back to Night Eyes. No need. We'll process it. This particular case isn't assigned to you. Anyway, in fact, I'm rather surprised to see all of you here. This isn't your prefecture. What's brought you all this way? He lied through his teeth. He knew as well as Keigo did that they were well aware of Night Eye's attentions. Both the sidekicks shared a side look. We're just investigating something. For Night Eye. Oh, we haven't heard of any ongoing investigations that would bring you around these parts. Has there been new information not filed yet? He inquired pointedly. His smile seemed notably less kind now. Interruption took charge here. No, it's an early investigation. We were meant to stay on public streets. No need for paperwork. If it goes anywhere, it will be filed. He reported, voice firm. It was a test now, each side pushing, waiting to see who would break. Do you consider the sewers to be public? We only entered them to try to apprehend a villain we'd heard had tried to escape through them. That was to assist another hero. We haven't broken protocol. I see. And did you inform anyone you were present and moving to assist? The official asked, both Bubble Girl and Interruption tensing now. Of course they hadn't, because that wasn't what they were doing. I'm afraid that's breach of protocol. Someone could have been hurt in the crossfire. We'll send a warning to your agency about this. But wait, this isn't your first infraction, is it? The man hummed, plastering on that kind look all over again. Best be careful. One more and we'll have to do an agency check. Reaching out, long fingers curled around the helmet, ripping it from Bubble Girl's grasp as her grip tightened reflexively. You sure know a lot about an agency outside of your jurisdiction. Bubble Girl accused, eyes narrowing. Beside her, Interruption stiffened. Bubble Girl, he chastised. Best listen to your superior now. The man looked down at her, barely 5 centimeters taller and using it like it were a foot. He leaned in close, meeting her openly hostile stare with a fake smile. It's my job to stay informed, after all. This whole thing, it doesn't work if someone doesn't do their job. Why does that kid's helmet have HPSC printed in his helmet? She frowned. The man pulled out a surprised expression. His helmet, are you sure it was his? It's child-sized. It's certainly made for smaller heads. Lots of people have lots of funny quirks these days. No. He shrugged, impervious to her ire. We did send out some agents and heroes a few weeks ago to check out the sewers in several major cities across Japan. They were inspecting them for suspected villain activity. I suspect someone lost their helmet, is all. Regardless, it'll be taken in until we find exactly how it came to be down there. Thank you for your concern. And then he turned, leveling a look on Keigo. He was sure that the coldness in his eyes was something the others couldn't see, making him tense up uncomfortably. And you, what are you here for, Hawks? I wouldn't expect the number 3 to make such foolish mistakes. Aw, yeah, they were pissed. I'm here for an interview with Present Mike is all. I stopped when I saw Bubble Girl and Centipter entering the sewers, presuming that they were doing everything above board. I didn't find it necessary to announce myself when I offered to help them locate the missing villain, since I had time before my interview. There was definitely some irritation in those eyes. We'll get your full report quickly, then. Nakamura will take your statement. We wouldn't want to make you late for all your fans, now, would we? Leave. We expect an explanation in your debrief. Yes, of course. He glanced off to the other two, who were giving him odd looks. He just shrugged helplessly before backing off, turning to meet up with the brunette that he'd gestured to. Fuck, he was going to be chewed out a dozen times, at least. Head down, he let out an exhausted breath. He had a lot to answer for. But then, a small boy with freckles and his mouth wired shut flashed in his mind. So did the HPSC, didn't they? Report, Operative, Jibun, a middle-aged man with arrogance etched into every line of his face, ordered. He had pink hair tied back into a ponytail and red stems growing out of half his face. They seemed to disrupt the muscles, since any expression he gave was always awkward and stunted on that side. It gave him a rather ugly smile. But to be fair, Keigo had yet to find someone here who didn't have an ugly smile. Even his own smile got worse and worse every year. The stems that grew off his ended in little spherical pink blooms and had thorns and frond-like leaves sprouting off them. They grew elsewhere too, Keigo was pretty sure, but those ones were likely pruned much shorter. And Jibun did have to prune himself. The stems tended to grow wild and out of control elsewise. He wasn't really sure why he never trimmed down the flowers on his face very short. But then, he also really didn't care, either. I made contact with Bubble Girl and Centipter outside the sewers. Both were hesitant to talk to me, but I managed to convince them that I'd be good at helping them find what they needed. Initially, the plan was to do as told, find whoever they were looking for and then steer them in the opposite direction. Things became complicated when I found them, though. Jibun's brows shot up in silent question, looking unimpressed. When observing the situation, I found someone badly wounded while a second took out 2 of my feathers. At first, I assumed he was doing so purposefully, but it became quickly apparent that he was playing. Keigo grit his teeth before pressing on. He was a kid. There was a child down there, sir. A brief silence. And, Keigo scowled. And there was a child. I wasn't informed there would be a child. I assumed he was lost or hurt. I thought he could get hurt. In that moment, I decided to risk the mission to protect the child. Why not call in? Jibun asked. I'd have instructed you. I was right next to Bubble Girl and Centipter. He scowled. I couldn't just call in and report. The second I did that or walked away, they'd be suspicious. Why was there a child down there, anyway? Jibun rolled his eyes, leaning back against his fancy schmancy rich person wood desk. Keigo didn't know what it was, but he knew it was sleek and shiny, covered in papers and a cooling mug of something. Coffee, tea, he wasn't sure. You weren't asked to protect or save anyone down there, Operative. You were expected to handle Bubble Girl and Centipter, and that is it. I'm frankly appalled that you would reveal the secondary use of your feathers like that over something so minor. What the fuck? The only thing minor about that situation was the kid's age. I wasn't going to sacrifice a child for the mission. He could have been hurt. All I knew was there was a villain loose down there. Also none of your concern. You had no role to play there. We sent you after the psychics. It was our job to take care of everything else. You should have done your job and let us do ours. Keigo tensed, fighting back a grimace. Bastard. I did the best I could with the information I had. Information you shouldn't have had. It wasn't your place to renege. He was getting nowhere with this. But that child, you sent him down there, didn't you? I didn't send him anywhere. But someone here did. He leaned in a bit. You can fool Bubble Girl and Centipter, maybe, but you can't fool me. That was his helmet. He was in uniform. Why did you send him out? He's definitely not 18. Hell, you even kept him in a trainee helmet. You don't ever let those ones leave the compound. Jibun stared for a long moment, then shrugged. I'm unfamiliar with the specifics of Chimera's case. They're rather hush-hush about him, and it's all well above my station, apparently. Irregardless, you'll have your chance to ask questions soon enough. He leaned back on his desk, pressing some button or another. Keigo frowned. What, Hebe-sama? He called into what must be a built-in speaker. We're ready for you now. He waited for Jibun to turn back to face him, still as unimpressed as ever. It made Keigo's skin crawl. He just wanted answers. He wanted to know why that boy's mouth was wired shut, why they had let him out of the compound in the first place. But Hebe, Keigo knew her. Hebe Ai was her full name, and she'd been his Jibun when he was young. But by the time he was 14, she was being promoted to some new position over a new branch entirely. Shortly after that he'd gotten this rotten bastard to replace the first. What's going on? He tried to ask again, but Jibun waved him off dismissively. Fucker. They didn't have to wait long, at least. Within a few minutes she was sauntering in, her tall, soft frame gliding more than walking. She had a sharp smile and cunning eyes, complete with a set of snake-like fangs. They tended to put mutants in charge of mutants, and here they preached tolerance and acceptance for all. She was a perfect match for Jibun, though. Something he hadn't noticed before. On the same side of the face Jibun grew flowers, she had scales. Hers were far more present, however, rippling down almost the entire half of her face in vibrant blue. Her scales only covered that half of her body. However, he could see the speckling of scales that were growing out of the back of her left hand. Jibun-kun, she greeted, not bothering to hide the taunting honorific. She was putting him in his place, reminding him that he was beneath her. So good to see you. In Hawks. Why, it's been a while. I'm rather glad to hear that things have been going well. Keigo kept his expression carefully schooled, giving away nothing despite how bad he wanted to roll his eyes. Behind her, another figure filtered in. A very familiar figure. Eyes dropping to meet a familiar set. He noted silently that this must be Chimera. The kid stared vacantly, and Keigo blinked as he spotted the black tattoo-like markings on either sides of his eyes, just like his. No, that was crazy. He didn't have any family. He was being stupid. Frowning, he watched Chimera watch him. Neither moved, neither spoke. It took a sharp clap from Hebai to finally break the quiet, so sudden it made Keigo jerk. Chimera didn't so much as flinch. This is Chimera, Hebai introduced, gesturing at the child. He's a very special unit, a one-man wrecking squad in his own right. Don't let his height or age fool you. And how old is he, exactly? Keigo asked, looking up at her. She smiled brightly, beaming like a proud soccer mom whose kid was doing mediocre at best. 14, almost 15. A prodigy, just like you were. But, you know, better. Right. He scowled down at Chimera who was, surprise, just staring passively the whole time. He doesn't blink much, does he? He doesn't need to. She waved him off. Don't worry about his idiosyncrasies. Oh, Keigo wouldn't. He had a lot more to worry about than that. Why was he out today? You sent him on a mission, why? Chimera's been on plenty of missions before, I assure you. Today was just a test. A test? He almost killed 2 people. He cast a worried look the kid's way. Which wasn't your fault. They shouldn't have put you out there. Hebai gave a light, delighted laugh. Don't bother. Talking to him is like talking to a brick wall. Not a single thing gets through. Keigo frowned. What? He's dumb. She shrugged. Like, real dumb. We aren't sure why, but educating him doesn't really work when he lacks the mental capacity for language. For a moment, his mind stalled. That was why Chimera never spoke to them. More than that, that was why he didn't so much as react when they spoke to him. Chimera didn't even fucking understand them. You put a child who doesn't even understand language up against a villain twice his age. He gaped, shrugging like it wasn't a big deal. Her next words would make his blood boil. He has a rudimentary understanding. Something like a dog following commands. His eyes dropped back to Chimera, cattail swishing and one ear twitching like there was a bug buzzing near it. Even still, he didn't so much as blink. Fuck. You can't send him out to do hero work. He rounded on Hebai, brows furrowing. He could never. That kind of nuance someone like him isn't fit. He argued, stumbling over his words. Hebai hummed. Not alone. You wouldn't expect a dog to be a police officer, but they make good companions for them, don't they? What? He stopped, hard hammering. What does that mean? Hebai sauntered over to Chimera, laying one hand delicately on his shoulder. Immediately he jerked away, hissing and snarling as his tail bushed and he slammed his back against the wall, glaring balefully at Hebai. She didn't react, instead bringing her arms up to fix her hair that had been tied back into a messy bun, smoothing it out and retying it. Chimera has a strong quirk. No parents and no real prospects for the future. Left on his own, he's nothing but a drain on the government and its resources. He's gone through much training, including partner training, for this exact moment. While he'll never be capable of functioning alone, he might be able to do more, to be more, as part of a unit. Keigo could already feel the sour taste in his mouth. You want him to be my partner. Well, more like they wanted Chimera to be his human pet. But he couldn't really bring himself to say it. Of course, if he proves capable of a job, he'll have all the amenities he could want. A home, a comfortable life. If not, where will he go? Hawks-kun. We certainly can't keep him here. No one would adopt a defective child. Not when they could have a perfectly normal one. She said it so casually, but it made Keigo want to hit her, to snap at her to shut up. Every part of this, was wrong. It made his skin crawl hearing her speak. It made him feel sick thinking about this child going out, each and every day, and facing the same situations he did without any of the necessary tools to understand or react properly in such situations. Hebai had no problems ignoring the murder that Keigo was pretty sure was playing across his face now. He'll either end up in a special care home and put the workers and other residents at risk, or he'll starve to death on the streets. That's just how it is. That really fucking wasn't, or at least he fucking hoped not. If it was, he was suddenly about to become much more charitable to certain organizations. You can't put him out as a sidekick. When people catch sight of him, they'll figure out what's up and they'll be pissed. Rightfully so. Hebai waved him off. Let us handle that. Right now, we merely want the two of you to get acquainted. You'll be here every day after your morning patrols of 3 hours before your afternoons. When you're trained and capable of handling Chimera on your own, we'll start working on cohabitation and ease you into a few easier missions on the down low. He can't very well be made a sidekick proper until he's 18. Anyway, you can't do this, Keigo ascertained. When people find out, Keigo-kun, Jibun snapped, voice firm, but even his dark eyes gave him a cold side eye. That is none of your concern. Hebai-sama will handle it when the time comes. What were we just talking about? Standing there, Hebai across from him, between a still frazzled Chimera and an uncaring Jibun. He felt himself tensing worse. They couldn't fucking do this. This was so fucking immoral. They couldn't. No, he couldn't fucking do this. His jaw set firm. I won't do it. Hebai grimaced, mouth twisting into an expression almost as pleasant as she was. Her eyes darted for Jibun, a clear warning in them. The other didn't even have to look up before he was standing upright proper, his whole frame rigid as he crossed his arms over his chest. You will do it. No, not this. He grimaced. This is too much. You don't exactly have a choice, Takami-kun. Jibun sneered at him. We own you. We bought you when your own mother couldn't be bothered with you. We rescued you at your worst. Need I remind you, Chimera isn't the only one who would be dead on the streets if it weren't for our generosity. Jibun's eyes narrowed. The sour taste in Keigo's mouth turned to ash while his gut clenched painfully. We don't ask much, just a few things, here and there. A few favors. This one, in particular, is a must, I'm afraid. We need someone to pair Chimera with. We need to show the world what good someone like him can do. If you refuse, our contract will be terminated and we'll be forced to release your identity to the public. You wouldn't want such a scandal as that, now, would you, Takami-kun? His voice was saccharine sweet, laced with a honey that he'd never actually had. Keigo grimaced, glancing over at Chimera. The kid's ears were back, but his eyes were wide and staring again, once more focused on Keigo with that weird anti-intensity. That kid, he was going to be what they wanted him to. Keigo couldn't protect him, not like this. If they said jump, people like him, people like Chimera, well, they didn't even ask how high. It pissed them off to be questioned. The second Keigo declined, they'd find someone new, someone more pliable or vulnerable to manipulate, maybe even someone who shared their ideals. If he said yes, however, he'd be forced to take on a challenged child and accustom them to a life where they aren't compared to and treated like a dog, only for it all to blow up in his face the second he turned 18. Fuck, there was no right answer here. Either way he was screwed. Either way Chimera was sent out on missions he shouldn't be. But accepting bought him time. Accepting the offer meant he could try to find a way out. He had 3 years, or, well, a little over that. He'd just have to find a way out for them before that. Chimera would still be sent out, but he'd be there. He could monitor everything, make sure Chimera was okay. Keigo was only 22. He wasn't ready for this. He couldn't take care of himself, much less someone else. Still, he glanced at the wide eyes of the confused child. And he knew he didn't have a choice. He never had a choice. And now it was do or die. He and Chimera would sink or swim together, and he had 3 years to learn how. 3 years to figure out how to get out of the HPSC, something that hadn't been an option 10 minutes ago. Keigo let out a long sigh. I'll do it. Hebai beamed again. Excellent. Now, follow me. I'd like to introduce you to his handlers. You'll be working with them closely the next few weeks. He barely even processed the fact that she kept chatting about this or that, something about diet and meals. But he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Everything weighed far too heavily on his shoulders right now. Keigo looked over at Chimera again. His eyes were zeroed in on Keigo's wings, looking almost thoughtful. But the second he realized Keigo was staring, his eyes darted back to his face, just as empty as before. Wide, innocent eyes in a child's soft face. They were going to ruin him. Come on now, we don't have all day. Chimera, come, Hebai called, and Keigo blinked at the interruption. As if in answer, Chimera gave a long, slow blink before turning away and trotting off after Hebai. Keigo wasn't sure what to make of that as he made to follow them, steps slow and unsure as he crossed through the door and into the unknown. The blood was still splattered across Chimera's face, Keigo thought, watching the kid as his ears twisted and turned, angling his gaze around the elevator like he was looking for something. What he was looking at, exactly, Keigo wasn't sure. The elevator was sleek and new, with fancy wood on the back wall and delicate music chiming in. It smelled like wood and moss, which definitely wasn't natural, and the light shone down, glinting across the dark crimson droplets drying against his cheeks. He looked so young, Keigo thought, grimacing. They always brought them in so young. The blood on his uniform was hard to see now, faded into the black. Subtly, he tried to check the kid over for wounds. But all he got was wide green eyes flicking his way, flashing a curious gold as the light caught them. You know, with the little marks by his eyes. They almost looked like Keigo's during the brief second they turned gold. Chimera stared at him for a long moment, studying his face. Keigo lifted a hand, waving, only for the kid to glance into one corner of the elevator, staring intently at nothing. A loud, boisterous laugh had him turning to the red-haired man in the corner, his scarred face twisting into such childish joy. Told you, he chuckled. Dumb as a doorknob. Tabi cast Keigo a look over her shoulder, unbothered. Don't bother Chimera too much. He's dumb, but he's strong. Keigo grimaced. The kid was different, but something just sat very wrong with him about talking about him like this. He'd never been one for saying anything about someone, be it behind their back or in front of them when they couldn't understand, that you wouldn't say to their face. Granted, Tabi and this guy would probably have said it to Chimera's face regardless, but still. The elevator jolted as it stopped on the ground floor, Chimera's eyes darting to the doors just as they opened with a quiet hiss. Tabi was the first out, followed by Redhead, and then just Keigo and Chimera were left, looking at each other again. Slowly, the kid blinked before turning and trotting off the elevator, head swiveling as he looked around the hall at every plant in person, tail swishing and swooshing, smacking into the occasional passerby. It was kind of funny watching them trip over it as he followed behind, though. Chimera seemed completely unbothered as they were led out into a side lobby, then past the glass double doors. The sun wasn't out today. Hidden behind a mass of clouds, yet Chimera still held his arm up for a second, as if the brightness hurt. It took only a second before his hand was dropping, however, eyes wide and scanning the little garden that was scrunched into the center of the building. And then Keigo watched as the kid dropped, rolling Ito the grass with a satisfied grunt. He glanced up at Tabi. You don't take him out much, do you? She waved him off. It's for the best. He gets easily distracted out here, and we no longer have the resources to keep him on task. Don't worry, though, he does that every time we bring him out. Then, heedless to their conversation, Chimera was standing up and heading over to a maple tree, scoring his gloved hands across it like he were trying to sharpen his claws. And that, too. Keigo gave her a side eye. Do you ever take his gloves off? Sometimes. Less now that he's older. She shrugged. He can get aggressive at the drop of a hat. The gloves are for our protection. And his mouth? He asked, not hiding the accusation. It didn't even seem to faze her. Chimera is a very special breed, an amalgam, if you will. Not one type of animal, but a couple different ones mashed together. Everything from his grip to his claws to his teeth to his bite force can be deadly. Since he doesn't have the cognition to recognize that the way he reacts could harm people, we've taken precautions to ensure that he doesn't get carried away. She said it all so calm, so laid back, like she were discussing the weather. And not the fact that this child could actually hurt people if he got upset over any of the many things he didn't understand. And they were putting him in charge of the lives of hundreds, if not thousands. The gloves are tipped with reinforced steel. They need to be relaced every couple of months to ensure he doesn't wear them down, but they work fine enough. We have a special key to take them off, though I will say he doesn't particularly like his gloves, jacket, shoes, or helmet. He tends to pull them off and toss them wherever, which is problematic, but we're working on better features to make him keep them on. She kept going, casually. Keigo hated that. I don't know if he should be out here, if he doesn't even keep his shoes on. Tabi's mouth twisted into an ugly expression. I thought we went over this already. It's just if you don't know where to send him, I can find a place for him. Her hand shot up. Well-manicured nails painted the same blue as the scales on her face. When she spoke, it was with a clipped finality, as if she could just decide that this conversation was done. We have spent far too much on Chimera for us not to receive a return investment. Keigo chewed his lip nervously. How much? That got her brow raised. Pardon, how much for him? You couldn't afford it. I'm Japan's number 3. He scoffed. You should know that money's no object for me. We do know how much you make, actually. We pay you, she scoffed. That's how I know it's not enough. Not enough. Like hell it wasn't. Just name a price. No, come on. He's obviously not fit. You're wasting resources housing and feeding him, aren't you? He'll never make it as a pro. Showing him to the world is only going to cause a riot. Please, we can use it as a publicity stunt. Pro Hero Hawks making sure a kid gets a good home, he tried. But Tabi only rolled her eyes. Trust me, we'll be getting what we paid for. Even if he doesn't work out, what we learn from him is invaluable. Keigo scowled. He's a test subject. Tabi didn't respond, but the smug little smile that came across her mien told him plenty. What are you testing him for? Viability. She responded immediately. He didn't appreciate the vague answer. What do you mean by that? Viability. Viability of people like him as heroes. It's unviable. I'll tell you right now, this isn't going to end well for you. Why, Hawks? Tabi's voice hitched up to a faux pleasant tone. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that we're a threat, but it can't be, of course not. You never had a spine before us, and you sure don't now. She stepped forward, yellow eyes glinting dangerously. Everything you have is because of us, Hawks. Do not forget that. Biting down on his lip, he refused to respond to the threat. He hated it here, everything about it, but she was right. He was nothing but a criminal's son with a perfect quirk for villainy without them. The HPSC was the only thing that stood between him and public perception, hiding his heritage and presenting him as a hero that rose from nothing. His eyes glanced back at Chimera. The kid was eyeing the tree he was under, looking up at a high branch. In just a second he was launching himself up only to land perfectly balanced on his toes in a crouch, head turning again to look at every corner and cranny. Impressive, isn't he? Hebai asked, following his gaze. His quirk makes him incredibly nimble and agile. Right, Hidokuchi. Right, the redhead agreed, but he was still looking at Chimera like he was expecting the worst. He can jump as high as 1 meter straight up, of 15 meters in length. Hebai-san was telling you about his bite. It's a mean one, and if he's mad, he might shoot for extremities without warning. Careful, his bite force is about 16,500 newtons. He paused. And watch out for his punch. It's equivalent in speed and power to that of a small gun. His senses are also more keen than ours. Doc says he's got extra cones in his eyes, or whatever. He can see colors we can't, as well as infrared. He likely has great night vision, but we're not sure how good, considering the rest of his senses are so keen it's hard to tell what he's picking up from sight or sound or whatever else. And all of his senses are acutely enhanced, hence why he refuses to look at any one thing. He can pick up every single insect crawling or flying around, from nothing more than their tiny wing beats. It's estimated he can pick up about 60 decibels, roughly that of human speech, from about 30 meters away. His fox ears have a dozen muscles for every one muscle we have in ours. This allows him to move them freely, as well as the close placement of them, and the different heights of his top and bottom ears gives him the incredible ability to pinpoint exact locations through sound alone. All of this to say, his quirk is remarkable, and don't underestimate him. He may not understand speech or Thor's, but he knows more about what's going on than we do, and he will take any opening you give him. Hidokuchi shot him a warning look as Keigo's brows dropped lower and lower through his whole tirade. They kept doing that, warning him how dangerous Chimera was, and yet they kept insisting that he was fit for work, despite the fact that he wasn't fit to keep his mouth not wired shut. Is that all? Keigo asked. That's all you'll really have to worry about. He has a few odd things here and there, but it's nothing too big. We'll point them out here and there, Hidokuchi announced. All you need to know is that he's quick, strong, and agile. Hidokuchi's eyes darted to the tree, nodding for Keigo to look. He could see the kid scaling it like nothing. See, like that. He can climb near anything, especially if his shoes of gloves come off. He's got a bit of a combination between his claws, the tiny hairs on his palms that function like Velcro, as well as a substance produced like sweat on them. He can stick to walls themselves. Even without all that, he can climb near vertical surfaces and balance on the smallest of ledges. His swimming, too, is greatly enhanced. He can hold his breath for 30 minutes while active and an hour if he sits still. And he loves sitting still in water. If you find him floating upside down ever, I should warn you he isn't dead. He just likes doing that. We don't know why. Weird, but that did beg the question. And if something actually happens to him in the water? Chimera was still climbing the tree, getting higher and higher now. He wasn't even grabbing for branches, just launching himself up to the next one, then the next. Each branch got precariously slimmer, but still, neither Hebai nor Hidokuchi seemed the least bit concerned. It was Hebai who laughed. Nothing will happen to him in the water. He's more than capable of looking out for himself, and, on top of that, he's very adept in the water. The chances of him drowning are low, but not zero. Now, Chimera was impossibly high now and balancing on a branch that drooped under his weight. Slowly, he scooted out as far as he could go, eyeing the window across from him. For a minute, Keigo thought he must be looking at people moving around inside. Except he wasn't, as proven by the kid launching off the branch, arms reaching up to cover his face as he shattered the window on impact, finding his way back inside. Chimera, Hebai shrieked, Hidokuchi looking suddenly panicked. What's up there? The scarred man asked. What did he just break into? With a tired sigh, Keigo unfurled his wings, jumping and gliding over, his feet catching deftly on the windowsill as his hand grabbed at the rim above it. He should probably be more surprised, but honestly, the kid finding a way to make a fool out of the two idiots outside was something he'd more or less been expecting. What he didn't expect, however, was to come into the little office only to see Chimera sitting cross-legged on the desk, a shard of glass glistening in one hand as he used it to tear ribbons into his gloves, as well as his hands underneath. Whoa, 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 stop, 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 he gaped, jerking forwards to grab at the kid. But the kid was already rolling, shifting his weight to dodge Keigo's outstretched hands, landing on the floor and dancing out of reach. Chimera, he snapped. Chimera, put the glass down. And then, because Chimera hadn't shocked him enough, he looked Keigo dead in the eyes, then down at the piece of glass, and then back up to Keigo. He held out his hand. Please, give me the glass. You're bleeding. Green eyes dropped to look at one bloody palm. Oh, what the hell? Chimera, please, just give me the glass. I'm not mad. I'm just scared you're going to hurt yourself. Chimera looked back up at him. Not once did he express any emotion one way or another. But as seconds dragged, Keigo thought he was going to listen. Instead, he dropped to the ground and started hacking at his boots, too. Keigo immediately shot a few feathers out as he dropped towards the kid again, determined to get the glass one way or another. He'd barely even grazed it with his fingers as Chimera tried to jerk it up and away before a heavy blow to the chest knocked him flat on his back as he skidded across the room. Chimera squeaked as he slammed into the ground, hissing from the shock more than anything. They weren't kidding, his legs were strong. Luckily, as he rolled up only to find that one of his feathers had managed to prick at his wounded hands, making him drop the glass. Chimera wasn't even looking at it now, hissing instead at the levitating feathers. He pushed himself up, grimacing and rubbing at what would surely be a nasty bruise right on the center of his chest. Fighting superpowered children is not supposed to be on the agenda for heroism, he thought caustically. Walking over, he grabbed the bloody shard off the ground, mindful of its edges. The thing had a dual tip from how it's broken, the bright red droplets dripping off of it and smearing the floor where it had fallen. He looked up at Chimera, frowning. I know you don't like your equipment. I'm sorry they put that stuff on you, but please don't hurt yourself. Chimera swiveled to look at him. Ears first, weirdly enough, green eyes narrowed now. He did stop baring his wired teeth at the floating feathers, though, and Keigo decided to recall them as a show of good faith. Now, with a second to breathe, he realized that they were wrong. The kid wasn't dumb, or rather, incapable of understanding speech. He seemed to perfectly understand everything Keigo was saying. When he spoke about the glass, he looked at the glass. When he had been worried about the kid hurting himself, he looked at his hand. There was a definite level of understanding there. The kid watched him a second longer before huffing irritably. Keigo watching as one free hand gripped at the loose, mangled fabric and ripped it clean from the metal band that seemed to lock it in place. Then again with the other hand. And finally doing the same with the combat boot he'd managed to slice up before Keigo got the glass from him. He even went as far as to tug the sock out from under the ankle band, discarding it haphazardly. And then he climbed up on the table. What are you doing? Keigo asked, eyeing the kid. Get down before you fall. Standing on the desk and looking up at the lights, the kid spared a moment to glance at Keigo, then back up to the ceiling. Kid. One clawed hand reached up, then jolted, punching a hole clean into the ceiling, and making Keigo shock backwards at the noise. From there he grabbed at the ceiling through the hole, breaking it apart like bread. Finally, he grabbed onto the watermelon-sized hole and hoisted himself up, squeezing through like it was nothing. Kid, Keigo squawked, climbing up on the table after him. Straining to see into the hole, he was met with no light whatsoever. He could hear the kid moving around up there, but all he could see was a couple of wires snaking by near the hole. Keigo grimaced, dropping back off the table and going back to the window, glass pieces crunching underfoot. Habai and Hitokuchi were gone, because of course they were. Forcing himself to stop, he let out one extremely stressed breath. All right. This was fine. Everything was fine. Hitokuchi and Habai were likely heading up, which was good. He wouldn't go to meet them since he was unfamiliar with this building and had no idea what way they were coming from. He couldn't exactly follow Chimera. His shoulders alone wouldn't fit through that hole, never mind his wings. So, reluctantly, he dropped the glass shard on the table, kicking out a chair and waiting. This was not, by any means, how he'd wanted his day to go. Bubble Girl dropped heavily into the seat across from him, fuming silently. Centipter, on the other hand, sat a bit more gracefully, which he appreciated. Though Bubble Girl often had a clear, calm head, there were some things that just happened to get under her skin. It seemed today she'd encountered something like that. Status report, Mirai asked, dropping the paper he'd been looking over. Failed, Bubble Girl huffed. Centipter held up one hand to her, focusing on Mirai. Things were more complicated than we expected. Hawks met us by the entrance, having been flying overhead when we arrived. Hawks, Mirai's brow rose immediately. Hawks should not have been in town. He'd been meticulous in finding out who would be there, as well as where their loyalties would lie in case of an incident. Hawks shouldn't have been in Musutafu. He came short notice. Present Mike needed someone to come on his radio show after a last-minute dropout, Centipter explained, waiting for Mirai to nod before continuing with the debrief. We tried to turn him away, but he insisted on helping. Bubble Girl thought it would be a good idea. He seemed honest enough, like he just wanted to help. It's not like we told him who we were looking into, or anything. Bubble Girl responded, looking over at Centipter. Besides, he did help. We never would have found anything without him. Centipter nodded in affirmation. It's true, Hawk's feathers seem to have some sensory aspect. as he used them to locate the sludge villain as well as a child that had been down there. That caught Mirai's attention. A child. Oh, Night-Eye. Bubble Girl grimaced. It was horrible. He was dressed in an all-black uniform. We found his shoes and helmet discarded. It had the HPSC written right on it, and his mouth. It was like he was wearing braces, but they'd used wires to keep his mouth shut. The villain said the kid had attacked him, and he'd gotten hostile when we tried to approach the villain. Mirai reached down, pulling out a pen from a mug Mirio had gotten him that read, "I never asked to be the world's best boss, but I Detroit smashed it," complete with little pieces of blonde hair coming off the word Detroit like All Might's signature look. He grabbed the pad of paper he kept lying around and started taking note immediately. A child. How old? He was, I dunno, upper teen. Bubble Girl guessed. 13 or 14, I think. He had a cat mutation. And are sure the HPSC sent him? There was no one else in the sewers, aside from All Might. Hawks would have sensed them if there was, and the villain said himself the kid had taken him down. Centipter shifted in his seat, looking at the stamp on Mirai's desk. And after everything, he just ran off into the sewers. We tried to get a search going, but the HPSC had shown up. They were the ones that took our statements. What did they say about it all? It was Bubble Girl who answered. That the helmet was probably left behind from something they were doing a while ago. That they would look for the kid themselves and not to worry about it. She even made little air quotes as she said it. They sent Hawks away, too. Had him go straight to put your hands up radio. It was suspicious, Centipter confirmed, only to have Bubble Girl shoot him a look. I mean, I thought so too, at first, but it kinda makes sense, doesn't it? Both All Might and Hawks were sent away immediately. The two heroes in the top 10. Whatever they were doing, they really didn't want to be found. Centipter narrowed his eyes critically while Mirai nodded. Of course, getting rid of anyone who could actually speak out against them with weight. So, Centipter muttered thoughtfully. We have an ally in Hawks, then? Mirai leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers, thinking about it. So it would seem. For a brief moment, he debated contacting All Might as well. It was unlikely the hero would be interested. Not only for how things had been left between them, but he also didn't take on cases like this often. Going against the HPSC was not his style for any reason. He tended to have blind faith in them in the hero way. Still, Mirai thought as he swiveled his chair around to glance out his window to the street below, the HPSC was doing something. They just had to figure out what. It had been almost 4 months since he'd looked into the future of that villain, only to see that in less than an hour, the HPSC would be releasing them from detainment. There was no reason for it. They'd assassinated a high-rank official in the government. He almost regretted not looking further, but it didn't matter. He knew that when he came back inquiring, that he'd been told they'd been taken to another detainment facility across Japan. He knew when he emailed them. There had been no such transfer made. He knew they were up to something. The official that had been terminated, after all, had been vocal about tearing down the current system of heroics and starting fresh. She had gained massive support quickly. And rumor had it she had already started writing up plans for how to re-establish heroics and its rankings. It's not fair, Bubble Girl grumbled. We're on to something. I know we are, but when I spoke to All Might, he said that we needed to trust the HPSC. He said we sounded like conspiracy theorists, going on about underground cities, or how quirks manifested from hybridization with aliens. But they were hiding something. Why else would Hawks and All Might have been sent away like that? Mirai hummed thoughtfully, watching the traffic below. Yes, she was right. Of course she was right. They were onto something, and it was big, maybe even bigger than them. Bubble Girl, Centipter, I want you to start drafting your paperwork. I want the official incident reports in by the end of the day. He ignored the way they groaned miserably. In the meantime, I'm going to keep digging. I'd like to send an email to Hawks, too. Perhaps he'll be more open to the case, what with everything he's seen. The second Hebai came around and found out Chimera had gone through the ceiling. She'd ushered him out, insisting they'd contact him when Chimera was handled. Keigo tried to offer to help, if for no other reason than he didn't really trust them to hold an egg, much less catch a child that was apparently making a break for it. But they'd staunchly refused, insisting he go back to his usual hero duties while they took care of it. So, with no real way to make them let him help, he decided instead to do the next best thing and take the afternoon off. And that mindset lasted right up until he got off HPSC property, his phone ringing before he could get more than a couple 100 feet away, making him land on the rooftops. Hawks, he said in lieu of greeting. Hawks, the voice over the phone was one of his sidekicks, Fleet. He tended to be the one that took charge in his absence, which was frequently. If he wasn't running his sidekicks around town, he really spent a lot of time working alone. It was always more peaceful, being lonely when no one else was there. Made it easier to focus. We just got a call from Sir Night-Eye's agency requesting you stop by tonight. Something about a mutual case. Chimera. Oh, when did they call? He checked the time. It was getting pretty late already. I just got off the phone with him, Fleet reported. Should I send a message that you're busy? No. He chewed his lip, thinking. If this was about Chimera, he needed to get ahead of it and, well, he really didn't know what the plan was yet. Dissuade them from looking into it. Guide them into finding Chimera to help him. It would compromise his own situation, but he didn't know what he was going to do. But he knew he had to get in and make Night Eye and his sidekicks trust him. Whatever his next move was, it would be much easier from the other side. Send an email that I'm on my way. All right, Fleet agreed easily. And we'll see you tomorrow, then? Yeah, see you tomorrow. He clicked the phone off, reorienting himself to head back towards Jakku City. It'd be 10 minutes, winds willing. Hopefully, Night Eye had his eyes on his email. Pushing the door open, Keigo looked around the lobby of the agency. It was smaller than his, but that was how Night Eye liked it. Small teams, with close individuals he could rely on. Keigo, on the other hand, liked to be surrounded by people, only to avoid them entirely due to the vastly different worlds they lived in. It may be oxymoronic, but he'd long since stopped questioning his own emotions. We're closed. Bubble Girl stepped out from the back, blinking at him. It's you again. Sir Night Eye just got your email. Oh, good. He really didn't think they'd check in time. Whatcha need me for? She waved him along. Come on, Sir wants to talk to you. You'd probably prefer to talk directly to him. Honestly, he really didn't care, but at least there'd be less miscommunication without a game of telephone with Bubble Girl. He nodded along despite her having turned her back already, following the younger hero into the rest of the agency. The whole thing was rather bland, Keigo found. The floors were beige tile while the walls were uniform white, with not a single picture or anything to break it up. They went from one hall to another before turning off, stopping so she could rap her knuckles against the door in a short and concise manner. Come in. Night Eye. Hawks had never actually heard the Foresight hero's voice in person. They lived pretty far apart and all, but it was familiar from, well, just how heroes were public celebrities. It was actually pretty hard to flip through channels on a TV and not hear someone doing a voiceover for an ad or being on an interview. Glasses manufacturers and distributors in particular paid top dollar to have Night Eye endorse them, both because of his glasses and the whole Foresight thing. The office they stepped into was barely more decorated than the hall. There was a bookshelf beside the door they came in that took up most of the wall, Night Eye's desk, and another, smaller desk just in front of it and to their left, but it was all still very barren. The most personal thing about it was the frankly obscene amount of All Might posters for any self-respecting hero to have in their office, but Keigo kept that to himself. Maybe it was only weird to him that a hero would promote another so blatantly in their agency, and he really didn't have the time or energy to care about it. Hawks, Night Eye greeted, giving him a firm nod as he stood from his desk. Rather formal, wasn't it? Keigo didn't really think he needed that sort of greeting. Number 3 hero or not. I'm glad you could make it on such short notice. Lucky you, my evening just cleared up, he joked, hoping it sounded more upbeat than Hawks felt right now. Night Eye didn't comment. Bubble Girl and Centipter told me you assisted them with a case earlier. Oh, yeah, best I could, anyway. Whole thing was a bit of a mess. So I've heard. Night Eye nodded to the chair across his desk. Why don't you take a seat so we can discuss this more comfortably? While walking over, he eyed the back of the chair like it had stolen his money, particularly giving the high back the evil eye. Smoothly, he caught it as he approached, flipping it around in one motion before dropping down into it. Night Eye only gave his wings a cursory glance before turning back to the papers on his desk. I'm sure you're wondering what we were doing down there. Looking into a villain, right? He scratched the side of his head, trying to look as no thoughts had empty as possible. It was a good thing he'd spent so long perfecting and maintaining it. Otherwise, someone as keen as Night Eye would have picked apart the act immediately. Luckily, people were quite ready to believe his dumb blonde persona after all this time. Of sorts, Night Eye conceded. Reaching over, he handed Keigo a file, who took it readily. Inside was a portrait of a woman with her hair tied back in a bun, a bruised eye, and a split lip. Her hair was dark and inconspicuous, but her eyes glowed neon orange. That, surprisingly, wasn't what stood out to Keigo though. What stood out was the black jumpsuit she was wearing. One that looked almost identical to Chimera's from earlier. Fuck, he didn't want to believe it, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe in coincidences, despite what others said about him. This is Yamada Hanako, or at least that's what we're calling her. She is, for all intents and purposes, completely unidentifiable. Night Eye told him, looking distastefully down at the photo. She's the villain you're looking into. No wonder the HPSC wanted it kept quiet if they were chasing someone who worked for them. She was already caught, actually. The Fourth Kind agency brought her in after she assassinated Higasa Botan, the politician. Keigo blinked, looking up at Night Eye as he tried to put the puzzle together. She'd assassinated a government official while working for an offshoot of the government. That didn't make any sense. And why was the HPSC still protecting her at all? Shouldn't they have labeled her a turned villain and called to have her brought in? But this implied they still backed her actions, or even had given her the orders. Keigo didn't like that thought. Yes, after being caught and brought in, all attempts to interrogate her were proven futile. They couldn't find any sort of indication of her identity, and they searched. The quirk database showed no one who matched her description. She had, of course, no personal effects on her, and nothing came up when they ran her fingerprints. In fact, Night-Eye met Keigo's eyes at this part. They found she had no fingerprints at all. Her dentals had been filed down, too. No matter what database was searched, nothing came up. So they brought me in. Ah, that made sense at least. They were hoping you could see something. And did you? Night-Eye seemed to deliberate a long moment, considering Keigo with his ominous yellow eyes. Before I tell you that, Hawks, I want you to know I used my quirk on you the second you walked in here. I wanted to know if there was anything you were hiding from us. So, tell me, is there anything you'd want to tell me? His heart stopped. Did Night-Eye know? Had he seen Keigo flying back to the HPSC? Had he seen him making the call? If he had, would he even know who Keigo was talking to or why? Did he know he was being potentially double-crossed? Keigo didn't even know if he was double-crossing Night-Eye yet. But no, he knew himself well enough to know Night-Eye didn't see anything. Keigo had no intention of telling the HPSC he'd come here today unless he absolutely had to. He doubted that whatever Night-Eye said here today would change that. And if it did, well, Keigo'd probably not have been told this much, right? What would I have to tell you? He asked, blinking wide eyes at the other pro. Night-Eye seemed satisfied. This is top secret, Hawks. We're bringing you in because I'm afraid my agency's standing won't be enough for a case this big. Not enough, but everyone trusts your work, Night-Eye, Keigo blurted, watching the way Night-Eye shot him a peeved look. Was it the name? It was probably the name. Keigo thought he could remember Bubble Girl referring to him as Sir, but even that seemed like something Night-Eye wouldn't appreciate from anyone he wasn't close with. We aren't the highest in the rankings, and this case is possibly the largest I've taken on to date. If I'm being honest, even I struggle to acknowledge that this is anything more than a conspiracy. Night-Eye continued, apparently deciding the name wasn't worth starting a side tangent over. What you see when you looked into her future? Keigo asked, leaning forwards against the chair a bit. Night-Eye shuffled through his papers for another. We found that she would be detained only to have a transfer request brought for a high-security prison. As she left the building, however, she would be collected by a few people wearing HPSC uniforms, and sure enough, she was detained. A transfer request was made, and when we checked the records of the prison, there wasn't any for Yamada-san. Here, he handed over another paper. Records from a prison just outside Tokyo. Recent transfer requests. None stood out. No requests for anyone named Yamada Hanako. He frowned. This is, Keigo didn't know how to put his thoughts into words. Hell, he didn't know how to sort through his true, honest thoughts, much less find a believable lie to spit out for Night-Eye. What the hell were they doing? Keigo knew Keigo had always known the HPSC was deranged, but never this deranged. It is a lot to take in, Night-Eye affirmed. This is a government agency hiring a hit on another government official. And look, these are some of the things Higasa-san had been promising to fix. A whole file was handed over this time, Keigo running his hands over the cover before flipping it open. It was articles, pages and pages of articles and official statements and addresses, speeches Higasa gave, events he attended, all of which had actively supported the idea of tearing down the current hero system and building a new one. All of which spoke out against HPSC policies and the growing number of heroes who openly cared for the spotlight more than saving lives. Oh, fuck. As I said, it looks like a conspiracy theory, but I assure you, this is something we've been looking into for some time. How long? Keigo asked, frowning up at Night-Eye. At some point his mask had slipped, but he got the impression the honest shock on his face was actually helping him here. Night-Eye's expression had barely done more than twitch since they'd sat down. 4 months. That's when Yamada-san had been arrested. We haven't uncovered much in that time, but tonight we had another clue fall on us. The kid. He pursed his lips. With a firm nod, Night-Eye explained. An anonymous tip. An email from someone. I dug into it, but it had been created that day and seemed unattached to anything identifying. Their email was under the name Fishless, though I believe it's safe to assume that isn't their name. Keigo snorted. They knew about the kid. No, they never said anything about the kid. All they said was that they knew what we were doing. And if we wanted to get an answer, we better be ready to take this all the way. After that, they told us that we'd best keep our eyes on the city cameras in Musutafu, particularly in areas of low foot traffic. That's it. He frowned. That's all they told you. It was better than we'd gotten in 4 months. Night-Eye admitted. We'd been chasing ghosts. I got us access to a few different cameras, but with a tip that brought it was more luck than anything. Until a van crossed our cameras, the same kind that had taken Yamada-san out of detainment. Letting out an exhausted breath, Night-Eye rubbed at his temple. From there we saw them let someone out and release them into the sewer system. I sent Bubble Girl and sent her to stake out Musutafu after the initial tip, and they were sent out immediately. News of the sludge villain escaping into the sewers was already fairly public around there, so it wasn't much of a stretch to figure out what they were after. It's the why we're stuck on. No matter what I look into, I cannot find the significance of this villain. He's a low D rank, a petty thief, and already had a hero after him. For whatever reason, the Hero Commission had decided to send their own agent, one who turned out to be a child, after him, and when they were caught, immediately sent away the two highest-ranking heroes. A lump formed in Keigo's throat. Me and All Might. Night Eye nodded. But this villain, I have nothing on him. He was anti-law enforcement, but he had multiple counts of theft and even murder and attempted murder on his record. There's nothing about him that stands out, especially not for the wounds he'd received. The Foresight hero steepled his hands in front of his face, looking contemplative. But that's neither here nor there. If there is anything to find, I will find it in the coming days. What I called you here for, Hawks, was to ask if you'd take this case on alongside my agency. Keigo looked down, staring at the face of the girl. Then Higasa's articles and the prison forms. This, just this. You're asking me to go against the commission. The people who write our paychecks. I'm asking for help to bring to light an atrocity. But you don't know an atrocity has been committed, he defended, weakly. You don't know anything. You said so yourself. I know they sent a child into the sewers after a dangerous villain. Is that not atrocity enough? And we've only scratched the surface. Imagine what we'll uncover once this is all said and done. Yeah, imagine what they'd uncover. Like buying people out from a young age to put through a brutal training regimen. Like blackmailing a pro and having him do their dirty deeds. Apparently not their dirtiest deeds, though. They had some woman and a child for that. He thought back to wide green eyes and bloodied hands, coaxing the kid to drop the shard of glass. He thought about what they'd said about Chimera, how they treated him like an animal. He thought about the intelligent light he'd seen in the kid's eyes before he'd punched his way through the ceiling. This was not a smart idea. In this, Keigo had no winning hand. By the time the HPSC was brought down, him and his whole horrible past would be dragged out. His villain father, yes, but even more importantly was the things he'd done. Every mission he'd carried out. The unnecessary blood that coated his hands, how he'd stepped aside so easily when they threatened him despite it being a literal child on the line. But Chimera did not deserve this. He didn't deserve the life Keigo had. He couldn't save himself, no, but he'd always known there'd come a day that his house of cards would crumble. At the very least, he might still be able to help that child. This isn't going to be easy. Night Eye continued, oblivious to Keigo's inner turmoil. I am asking a lot of you, I know. But with your standing as the number 3 hero, we have a shot at stopping this. It won't be easy, and we will all assuredly pay for this, but we can get an answer. Together. Okay. Keigo's voice sounded foreign to his own ears. Okay. He'd help them, but he wouldn't tell them. Not yet. Dragging the cigarette from his lips, he took a long, smoky breath. It wasn't like he could damage his lungs much more. He had been inhaling smoke since he was small. Too small. He had no idea whose house he was in. His jacket was missing, something he'd hopefully be able to find before he left, but sprawled across the couch as he was, high as hell off edibles and just trying to enjoy his cigarette as every molecule in his body buzzed pleasantly. He couldn't be bothered to look around for it. There was this really annoying sound in here. Like, clicking. No, ticking. It was ticking. Like a clock. It sounded like a clock. Oh, he thought belatedly as his head lolled off the side. It is a clock. The clock was one of those tall grandfather ones. And some sadist had decided it had to make noise to announce each passing second. Now, those seemed longer than usual right now, but it was still really fucking annoying. Today, he'd done something stupid. Even so, a part of him he really wished would just die already, hoped that he was right. Hoped that they would do something. Today, Dabi had sent an email to a pro hero. Wait, where was his laptop? Not important. He'd find it later, probably. It'd hardly be the first laptop he lost if he didn't. He could always steal another. What was he thinking about again? Oh, right. He emailed that fucking Night Eye guy. Night Eye guy. That rhymed. He emailed the agency, anyway. It had been spur of the moment when one of his contacts had let slip that Night Eye'd been looking into them. It was a rare show of a hero not fucking shit up, for once. He had no confidence they'd continue that streak. Still, he was desperate. No one had seen Chimera in a while. Apparently they'd taken the kid away from everyone after Dabi left. As it stood, it had been well over a year since he'd last seen Chimera alive. And he had no idea if the kid still was. Hopefully this would. Well, he didn't know. He hoped that something would happen, though. Maybe Night Eye would fuck up enough that it'd cause a distraction for Dabi to get in and out. But that was a stretch. He'd never been the one with the plan, despite what people thought. No, Dabi was more the walk-in and light everything on fire kind of guy. It was Chimera that gave a shit about casualties and doing shit right. Dabi brought the cigarette to his lips again, inhaling until he coughed. Motherfucker, what was that annoying sound? It sounded like something was clicking. and it was really pissing him the fuck off. Huffing, he had to admit defeat with the cigarette. It was as good as done, and he couldn't put it off anymore. He had to find what shit he could and see if he could find his way home. Maybe tomorrow he'd see if he could dig up anything on the whole night, I think. Hacking wasn't really his forte, but surely they'd have some sort of public statement about what happened yesterday. Yeah. It was a hollow consolation, even to himself. He was able to snag his jacket, phone, and laptop from the table. His keys were, surprisingly, still in his pocket. It was a short stumble through the dark apartment to find the door that led outside. And as he stepped into the cool evening air, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sky was just losing its colorful orange hues, turning to a deep twilight blue as the first of the stars began to peek through the clouds. It was a relatively warm night, though there was a bit of a chill that carried on the breeze. Chimera would have loved to be out tonight. Dabi tucked his head down as he made his way to the street, making a silent promise as he went. One way or another, he'd get back to Chimera. One way or another, he'd get him out. Absent-mindedly, he thought back to the clock he'd left behind. The annoying tick, tick, tick as time continued on without him. He'd get Chimera out, and the long hand counted the minutes until he did. He still had one boot on, he thought, pulling himself up into the ceiling as his hands stained anything he touched in two tones. That hero with the bird quirk was squawking after him, but he didn't have the time to care. On one Talon, Chimera felt awful bad about the trouble he could be getting Feather Hero into with the HPSC, but on the other, he liked keeping them on their toes. It did the Blue Snake Lady good to know that he could leave any time he wanted to. Otherwise the power got to her head. There was also a special amount of pride that the ceilings had been reinforced because of him. His many escape attempts had been lessons in trying to Chimera-proof the building, but he had a mean quirk and a penance for giving them a hard time. Now, the reinforced ceilings weren't keeping him out so much as supporting his weight as he crawled through them, not minding the dust or cobwebs that got into his hair. The little spiders were his friends, he thought as one skittered out of his way. Avoiding people was easy. While echolocation was risky, just asking to be heard, he had many ways to pick people out. His one unbooted foot and talons told him about the vibrations running through the ceiling, working as an early warning sign when they came up after him. On top of that, all of his senses were obscenely enhanced, picking out the sounds of footsteps and voices, as well as the smell of fancy perfumes and colognes from rooms away. His biggest ace, however, was something the HPSC hadn't figured out about yet: electrolocation. He could send little pulses of electricity out and read the movements around him from the subtle electric pulses running through people's muscles. It was a sense that had saved him 100 times over now. He swerved away from the people moving below, following his memory of the map he'd seen on the wall of the building on the way out, as well as his magnetoreception to guide him. From here, it should just be a bit more north, and then west, and there, raising a fist, he slammed the side of his hand down on the ceiling, watching a fist-sized hole appear as it crumbled easily under him. Another hit, then another, and soon he was squeezing out of a small opening head first, flipping as he fell to land in a quiet crouch on his feet. The kitchen was empty around him, shiny steel gleaming back his own reflection at him as he purred, self-satisfied. First things first, get the damn boot off, along with the braces. Second, he was going for the food. They didn't much like unwiring his jaw. Chimera tended to bite when you put anything too near his face, though in his defense it was usually asshole's fist, so feedings had become rare. Usually about once a week, but he was a few days over and hungry. Just because he could eat all his meals once a week didn't mean he was comfortable with it. Hunger pangs were still a thing, and he really didn't like them. He really didn't like much of anything they did these days. As he grabbed a knife, making to slice away the boot, he let out a little, relieved breath as he touched the air. Chimera's quirk was unique. It gave him many different aspects and traits that others didn't have, and sometimes it was hard for him to notice he was doing something others couldn't. He only knew he saw things different because they said in front of him that he had more color cones in his eye, and could see colors they didn't. He only knew they couldn't see in the dark because they were marked on his eye's ability to take in light was about 250x better than theirs. So it was hard, going into a room and realizing no one else could see. It was kind of funny, though. Back when he and Talia were partners, he used to watch the man run into everything. Talia was how he knew when things got dark. He'd ram his shin into a table and curse colorfully, at which point Chimera would tell him, "Watch out, there's a table there." Talia didn't usually appreciate his warnings. He bit back a smile. Talia had been good. Talia had been nice. He was the only person Chimera had spoken to since he was small, only in precious moments when they were alone. Now, the silence seemed more lonely than ever with his old partner gone, replaced by the feathered guy. Pulling off the boot that was now more strips of shoe leather than anything, he ignored the ring of reinforced steel he wore like anklet. They'd take them off when they put his next pair of boots on, and they hadn't been what really bothered him anyway. All of Chimera's senses were enhanced. But more than that, he had several additional senses that they did not. Some they noticed, others they hadn't. One of his many different senses was the ability to pick up on chemical trails and signals, including his own trails he left behind as he walked or touched things. Similarly, he could pick up on seismic vibrations, sensing things that moved in the ground beneath him, or earthquakes, or anything of the sort. Being forced into boots took away his senses, like wearing a blindfold or earmuffs everywhere. Not necessarily uncomfortable, but hardly appreciated. The gloves were worse. His claws always grew, despite them trying to file them down, and they itched to scratch and sharpen themselves on everything. It was actively uncomfortable to downright painful when they were stuck in the gloves. And another thing, the sweat on his palms and soles of his feet was unique, creating a naturally sticky substance both for traction as well as allowing him to climb up vertical surfaces or across the ceiling. He felt less secure in his non-sticky boots, and he hated the feeling of his palms and soles sticking to his gloves and boots. Overall, for him, they were not fun at all. Made worse by asshole, and blue snake lady, and eyeballs, and needles need to constantly put him in them. It was basically war. Them finding new and creative ways to keep them on, him finding new and creative ways to take them off, and they still thought he was dumb. The wires were easy to get off with the gloves removed. His hands were still bloody but clotting fast. His claws were long, having been a while since he'd had the gloves off, but still blunt. It didn't help things as he reached up, pulling the wires from the braces slowly. He had little time. His internal clock ticked away as he was uncomfortably conscious of the tracker in his arm. If he were doing something important, he'd have pulled it out, but they still didn't know he knew about it. Once the wire was removed, he licked at his teeth near obsessively, feeling better that he had the wire removed. The braces would be nice, too, but he knew better, he'd never get those off. Next order of business. Chimera was hungry. He closed his eyes against the shiny silver kitchenware, reflecting back bright colors and distracting him as they moved and twitched. Food. He needed food. His ears twitched as he breathed, slackening his jaw. Receptors in the top of his mouth, needles said. He could smell through his mouth, and it helped him pick up on and pinpoint scents. What was that? It smelled sweet. Fruit. Chimera followed the scent doggedly, letting out sharp chirps to guide him. He didn't need all of his senses. Many of them would make up for the lack of one. It was easier to do when he was choosing to drop a sense, as well, instead of them blindfolding him again and forcing him to make up for it. When he came up to a counter where the scent was, he opened his eyes. Bananas. The long yellow berry had Chimera purring again. Talia had given him his first banana. He'd always bought fruit for him after finding out Chimera liked them one day. He'd given him a candy apple, only for Chimera to bite right through the caramel and prefer licking at the apple inside. It had become a thing for Talia to go out of his way to bring him fruit whenever he could. The peel was a patchy mismatch of yellows and pale greens, Chimera's freed claws making quick work of them as he started downing the fruit ravenously. Anything he could get his hands on, he ate. First the bananas, then the bag of potatoes he found under the counter, and then a bag of onions. They didn't taste great. The outside of the potato was grainy and earthen, and biting into the onion was entirely too pungent as an overwhelming smell took over the room. Still, it was food. He opened his eyes after that, knowing his time was limited. He could try running, playing keep away with his handlers for some time longer. But the angrier they got, the longer he'd be in detention, and he'd rather not. Hopefully, they only left him in there long enough to get a good nap in, though he wasn't exactly hopeful. Maybe ruining their plans and running away in front of Wings hadn't been such a good idea. He wanted to test the hero and piss off the HPSC in one fell swoop, but without the gnawing hunger urging him on, he was beginning to wonder if it'd be worth it. They were going to be outraged that he embarrassed them, whether or not they thought he only had the baseline intelligence of a dog. It had been nice to go outside, though. The way the sunlight streamed and the myriad of colors played across his vision had been nice, and he'd gone out twice. Outside had never been a frequent occurrence for him, but it had been more common when Talia was around. He'd been the only person who could handle Chimera, something Talia had thought was hilarious since he didn't do much handling, especially not like they did. Sadness clogged his chest, making him feel uncomfortable and stuffy. A long time ago, he had chosen to stop speaking. It was easy enough when no one listened. Anyway, a couple years ago, he'd made one person an exception to that rule. Now he was gone. Now Chimera was alone again. He missed Talia. He missed everything. The way Talia went out of his way to get Chimera's favorite food, or how he'd lie about being finished with a mission so they could have an extra day and he'd take Chimera out for long walks or to local tourist locations wherever they'd been dropped. He missed how Talia had expressly hated school, complained constantly, and yet went out of his way to insist he teach Chimera to read or do basic math. He missed how Talia used to play music to calm him down, or insist he sleep because he knew Chimera struggled to sleep when he was alone, and he wouldn't sleep well back at the compound. He missed how Talia would complain about bugs but take him out to catch fireflies when they were in places with them. How he'd take Chimera to go bird watching, or help him catch other bugs, or how he taught him how to feed squirrels. Most of all, he missed having someone to talk to. The lonely pang in his chest felt hollow these days. A hole left behind. But Talia wasn't coming back, no matter what he'd said. Chimera hoped he didn't try. There was no life for him outside the HPSC, and no life for Talia in it. As grateful as he was for having anyone at all, there was no future where they'd both be alive and together. He'd learned long ago not to waste time on impossible dreams. Wings seemed nice enough, though. He wasn't Talia. Talia boasted often that he'd figured Chimera out the first day they'd met, but Chimera wasn't really sure Wings had. Still, he'd spoken to him, tried to make him drop the glass. As much as he didn't care much for getting hurt these days, it had reminded him of his old partner. All those memories were bittersweet, yet cherished like gold. He didn't really have an opinion on Wings yet, but he seemed okay. Too under the HPSC's thumb for his liking, since his entire life was a careful practice in pissing them off, and Talia. Well, Talia was the only person he'd ever met to successfully blackmail them back. He was a thorn in their side from day one, so it was no wonder he'd been driven away. But he'd always told Chimera that good things didn't last. It was how you learned to appreciate what you had. There were footsteps down the hall now, voices calling. They'd trank him, they had to. If they gave him the chance, Chimera would bite, scratch, and fight. Talia had told him to never do anything for free, and he took that to heart. He remembered the white-haired man grinning down at him. Why be difficult when with a little effort, you can be impossible? A soft smile tugged at his lips. He'd be impossible towards the HPSC. He'd be impossible right up until they culled him for it. The door was kicked down, Chimera whirling and baring his teeth with a hiss. It was no use. They'd already launched the trank, and, try as he might to dodge, he felt it sink into his arm as he snarled and spat, ripping it out. The world turned fuzzy. The colors that played across the chrome, deep blues and purples and reds refracting to and fro, melted into haphazard gray shapes. He couldn't make out the rainbow of colors that danced across the room, carrying through the shadows and the air. Smells melded into one. No longer was the room filled with the smell of metal and dew, but a homogeneous smell of people. He could make out the electrical signals of them coming closer, but not how many there were, like usual. The sound of their footsteps began to echo like distant thunder, muffled but booming. This didn't matter. His body did everything fast. He'd be through the trank in half the time a normal person would. And then his legs buckled, Chimera hissing as he fell. He lost his sense of direction first, then the thermoreception, the electroreception, his smell, his seismic sense, his sight, until finally he could only hear their voices. Detained. Relocation. Someone spoke. He didn't even have time to remember if he recognized the voice before the darkness swallowed him. They called him back in after 2 days. Chimera, apparently, had gone for a spontaneous food run and had been caught within the hour. This is very usual, Habai had explained over the phone. He is very food motivated. It makes him predictable. Keigo wasn't sure if he'd call that kid predictable, but he had no time to argue semantics. It was an entirely different building they sent him to this time, a 5-minute flight out of Musutafu. The base was low to the ground, with a massive fence surrounding it, and it had a massive domed theater or something at the back. When he entered, his HPSC mandated ID gaining him access. The receptionist took him to this room. The theater ended up being a room made completely of reinforced steel. There seemed to be some sort of gadgetry along the walls, floors, and ceilings, as if something was supposed to be there but had been removed. Holes and sprockets and the like standing out in the beige room. There was, however, some freight boxes and cargo containers scattered about messily, leaving long shadows to stretch lazily across the walls. The ceiling, too, was covered in the oddest rafters, several different layers at varying heights that went every which way. A few had beams dangling from the ceiling like you'd see being held by a crane at a construction site. An obstacle course. Seemed like it, odd as it was. Keigo had been through several, but none had been quite like this. The ladders that led to nowhere. Platforms off the wall that had hinges. Everything was so very different for Chimera than it had been for him. Simplified, in some ways, and yet seeming so much more dangerous. Especially for a kid they couldn't even explain the course to. Everything was beige here. Beige or white or baby blue. If he never saw those colors again, it'd be too soon. He was kicking at the ground mindlessly, contemplating whether to have barbecued or fried chicken tonight when the door finally opened, and he looked up. It was that Hito guy from before, the one with red hair. Behind him, Chimera followed doggedly, a thick metal band around his neck and with his boots and gloves back on. Must be new pairs, since he'd made ribbons from the last ones. Chimera was in a black jumpsuit, a blank look back on his face. But that wasn't real, he knew it wasn't now. He didn't know what the kid understood, but it was a lot more than the HPSC had told him he could. Keigo still didn't know if they did that on purpose or not. Hawks, Hito, whatever greeted, scarred face looking bored if anything. Since our last test was cut short, I wanted to show you what Chimera could do today, but there was an incident that needed her attention. Today you'll just be getting acquainted. The more used to you Chimera is, the more likely he'll listen to you. He passed a look to Chimera. The kid was staring dead set at the wall to his left. Keigo followed his eyes, but it was only a blank wall. Looking back to Hito, he had to disagree with Hito. The kid was intelligent, sure, but he got the impression the kid didn't listen to anyone easily. Hito took a few brisk steps forwards, putting a couple meters between him and Chimera before turning around. Chimera, he snapped. The kid lolled his head to the side, eyeing him. From Hito's view, it probably looked apathetic. To Keigo, the kid kinda looked bored. Chimera, heel. Chimera's green eyes bored into Hito before he took a sudden interest in his gloves, attempting to shove the metal bands around his thumb. The other cast a look Keigo's way, like he was embarrassed Chimera wasn't listening. Keigo may have fed into this a bit, raising his eyebrows like he was unimpressed. Chimera, heel. Hito commanded again, this time pulling out a device and pressing something. Chimera tensed, ears dropping back as he stilled, tail bushing in a very cat-like manner. After a second, he seemed to relax, ignoring the gloves in favor tugging at the band around his neck. Chimera, heel. Hito commanded again, fiddling with the knob on the device before hitting it again. This time, Chimera dropped with a hiss. It was then Keigo realized what it was, a fucking shock collar. Stop it, he snapped, turning on Hito and flaring his wings. He didn't know what he intended to do, attack the HPSC in their own base. But it didn't matter. He just had to make him stop. The shock seemed to run out. And suddenly Chimera was stumbling to his feet, lumbering over to Hito with his head low, like a wounded dog. Good. Hito seemed self-satisfied, but Keigo felt some degree of ill. He was uncomfortably familiar with it. Was that necessary? He crossed his arms over his chest, giving a long glance over at Chimera. He seemed to be recovering quick, but that didn't mean anything. Hito cast him a long look, unimpressed with the question. He nodded over to Chimera, whose ears were back as his tail twitched, low growls rumbling out of him. Strange how cat-like he could sound, despite also having some very uncat-like qualities. He'd have to ask about his quirk again when this was over. Yes, Hito responded evenly. Listen, Hawks, this isn't going to work if you keep thinking of him as a child. He has the brains of an animal and should be treated accordingly. If you give him leniency, he will do nothing. If you turn your back to him, he will strike. What he needs is a strong hand to give out commands and see his training through. Even if that meant hitting him, apparently. He's not an animal, though. He grimaced, looking Chimera over. People don't get treated this way. Stop considering him a person, came the casual, breezy answer. Hito didn't seem to care at all for what should have been, at the very least, a moral dilemma. Looking at him now, Keigo couldn't help but think that this man should never be given a dog, much less a child to take care of. He is a person, though. Only technically. What the fuck? He's human. That makes him a person. Strangely, Hito still looked like he wanted to argue. He didn't, however, only turning back to Chimera. He only responds to a handful of commands. His last partner was able to teach him more, but we were never able to replicate it. Hopefully, you'll be able to do similar as you two get used to each other. His current known commands are cease, heal, trace, execute, capture, out, jump, guard, return, kennel, and inside. It really didn't help anything when Hito said things like that, sounding like he was listing off dog commands. Some seemed a bit more complex. Execute wasn't typical of any dog, he thought, and maybe it was some sort of sign that they were well aware of his intelligence. He almost hoped not. If they knew, why were they treating him like this? If not for his intelligence, why did they insist he wasn't human? This entire situation was screwy. Hito seemed unbothered by any of the thoughts that had plagued Keigo since he met Chimera. Instead, he reached down, grabbing a small plastic pole from his belt and handing it over. This is for corrections. Chimera only really responds to corrections, so don't be shy. You don't have to be excessive, but know that nothing you could do could really hurt him. His strength is well past ours, and the wand's not going to do more than bruise him. Yeah, it was the bruising part that Keigo wasn't too fond of. Part of him wanted to snap the wand in half then and there, but it wouldn't save Chimera from anything. They were a multi-million yen agency, at least. Anything he broke they would replace, maybe even with something worse. And it'd probably only lose him any sort of leverage he had now, sick as he was being complacent in any of this. But stopping Chimera from getting hit today wasn't enough. Keigo needed to get him out entirely. Still, holding that stick, he already knew he wouldn't be raising it one way or another. The stark white of it almost glistened, intermixed with the occasional pale blue blob for design, but he could make out faint pink discoloration here or there. Blood. Chimera's blood. He may be scum, but he wasn't that bad. It was the little bit of high ground he'd let himself maintain. Good. Now, I just want you to try giving him commands, simple ones at first. Use the wand to gesture where you want him to go, and tell him to leap. Try making him heal, or cease if he does. Hito instructed, walking around aimlessly. doggedly. Chimera followed after, ears pinned back against his head. Let's just try to get him to listen today. Keigo didn't like how he said that. He readjusted the stick in his hand, letting his eyes stay on Chimera. The kid seemed overall fine, if a little upset. Couldn't really blame the kid there, though. Keigo wasn't feeling all that sunshine and rainbows right now, either. Chimera. He tried, making sure his voice was loud and clear. Chimera swung his head around, green eyes meeting his with something in them. Was it anger? It might be anger. The kid's ears flicked a bit, though, his whole body shifting so his shoulders were lower, hunched. His tail was almost completely still aside from the tip, which seemed agitated as it whipped back and forth in tiny motions. Keigo took in the soft, childlike face. His eyes could be remarkably expressionless, going minutes without blinking. Now, though, they were wide and lamp-like, reflecting back like a cat's in the light as they shone with raw emotion. They almost looked gold, he thought absent-mindedly. It did make him wonder how much of this was an act, though. The sudden change in expression seemed to nod to something he was clearly capable of hiding and lying. But was it hiding his intelligence from the HPSC, or was it them beating him down until he had no choice but to feign ignorance? Keigo let out a soft breath. Chimera, heel. No one moved. Chimera stared him dead in the eye, the expression not leaving. It wasn't anger, he realized. It was a challenge. A test. Chimera wanted to see if Keigo would hit him if he disobeyed. The realization wasn't a fun one, especially when Hito prompted, try again. If he doesn't listen, correct him. Correct him. No. This was important. The kid was testing him, and the HPSC was testing him, and he could only pass one. He chose to pass Chimera's. Chimera, heal. As expected, Chimera didn't heal. His eyes dropped to the stick, to Keigo's hand, and then back up to meet his eyes, the challenge dulling into something more reserved. For several long moments, it seemed like no one breathed. Give the command and a correction. Hito instructed. Chimera, heal, he said, but made no move to come closer. Correct him, Hito said, more forcefully. But Chimera's tail tip had stilled, though he was still eyeing Keigo like the enemy. Again, he made no move to pursue. I said, correct him. For the first time, Keigo let his eyes leave Chimera, looking dead into Hito's brown ones as he dropped the stick. Hito cursed foully. Correct him, moron. He won't learn otherwise. Oh, Chimera was learning something all right. Hopefully, it was that Keigo was on his side. When he made no move to pick up the stick, Hito started towards him purposefully, his face turning bright red as his brows furrowed, muttering obscenities like a child throwing a tantrum. Before he even made it more than a step, Chimera started moving. He trotted obediently over, moving to stand beside Keigo like he'd meant to all along. Keigo blinked, turning to look at Chimera. Chimera stared back, eyes wide and blank. He gave a quick blink, the first since Keigo had come in, but didn't otherwise react as his ears swiveled around. Unpinned for the first time in minutes, Hito stopped, seeming somehow even more angry that Chimera obeyed. Right, he grimaced at the kid distastefully. Sometimes he doesn't get it right away. He will hesitate when given commands, but they'd still hit him if he didn't respond immediately. Try something. The kid's head jerked in the direction of Hito just as a loud ringing broke his sentence in half. Chimera eyed his pocket, not losing the expressionless look he'd put back on his face. Irritation played across Hito's face in 3 shades before he pulled out his phone, answering. Hello, yes, I'm with Hawks and Chimera. We're working on introductions right now. No, are you sure? Here, he seemed to look a bit more irritated. That's not my area. Well, you can tell her, he grimaced. Fine, tell her I'm coming. He ended the call and slipped his phone away, turning to the other two in the room with a carefully controlled expression. Even the guy's calm was overcome with a bad case of resting bitch face. Keigo'd only ever seen him pissed and afraid, few times as that was. Change of plans. It seems they need me down at the labs. You're free to go, Hawks. Again, I have nothing else scheduled for this afternoon. They kept insisting he free up his schedule only to cancel. As much as he hated being here, around them, he was reluctant to leave Chimera for any reason. Well, patrol or something. Hito answered breezily. Just go. Why can't I stay? He ventured. I can watch Chimera here while you take care of whatever you need to. Maybe he'd be able to figure some things out with the extra time and lack of supervision. I'm not sure it would be wise to leave you two alone. That's the end goal, isn't it? He argued, not even letting Hito finish. He cast a glance at Chimera, but he was staring off at the wall again. Me and Chimera have to be a functioning team, on our own. You said today was for introductions. Fine, let me meet him. Properly, without anyone threatening to beat a 14-year-old with a stick. Hito looked reluctant still. Finally, he seemed to break. Fine, but any bodily damage you acquire is not the fault of the HPSC. You don't have to worry about him running today, anyway, so just be sure to keep out of his way if he starts growling. He is dangerous. Remember that. Yeah, sure, when they remembered that he was still a kid. We'll be fine, was what he said. Instead, Hito gave a long look at Chimera, then turned away. The door is unlocked. Be sure to leave if you feel threatened. We haven't gone over defensive actions yet, so don't antagonize him. I mean it. And then he was leaving, at last. This time, Keigo waited until the door closed behind him before he spoke. Turning to Chimera, the kid was looking at him again unblinkingly. Hey, he greeted. The kid only stared. Are you okay? He let his eyes drop to Chimera's hands. Chimera followed his gaze, lifting his gloved hands before looking back up at Keigo. Carefully, he reached out, making sure to telegraph his movements as he went to grab at Chimera's hands to take the gloves off. The kid jerked back, hissing furiously as his ears pinned back again, leaving Keigo to pull his own hands up placatingly. It's okay, see. I won't touch you if you don't want me to. The kid glared for a second before his expression dropped back. It was almost unnerving how he did that, pissed as hell one moment, no thought head empty the next. For a moment, the two just stared at each other, Keigo trying to think of how best to approach the kid. He was very boyish and young, with dark curly hair and a freckled face. He could easily get away with being a year younger than he apparently was. Green eyes blinked again before the kid turned away, looking back at the wall. What was he even looking at? Keigo followed his gaze. But once again it was just a blank wall. He turned back to Chimera. Is something over there? Chimera gave him a sidelong look, then started trotting away. Even in his boots he was still trying to walk on his toes. He realized that probably wasn't comfortable or good for his shoes, but it wasn't really a hill he was willing to die on. Instead, he followed after Keigo towards the wall. It wasn't until Chimera walked right up it and started batting at the wall like a cat that Keigo saw it. A spider. A tiny spider was making its web in the corner, and Chimera had been watching it from across the room. Like a little predator, he killed it, smacking the spider off the wall and jolting to follow it as it fell. The little bug landed, dead, and Chimera got in close, staring for a long moment. Seemingly self-satisfied, he left the spider be. Next, he seemed to take some sort of issue with the web, ripping it down off the wall and then shaking his hand as he tried to free it from the sticky string. Keigo bit back a smile, watching as Chimera hissed at his hand. The web wasn't coming off, and he started waving it more aggressively before trying to free it with his other hand. Only then, his second hand was the one covered in webbing. With a low growl, Chimera started trying to shake that hand out, Keigo full on laughing at the poor kid's struggle now. Hold on, he chuckled, reaching out again. Let me. The second his hand got close, Chimera whirled on him, hissing and leaping away while Keigo froze. Deftly, he landed on one of the cargo containers several meters away before leaping up onto one of the steel beams far overhead, Keigo craning his neck to watch the kid as he made impossible jump after impossible jump. Dang, cat mutations were no joke. He had a new respect for the feisty little critters. Chimera glared down at him with a low growl, turning back to scrape his hand against the edge of the beam, finally getting the spider web off. He cast another look down at Keigo before standing upright on the beam and following it along, bounding from rafter to rafter until he came up to a corner of the roof and started banging against it with his fist. Keigo's heart rate picked up as he took off towards the kid, having to dodge and weave around the obstacles to get to him. So much for Chimera not being able to escape. Hey, kid, stop. The kid punched a hole in the roof, once again trying to pull himself through. This time, however, he barely got his head through before letting out a pain cry, dropping from the ceiling and smacking into the rafters as he fell. Chimera, Keigo dove after him, sending feathers speeding ahead as the rafters slowed his progress. It was no use, though. They weren't able to get to the kid before he landed heavily, wheezing on the ground and rolling onto his back. Chimera, he dropped next to the kid. What the hell happened? He didn't seem hurt, he realized, reaching out to check for injuries. He couldn't find any broken ribs, miraculously, and he didn't seem concussed as he checked the kid's eyes and felt his head for bumps. Actually, he was suspiciously fine. He seemed to be in pain when he fell, and he definitely should have been hurt dropping from the rafters. Craning his neck again, he'd guessed the kid fell from a solid 5 meters. That should have done much worse than it seemingly had. But within a few seconds the kid was pushing Keigo's hands off with a grunt and getting back on his feet. Grimacing, Chimera pulled at his collar, leaving Keigo with a sinking feeling in his stomach. They said Chimera couldn't leave this time, and they meant it. If he left the room, it'd send a shock through his collar. Hey, Keigo reached out slowly. Let me help. He wanted to inspect the collar, maybe see if he could get it off, even for a bit. Instead, Chimera glared at his hands, hissing again and darting off. Keigo huffed, dropping his hands. This was going to be a long process. There were some things that Keigo was learning about Chimera quick. No. Keigo reached out, though it was fruitless. Already, Chimera was diving headfirst into the pool, water splashing up and soaking Keigo's front at the overexcited play. One of those things was how much Chimera liked the water. Chimera's head popped up, only his wide green eyes and black cat ears sticking up as he hovered in the HPSC's training pool. He gave the kid an exasperated look, spreading his arms to gesture at the water across his hero uniform. One ear twisted around, and then he was disappearing into the clear water beneath. They couldn't use chlorine. Chimera was apparently very sensitive to chemicals, but they paid top dollar to have it filtered and clean, keeping the whole pool visible. There was even a viewing area on the floor below, windows looking into the pool. Above them was a loft area where you could get a better view of the pool. And as much as Keigo hated that it seemed like an elaborate zoo enclosure, he had to admit it was kinda cool watching Chimera swim around. Though was fast and agile in the water. If you threw food over the water, he'd launch himself out, catching it with perfect accuracy. Sometimes, they'd drop little shiny or colorful bits and bobs, making Chimera search for it. He could always find even the smallest changes to his environment. And while he loved leaping, swimming, splashing, and playing, he could hold his breath for 30 minutes or an hour if he stayed still. Sometimes, he'd just lounge in the bottom of the pool as the handlers tried to coax him out. And that was another thing. They continued to act like Chimera was an animal, like his defiance was born of naivety and ignorance. That wasn't true, though. The kid spent much of the day amusing himself, running around, chasing bugs, watching people, while Hakuchi would remark that it looked like his family dog whenever Chimera was carrying something around. And he would literally steal anything not nailed down, to the point he'd taken everything from Keigo's unattended jacket to picking up a whole-ass desk, carrying it to the ceiling, and playing keep away for a good 30 minutes. Keigo wasn't so convinced. Chimera kinda reminded him of a kid doodling on the edge of the worksheet during the work period. He was just bored, and he needed entertainment, or sometimes even a good nap at the bottom of the pool. It was always terrible watching the handlers get out long poles to poke at him until he came out. The kid really wasn't bothering anyone, and he was tired of doing tricks for them all day. Distressing or not, the handlers never gave either of them any reprieve. Hawks, your turn. Get him out of there. Another day. Another test to see if Chimera would listen. Keigo made a disgusted noise as he looked down into the pool, Chimera staring up from where he sat at the bottom with wide, owlish eyes. Today he was working with Seiku, Chimera's other handler. She had long black hair that she had to keep in a bun. He'd been told Chimera had a habit of pulling at it when it was loose or in a ponytail, and startling gray eyes with purple pupils. She had an empathy quirk, one that gave her a vague idea of people's moods. Apparently, she'd been handpicked to work with Chimera for it. Chimera was across the room. They'd let him out into what was essentially a fenced dome, letting the kid run around a bit. Except he wasn't running. The second he was let out onto dirt, he started digging. They were already surrounded by holes, Chimera squeezing in one and out the other. From what he understood, the initial plan had been to try to break the kid like a horse. Now, Seiku was shouting at people to catch him while the kid played whack-a-mole, him being the mole. Keigo rubbed at his forehead as Chimera popped up out of a hole near him, not moving as Seiku yelled at him to catch Chimera. The kid, several weeks into knowing him, seemed unconcerned, baring his wired teeth and giving that weird, cackly laugh he was starting to get used to. One of the handlers came running over, and Keigo was honestly curious to see what their plan to catch Chimera was as the little cat-eared kid darted right under his outstretched arms. The man cursed, whirling around to try again. Chimera dropped down into another hole, cackling all the while. "Get down," Hitokumi was yelling. The man glared up at Chimera, who was balancing precariously on a windowsill halfway up the wall. The room was well over 2 stories high, allowing room for Chimera to leap and jump about, but as per usual, it wasn't getting him up that was the problem. "Down, now," Chimera whined, a very canine noise even muffled as it was behind his closed mouth. It was strange, he always whines, flicked his ears back, and wagged his tail at the same time. He waved his cat-like tail much like a dog would, though his more flexible tail made the motion more S-shaped and less stiff. The whole thing was a misnomer, but Chimera didn't have a cat quirk. It was something Keigo had been coming to terms with, slowly. He did things cats couldn't do. Whenever anyone mentioned it, they just called it Chimera's quirk, never confirming or denying it was a cat mutation. The HPSC only brought in special cases, he knew. Quirks like his, strong ones with great potential for heroics. Quirks that were a little out of the ordinary. Chimera's quirk was just that. It was a Chimera quirk. But anytime he asked, they deflected. Seiku sighed, her hands dropping to her hips as she gave him a bored look. "You can go. Come back tomorrow, too sharp." "Gotcha." He cast Chimera a look. The kid wasn't paying attention to him at all, instead watching the pole they were lifting up to dislodge him with rapt curiosity, reaching one gloved hand out to bat at it playfully. People cursed and dropped it as Chimera easily batted it away, almost tripping a couple of them as they tried to keep hold of the pole. Keigo shook his head, but turned away. He had things to do today, anyway. Dropping down into the chair beside Centipter, the older hero gave him a stiff nod, turning the monitor towards him. "What got today?" he asked, leaning over the back of the chair to peer at the monitor. On it was someone else in those dark uniforms, the one Chimera had been wearing in the sewers that day. and apparently the one Yamada-san had been wearing when she'd come in. Smaller hero agency was reportedly under investigation for drug trafficking in the basement. Interruption hummed, Keigo nodding along as he clicked play on the video. They watched as she ducked into frame for just a brief second, looking around the quiet side street until she caught sight of the camera. Then, she ducked out again. A few seconds went by before the camera cut out. The building was lit on fire in a supposed accident. A little later, Interruption turned to Keigo, posture stiff and formal as ever. At first, it was being investigated as destruction of evidence. The place was covered in gas and the fire had been centralized in the basement, where the smuggling and dealing had supposedly been happening. It was later recorded as being a few teenagers lighting trash on fire in a bin in the adjoining alley. The bin tipped, the building caught, and it just so happened to be shortly after a warrant had been filed to search the property. Keigo whistled. Definitely not an accident, then. They're protecting him. Why? We don't know. Interruption started pulling out files. There seems to be several heroes they try to protect. We've picked out a few cases. Nodding along, Keigo looked at the files presented. All heroes who rose high quickly. All with strong, unique quirks. They had all been expected to get far, fast, but none had ever quite broken the top 10. More puppets, then. Chimera. Keigo tucked his wings in, diving towards the kid as someone threw a small bomb at the kid. The live bomb, tucked on the edge of a cargo box. Chimera didn't even so much as look at the grenade that was tossed his way. Instead, he rolled off the edge of the crate as the thing went off, dropping a solid 10 meters and landing on his feet. Keigo dropped next to him, rushing over as he inspected him for wounds. Chimera, are you okay? Did you get? Wheeling on him, Chimera hissed, exposing his wired teeth as he pressed his back to the cargo containers. Keigo froze. He'd been reaching out, but Chimera never liked it when he reached out. So, backing up, he held his hands up slowly. After a second, Chimera hissed again, darting away. A stack of papers was dropped in front of him. Keigo looked up at Night Eye's stern face. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, sticking his thumb towards the door. Actually, I gotta go. Maruko said she needed. We need to go through these files. Night Eye spoke over him, used to Keigo's shit by now. Me, you, and Bubble Girl. Clear your schedule. It'll take all afternoon. Bubble Girl groaned, collapsing against her desk a bit away. Keigo only stared at the paperwork dejectedly. Why, can't we just let this one be? No. Night Eye pulled out a chair to grab a file. These are archived documents, requested by the woman who started the fire. We're going to find out what she was looking for. Are you serious? That's all we have. Keigo whined. Still, he reached for a document, Bubble Girl making her own way over. This is the non-glorious side of heroics. Hawks, Night Eye lectured. This is the most important work we will ever do, even if we spend the early months digging for leads. We're going up against the HPSC. We can't afford to miss anything. He had a point. Didn't stop Keigo from grumbling the whole time, though. He stopped in the lobby that led to Chimera's training rooms. Neither Seiku nor Hattori were here yet, but someone had brought Chimera out already. Usually, they never let him go anywhere without a trainer, but he guessed he counted now. Chimera perked up the second he walked in the room. The kid having been laying on his back across the back of the couch, trying to tug off his gloves again. Keigo had only seen them off once since his little escape attempt, and the black, scaled hands and talon fingers only confirmed his suspicion. Chimera didn't have a cat mutation so much as much broader animal one. He'd never heard of anything like it, but it wasn't impossible. Quirks got weird generation after generation. Most quirks, after hitting their 5th generation, were radically different from their forefathers and foremothers. Mutating genomes, mixing quirks, and the power creep that followed quirks made them almost unrecognizable just a few years down the line. Hey, he called out, crouching down. Chimera was a lot like an animal. Not necessarily an intelligence, he didn't think, but he did have a lot of odd mannerisms from his quirk. They would probably be soothing if Keigo got lower to the ground. He'd heard it's what you're supposed to do with cats, anyway. Green eyes hadn't moved off him. Slowly, he reached into his jacket, pulling out a high-energy protein bar. He usually kept a few on him, since flight took so much energy, but he'd never really had a moment alone to offer Chimera any. And, well, food was the universal sign of friendship, yeah, tentatively. He held his hand out, palm up. Chimera only watched, unblinking. With a soft chuckle, he put it down and slid it across the room to the couch. Immediately, Chimera's eyes locked onto it, rolling off the couch to pounce on it. Gloved hands ran over the little silver wrapping, the kid sniffing at it curiously. For a second, he wondered if Chimera realized it was food, and that he'd probably never even seen a wrapper before. However, after a few minutes of turning it around and around in his hand, he grabbed the bar about the middle and tore it in half, the whole thing. Wrapper, granola bar, and all. With an excited, if muffled, chirp, he grabbed one half and dug out the granola bar, opening his mouth. Or fuck, Keigo hadn't realized. The kid still had those braces on. How was he supposed to eat if he couldn't open his mouth? But the kid was unperturbed, sticking one half of the granola bar after the other into his cheeks like a squirrel. Afterwards, you couldn't even tell he was holding anything in his mouth. Keigo blinked. Oh, Chimera looked up at him consideringly before climbing back up on the couch. He started bringing in food regularly, leaving snacks behind where the handlers couldn't see. The good news was, whether or not Chimera was looking at him, he always seemed to know when and where Keigo left food. As soon as Keigo walked away, he'd trot over, disappear behind some boxes, and Keigo would find nothing but a wrapper left behind in the same place he hid the snack. There was also the nagging question in his mind: how was Chimera eating? Keigo had yet to see him with the wires off his teeth, and each and every day he seemed to get more excited for the snacks Keigo brought in, getting to them quicker and quicker, until he was running right up to Keigo after he'd tucked a snack between two books in a training room that simulated a bedroom. It wasn't until one day, about a month into knowing Chimera, that he was able to try something. Chimera, heel, Keigo commanded, watching the kid trot over to him. It had been a slow process, but after Keigo started hiding offerings for him, Chimera started listening more. Seiku said it was because he was starting to recognize Keigo as a handler, but that was bullshit. He still barely listened to Hitoki or Seiku or the other handlers, but each time Keigo left him something. Every time he was told to correct Chimera and refused, the kid became a little easier to work with. Ears pricked, Chimera stared up at him as Keigo handed over a cloth. It was covered in the same scent as a ball on the other side of a chain-link fence that separated the room, with a bit of food on the other side of the alley. Chimera took the cloth, scenting as Keigo called, "Trace." Wide eyes flicked to the chain-link fence. It was tall and precariously rickety, but he'd seen Chimera climb and balance on it plenty of times. Of all the things they did to Chimera, making him climb this fence didn't worry him so much anymore, even if it was just because he trusted Chimera to be able to handle it. Sure enough, the kid leaped up, landing on the fence and making it rattle, leaping off the other side like it was nothing. From there, he got to the real obstacle. On one side of the alley they'd left a melon pie, open but in what was essentially a person-sized cat catcher. It was a square cage with a little tripwire on the bottom that would drop down the cage door when struck, keeping Chimera from being able to get both the melon pan and the ball. On the other was the target, the ball that had been covered in a subtle scent for Chimera to trace, but it was in a locked box that was chained to the ground. Keigo wasn't really sure what this was supposed to simulate, but Hitoki would always wave him off, telling him it was about practicing skills and teaching him to not get distracted more than simulating any actual scenarios. Which, he guessed it worked fine. But it wasn't like he'd just have the scent of whatever he wanted Chimera to find on him at all times. Chimera's eyes flicked to the food, then back to the ball he was supposed to be going after, then back to the food. Keigo could see the gears turning in his mind as he tried to decide which to go for. "Chimera, trace," he commanded again. The food exercises were always the worst. Chimera always tried to go for the left-out snacks. Even now, with the obvious cage, Chimera eyed the melon pan, and Keigo only hoped it wasn't out of hunger. His eyes dragged over the cage, then back to the melon pan. Slowly, he wandered over as Keigo called a bit louder. "Chimera, trace." Of course, he was undeterred. Keigo watched, calling out every once in a while to try to get Chimera back on track. He wasn't allowed to interfere with Chimera when he passed the fence, much as Keigo wanted to, so he was left glancing off at the cameras that blinked down at him. The handlers were watching. As Keigo watched, Chimera circled the trap, looking it up and down as he came back to the front. He took a tentative step in, then scurried back out. "Chimera, trace." He tried again. Chimera looked up at him, eyes squinted in thought. He turned, looking around the alley. There were a few bags of trash and such scattered around, a level of detail he really hadn't been expecting from the HPSC. All of this was ignored as Chimera made his way to the wall, bracing his hands against a metal pipe that crawled up it and ripping it off with nothing more than a grunt. With his newly acquired length of pipe, he came trotting back up to the cage, looking up at the melon pie, then down at where the thin line of tripwire was. From here, Keigo couldn't see it, but he could see Chimera stick the pipe into the cage and drag it along the bottom. With a sharp snap, the cage door slammed down, Chimera jumping and hissing furiously as he dropped back down a solid foot away, ears against his head as he eyed the cage. It took a few moments before the kid worked up the courage to come back, climbing up and over the cage to inspect it. There was a quiet click, and then another as Chimera messed with things, eyeing the melon pan inside. "You lost it, Chimera," Keigo called out to him. "You can't get the melon pan." Trace, one ear flicked back at him, but otherwise he was totally ignored, Chimera going back to inspecting the entrance. Apparently, from the outside, you could just push the door in and up. As Chimera figured this out, he went back to snatch a bag of track, using it to hold up the door and go for the melon pan. Keigo watched, astounded, as Chimera shoved the little treat into his cheeks, looking self-satisfied as he squeezed back out and went to inspect the little box, figuring out how to get to the ball. That was he knew there was more to the kid than the HPSC seemed to realize. But that had been more than he'd seen from Chimera yet. Everything before this had been very A plus B equals C. Not a multi-step process to get what he wanted. Not puzzle solving, recognizing traps. There was a harsh snap as Chimera tore the box from the chain easily, seemingly deciding it wasn't worth the hassle of getting out the box as he came trotting back up to the fence and throwing it over carelessly before jumping over himself. He still looked so smug, Keigo thought as he watched the kid drop back over the fence. He looked like he knew exactly what he was doing. Chimera looked up at him, eyes crinkled at the edges. Slowly, the kid blinked. This training ground was massive. It was a giant maze set on the outskirts of Musutafu, in old, abandoned city streets, and Keigo had already lost his way. He was going around and around and around it felt like, yet nothing looked familiar. In a nearby building, he could hear something shatter, ducking closer to the wall with hopes of finding whoever was in there before they found him. The current task was essentially a paintball gun game, except only the other side had paintball guns, and quirks were permitted. He'd been tracking a bright flame and an animalistic screech as best he could, thinking it'd probably lead him to Chimera, but the labyrinthine layout had him all turned around. He couldn't even fly around. It didn't help him recognize streets or anything, but it did make him an easy target for the guy that had a sniper paintball gun. He was fast, but he didn't want to risk getting hit by that thing, no matter how much padding they'd strapped to him before sending him out. Worse, it was supposed to be a team challenge for him and Chimera, but the kid didn't understand. The second they'd let him loose, he'd taken off into the night, going God knows where. He'd taken out one of the enemies on his own, but he was still worried sick about the kid. A clawed hand darted out from a mostly boarded-up window, snatching at Keigo's jacket as he dodged back, wings splaying to release a few feathers. He barely managed to stop himself, blinking as he recognized the black scales and long talons. Someone had managed to tear his gloves off, it seemed. Chimera, he hissed. From inside the building, he had a muffled cackle, the hand treating into the dark again. Keigo tried to repress his smile. It was nice to see the kid happy, even during training. Unfortunately, they still had a job to do so Keigo could get out of here and meet up with Maruko for drinks. If he was late a third time without explanation, she'd probably start getting nosy. He let a couple of his smaller tertiaries to hover outside of the window, trying to coax the kid out. Chimera was very fond of chasing his loose feathers, which was something that the HPSC was constantly trying to get him to quit doing for missions. Keigo, on the other hand, encouraged it, even letting him tear apart one or two of them from time to time. The kid would always carry the mauled feathers around, looking smug and self-satisfied. It was worth the lectures he got for it. If Keigo had to sacrifice a few feathers to the cat god, then at least Chimera could have some semblance of a childhood. Chimera's hand tore out of the hole, snatching a feather before Keigo could drag them back and pulling it back into the void. Nothing but an ominous, excited whine echoing down the alleyway to show for his effort. Keigo huffed as he lost feeling in the feather, Chimera shredding it until he was satisfied with his kill. While he was distracted, Keigo started making his way around the 3-story building, smallest one on the block, to find a way in. There was an open window on the 2nd story. He noted as he walked into the adjoining alley. With a quick leap and a few beats of his wings, he was in. Immediately he had to pull out a little flashlight he'd been keeping in his pocket. The HPSC liked to drop them in dark locations, and the dead city in the middle of a moonless night was no exception. The insides of buildings were shrouded in darkness, something that wouldn't be a problem for the other team. They, of course, had night vision set into their helmets. Keigo and Chimera could just go fuck themselves, apparently. The room he was in had mold crawling up the walls and frayed furniture strewn about. He made his way out into a hall, and followed it until he found the steps. Though he couldn't see anything more than empty room underneath him, he could hear Chimera's cackly laugh and the scrabble of his claws against wood. He kept his footsteps light, but still the wood creaked quietly under him, the laughter stopping abruptly. When he was on the last step, he looked out into the next room, wide gold eyes reflecting back at him, pupils blown wide. Keigo huffed. Chimera, turning his flashlight, something glistened back. Glass. Chimera was surrounded by shattered glass. Sure enough, his hands and feet were out of his gloves and boots, but wet with a dark, viscous substance. Keigo sucked in a sharp breath and darted forwards, reaching out a hand. Chimera. The kid dodged back violently. Hissing and spitting and spasming, the kid fell onto his back, rolling around before his tongue lolled out of his mouth dramatically. Keigo just stared for a long moment. Was he pretending to be dead? Carefully, he took a step closer, then another. Chimera was ridiculously quick and could launch into attack at any moment. But he had yet to actually hurt Keigo. The handlers, Keigo tried really hard not to blame him for hurting the handlers, since they spent most of their days hurting him. He crouched next to the kid, reaching out to grab his hand. It looked odd, almost like the blood was dual-colored, but the second he picked up the kid's hand, it was ripped out of his hand, the kid writhing on the ground for another second before dropping limp again, tongue still lolled. Keigo had to focus really hard to stifle his started laugh at that one. "Chimera," he said when he could speak properly again. "Chimera, I know you're alive." Chimera didn't move. With a bit of a disbelieving chuckle, he moved closer, not touching Chimera but inspecting his hands and feet as best he could from this angle. He only seemed to have a few shallow cuts, and the bleeding was already starting to slow. There wasn't even too much blood, and he assumed it mustn't hurt much since the kid had been moving them just fine earlier, but he'd been right. Keigo blinked. The blood was coming out in deep reds and midnight blues. The colors didn't seem to mix much, just swirling around each other. He scowled. What the fuck? What caused someone's blood to turn blue? He'd heard deoxygenated blood was blue, but it shouldn't be deoxygenated if it was outside of the body. He started to reach out again, only to stop himself. Slowly, he turned his flashlight back to Chimera's face, his cat ears pinned against his head, which was tilted at an angle with an abnormally long tongue lolled across the ground. That couldn't taste good. Even his long tail was stiff and still. If it hadn't been so overdramatic, what with the tongue and the way he ripped his arm free, Keigo would think he was actually dead. Sighing, he reached out, preparing for another violent reaction. Before he could, Chimera's ear twitched, and then his eyes snapped open, and he jumped up to his feet. Keigo squawked and ducked out of the way as the kid sprinted across the room, hissing and growling. It was actually disconcerting, sounding a lot less like some cat hybrid and more like a fucking dinosaur. He'd have to figure out what animals his quirk consisted of, unless it was literally just an every animal quirk. Could that happen? He wasn't sure. Honestly, he didn't think there's ever been a generalized animal mutation like this before. Keigo hissed, standing and following after the kid as he ducked down, eyes reflecting out of the boarded-up window he'd attacked Keigo from earlier. Tentatively, Keigo followed him over, keeping a meter or so distance. "What is it?" he murmured. Gold eyes turned green as the kid's head tilted abruptly, looking at Keigo. There was a soft chitter, and then something rough brushed against Keigo's hand. He jerked in surprise, the light from his flashlight arcing across the room a second, but Chimera only chittered again. Talon-like hands reached out, prying the flashlight from his own. It was turned over in the kid's hands a few times before there was a soft click and the light went out, cascading the room back in darkness. Keigo couldn't even see his eyes now. Claws scraped lightly against his wrist, tugging at it incessantly. He tried not to freak out. Chimera had never willingly got this close to him more than a handful of times, and he never let Keigo touch him before. While he tried, the kid always pulled away, until today. Maybe that was why he ignored the fact that the kid had just taken away his light source. Why he pretended it was fine that he was completely at the mercy of a wild kid with moods he didn't fully understand who acted erratically at best. So, with a soft huff, he tried his best to follow, letting the kid lead him back to the window. Just the tiniest bit of light leaked into the room from the window, which was all Keigo had to guide himself with as he crouched to look out. The street was painted in dark grays, buildings nothing more than silhouette in the night. He could make out nothing, no. There, one of the shadows was moving across the street. A person. They only had to knock out 5 to win. Keigo turned back to Chimera, or at least where he assumed he was by the hand still clinging to his own, giving a sharp nod and a soft whisper. "Okay, take me to him. Let's do this." There was a soft chitter and the hand started tugging again. "What the fuck is this? You're going on vacation, and you never thought to fucking tell me it was happening when I was coming to Fukuoka. What the fuck happened to dinner?" Keigo winced, glancing off over the buildings that rose and fell like mountains around him. Lazily, he let his legs dangle off the railing he was perched on, letting his eyes drop to the little shapes moving far below. Shit, sorry Maruko, I completely forgot. Really, it just slipped your mind. You chose the week I'm coming by, and not once when picking the dates did you think about it. Shouldn't you have put it in your calendar or some shit? Damn, she was angry. Not that he blamed her, but she didn't have all the facts. I didn't really get to choose. It's mandatory. HPSC says it doesn't look good that I haven't really taken a vacation. Well, actually, they didn't give a shit about that. What they did care about was Chimera's progress, and he'd actually been improving by leaps and bounds. Though it was slow at first, after a couple weeks he'd started listening to Keigo, watching him more closely and taking obvious cues from him. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. The HPSC, of course, was elated, so they'd come up with this whole vacation lie, where he'd actually be sent south to a little, out-of-the-way nowhere town with hair dye, wing-specific dye, and an alias for him and Chimera to pose as a well-meaning hero and his mute intern to take on the high crime rate there. It was perfect since the one and only hero that had been stationed had died some 2 years ago, leaving only nearby agencies to take on the load. There was a derisive snort on the other end of the line. You owe me dinner, birdbrain. We rarely ever see each other anymore, and you just had to go and get yourself put on mandatory vacation while I was in town. Bastard, can't you just have a staycation? A what? He frowned, watching his boots as he kicked them out, more from boredom than anything else. A staycation. No, a vacation, but you stay home. I do that a lot. It's not a vacation if people are bugging me for autographs all the time. Maruko, your idea of a vacation is getting kidnapped and put in an illegal fighting ring. And no, I can't. The commission thinks the temptation to take on work will be too much for me if I'm home. She laughed, clearly easing up now. True, on both counts. Your psychics don't know when to leave you the fuck alone. And I don't think you actually know what to do with yourself outside heroics. Sheesh, it's like you've never had a hobby or anything. The remark stung, but he tried not to let it. She didn't know. He was distracted anyway by a door opening behind him. Look, Ko, I gotta go. I actually have a thing going on right now. Holding up a hand to gesture. 1 minute at them, he swung a leg back over the railing. Whatever, still pissed you didn't tell me yourself. I had to find out by some random fucking interview. It's like we're not even friends. Maruko grumbled, but Keigo only rolled his eyes. Bye Maruko, he huffed. Later, he waited for the click to tell him she'd hung up before pocketing the phone and turning to the other person. Did we have to meet so high up? It's not so easy to get here for us without wings. Night-Eye pushed his glasses up. Surely there were more secure locations close to the ground. Maybe, but I find rooftops to be safer. So much easier to find cameras. Which was true, there were generally less hiding spots for them. He tilted his head, flashing a fake grin Night-Eye's way. What's up? Couldn't wait for me to come back to the agency. Had to meet me all the way out here. You're not coming for another 2 days. This is important. Coulda emailed me. That earned him a dry look. Too easy to be hacked and traced. Our more delicate correspondences are best made in person. We're pro-heroes. Keigo pouted. Not like we can't afford the best of the best security. Better than the HPSC. He had a point. Keigo was also pretty sure that someone checked his emails regularly, or at least they used to, so he let it drop. Meeting like this was a risk for him, but then so was anything else. Unfortunately, people tended to look where he went, and he couldn't afford to have the HPSC asking questions. After Night-Eye had decided he was done arguing, he crossed his arms and continued, I'll make it quick. We got another message from our informant. Different email this time, but he identified himself. A new email, not the fish's one from last time. Tilting his head, he studied the taller hero as he shook his head distractedly. Fishless. And no, this time, the email was hell likes fruits. Hardly helpful. Guy must really like fruit, Keigo mumbled. What'd he say? Night-Eye tapped a finger on his crossed arms before dropping the stance to something that could barely be considered more relaxed. He asked if the last tip helped, and said he had another for us, someone in Jaku City. A vigilante named Sever. He said Sever would help us if we could convince him we're on his side. But it won't be easy. And you're positive it's the same person? Has to be. He knew Yamada-san by name, and when I looked into the email it was just like the last, made recently. Nothing identifying attached to it. His last tip was real, and this one is more concrete than that one had been. Night-Eye had a point, but there is one problem. I can't help, Keigo slumped. Vacation. It's fine. Bubble Girl and Centipter will be on the case, and it's possible they won't be done before you get back, anyway. Besides, such a high-profile hero might not be best for this one. Though I would like to say this isn't exactly the time for a vacation. Night-Eye had a point. They were on a huge case right now. Normally, he wouldn't dream of it, but here they were. It's mandatory. HPSC thinks it looks like they won't let me take one, especially since Endeavor and All Might have reportedly refused to take their mandatory vacations in the past. Apparently Endeavor was on a patrol an hour before his wedding and was back at it the next day. Crazy. Can you imagine working less than a day after your nuptials? I'd be pissed. Keigo wondered, hoping it'd distract the hero. Of course, it didn't. A mandatory vacation from the HPSC. Now, Yellow Eyes narrowed. Are you sure they haven't figured anything out? Positive. There would be hell to pay the second they did. I promise. This doesn't have anything to do with the case. They're just trying to look like they aren't working the top 5 to the bone. Night-Eye wasn't appeased, looking deep in thought for a long moment. Or is it? Are you sure they aren't sending you away for a reason? Where are they sending you? Down south. It's some small town where I can get away with minimal fuss. Little backwoods kind of place, you know. The kind even I won't be too noticeable in. All of which was true, but he hoped it was cover enough and Night-Eye stopped asking so many questions. Although he likely wasn't double-crossing the man, he still didn't exactly feel comfortable telling him everything. So it's a town well out of the way, and small enough they won't have as much exposure to high-profile celebrities like you. Night-Eye hummed to himself, glancing off. A place that likely wouldn't get much news. Something's happening in Fukuoka. They want you out so there's no one who could cause trouble. Actually, the trouble was going on vacation with Keigo, and his name was Chimera. At least they wouldn't be looking at Shiramori if they were so sure something was happening in Fukuoka. I mean, Maruko's gonna be there, he shrugged. I can ask her to keep an eye on things. They're going to recall her. Probably last minute. Night Eye said assuredly. I'll look into it. You should go on that vacation anyway. Keep them from suspecting anything. He really didn't have a choice to skip it. It wasn't like he could just bring Chimera around to Night Eye's agency. They were lucky no handlers were being sent with them, something he'd had to fucking bargain for, but he was sure they'd still be checking up to make sure Chimera didn't run off. Will do. He leaned back on his heels, looking down at his boots again. I gotta go. Spending the rest of the night packing. The HPSC wants me out bright and early Sunday morning. Then I won't keep you. We won't contact you during your vacation, to be safe. May as well let you enjoy it. Night Eye was already making his way back to the door he'd come from, not so much as saying goodbye. He was a busy man, though. Keigo supposed that taking down one of the biggest government organizations in the country meant you didn't have time for goodbyes and whatnot. Thanks, he called unenthusiastically. An entire week alone with Chimera. He could feel the stress headache already. It wasn't even the kid's fault, he just didn't really like to listen. Which was fair considering who was usually talking to him, and had a weird affinity for digging holes, rolling in grass and dirt, and jumping in even the smallest of puddles until he was soaked. It was going to be really hard to take him in public, ever. But that was a problem for Sunday Keigo. Wednesday Keigo was going to go home, pack, open a bottle of whatever alcohol he had in his house, and watch reality TV until midnight. Sunday came entirely too soon. Before he knew it, Keigo was standing in front of a nondescript office building. Likely an HPSC-owned one, with his hair temporarily dyed a green-black to match the kid's. It came out a shade or two too light, but no one was making much of a fuss about it. Well, almost no one. When Keigo arrived, stepping into the sleek gray lobby with not a single window, Chimera was brought down to meet him. Stepping out of the staircase, the kid stopped abruptly, just staring at Keigo. Weird, Chimera hadn't looked at him like that in a while. Hi, Chimera, he greeted, as per usual, ignoring how Seiku rolled her eyes. Chimera ambled forwards, looking Keigo over suspiciously and circling him. Oh, his wings. I just put my feathers in my bag for now. He had no idea how much Chimera understood of that, but it seemed to appease him. That or he'd just finished inspecting Keigo and decided he wasn't hurt. But Chimera didn't come back around to face him or stand beside him like usual. Instead, Keigo felt a hand reach up and run through his hair, the surprise of the action making him jolt and turn around, frowning as the kid brought his hand up to his nose and sniffing it curiously. And then, if that wasn't enough, he screwed up his face and started to gag. Well, at least Keigo knew they didn't have his mouth wired shut for this, even if his hands and feet were in those thick gloves and boots. Not that it mattered. He'd been handed the key almost as soon as he'd stepped in the door. Seiku laughed. Chemicals. He probably hates her hair dye. Oh, I guess we'll have to try something else next time. Chimera bared his teeth, looking at Keigo's hair like it had personally offended him. Whatever. He'll get used to it, Seiku shrugged. We sent your bags ahead. We figured it would be easier if you didn't have to try to handle Chimera and the bags. Thanks. As much as he hated thanking them, she was right. Chimera. Keigo didn't think he could carry all of their bags and keep the kid from causing trouble. Chimera stopped gagging, but he was sneezing now, repeatedly. When Keigo looked over at the kid, he actually looked uncomfortable, almost vaguely ill. He couldn't help the stab of sympathy at that, deciding he'd have to try showering when he got to their assigned housing. Seiku handed over 2 tickets. You'll be going by bullet train. I trust they gave you instructions. Yes, I've got it, Keigo confirmed. Right, she nodded. Best be on, then. Wouldn't want you to miss your train. If he did, he'd probably just say fuck it and fly Chimera there. It was a backwoods town, so surely he could just fly high until he got to Woodland, yeah. Though he didn't exactly have directions, other than south. Whatever, he wasn't going to miss the train, so he didn't have to worry about that anyway. He didn't bother saying goodbye. Pleasantries were saved for when you were talking to pleasant people, or you had to. He and Seiku hated each other mutually, and only tolerated one another because they had to. He wasn't gonna waste the breath. All right, Chimera, he said, putting on a cheerful face for the kid. Chimera was quiet now, but he still looked displeased as Keigo leaned in a bit. Ready to go. I'll be with you the whole time. Don't worry. Green eyes flicked up to him, his expression smoothing out a bit. There wasn't any real indication he heard him, but one dark ear twitched, and his tail lashed behind him twice. One day, Keigo would learn how to read those little tells. Chimera, he called, starting for the door. Luckily, the kid understood, trotting out behind him as Keigo held the door. The second they were outside, Chimera stilled. It was very usual for him, tilting his head up to the sun and closing his eyes for a moment, jaw gaping just slightly as the kid breathed. The others liked to interrupt him, but Keigo let him go, waiting for the kid to open his eyes and start looking around with open curiosity. Slowly, Keigo lifted a hand, letting Chimera turn his eyes on him to call a soft, "Come on, we gotta go," almost reluctantly. He started to follow, cat ears swiveling every which way with every distant shout or abrupt horn honk. The sounds of the city were very clearly unappreciated. Green eyes flashing as the kid jumped whenever car lights turned their way, or an electronic billboard rapidly swapped images. First, one of Ryukyu's latest beauty product, then to Fat Gum promoting a restaurant, and switching over to All Might's latest movie adaptation. Crossing through the busy city wasn't easy. Chimera didn't like it at all. He tried to follow Keigo, but was quickly getting overwhelmed whenever anyone walked by or a new sound was heard. Repeatedly, Keigo had to stop, turning to coax the kid into moving again, only for him to stop a block and a half later to stare, terrified, as a car parallel parked beside him. They were finally making good progress when a newspaper came tumbling out of an alley, blown by the wind and straight into Chimera's face. With an indignant shriek, gloved hands clawed haphazardly at the paper until it fell off, Chimera looking around wildly as Keigo burst out laughing at the scene. After a second, betrayed green eyes turned on him, and he was left trying to stifle the last of his cackles. Sorry, he really wasn't, but it was kinda funny. That newspaper went after you, specifically. It looked like a targeted attack. No wonder, either. Keigo had been balling up pieces of paper and tossing them across the room for Chimera to chase anytime they had a few minutes to themselves. Apparently, the constant shredding of paper had ended up with Chimera's name on the Mighty Tribune's hit list at some point. Keigo held out a hand, though Chimera wouldn't take it. He hated being touched. Sure enough, the kid stilled, staring at his open palm for a long moment before hissing and trotting around him. He was giving Keigo a wide berth until he spotted an oncoming couple and doubled back to his side. Wide-eyed stare very clearly freaking the couple out as he watched them pass, unblinking. Worse, he didn't stop staring after they had passed, instead craning his neck to watch until they ducked around a corner, finally giving up when they didn't reappear a few seconds later. The rest of the walk was uneventful, mostly. They could see the train station just ahead when Chimera took off, running right over to a shop with wide front windows, green eyes reflecting blue gold in the light coming out of them. Chimera, Keigo frowned, trotting to catch up to the kid. He stopped sharp as he saw what the kid was staring at. It was Hero Merch Shop, and Chimera had both his hands on the window, staring in at all the bits and bobs. The thing was, he wasn't looking at just any hero merch. The window was said to have a complete display of pro-hero Hawks merch, with shirts designed like his, an entire mannequin cosplayed out, complete with feathery red wings that were already losing feathers. There was an entire Hawks calendar, Hawks headphones, chocolates, a biography of his hero career, jewelry stylized with red feathers, and even Hawks plushies. And Chimera was enraptured. He was looking around at everything with his unnerving stare, completely oblivious to the look he was getting from the sales clerk inside, watching him smudge up the windows, feeling his face burn self-consciously. He reached out slowly, letting Chimera jerk back from his hand without ever touching him. The kid gave him a wary look, then pointed in the window with a chirp and dragging his gloved hand back to Keigo, who no longer matched the little dolls inside. Yep, he agreed, taking a quick glance to make sure no one was close enough to hear. That's me. Heroes have merch made of them. Things meant to look like and represent them, so their fans can show their support. Chimera turned his head back to the window, silently looking at everything again. The sales clerk scowled, starting for the door. Keigo jerked. All right, Chimera, let's go. Okay, we're almost at the train. Just a bit longer and we'll be on our way. Follow me. Yeah. Something crossed Chimera's face, but it was gone before he could identify it. Either way, he turned and started for the train, Keigo following quickly with an apologetic smile thrown at the clerk as they made a hasty retreat. He hovered a hand behind Chimera, guiding the kid up the stairs, into the station, and finally onto the train as he started to stutter around the crowd. Keigo made sure to show his tickets before getting on, settling Chimera in a far corner as the kid started to shiver, ears back as he eyed the full train car nervously. Keigo let out a sharp breath. Just a few-hour ride as far south as it'd take them, and then a 2-hour bus to Shirimori. They could do this. Chimera would be fine. The train lurched around them, starting to move and making Chimera tense up, whipping around to see what was happening. Keigo immediately went to soothe him, but it was all for naught. Within minutes, green eyes had caught on the window behind them, the small boy pressing his nose against the glass in excitement as his pupils dilated repeatedly, watching the city pass. A couple people passed them weird looks, but Keigo did his best to ignore them. At least Chimera wasn't panicking. Bullet trains traveled at approximated 500 kilometers per hour, far faster than any other type of transport. It made them ideal from going city to city across the island, and worked wonders in getting them south in a little under 3 hours. It wasn't even noon when they stepped off, Chimera looking honestly disappointed as they did so. From there, the journey got a bit less comfortable. The bus ride ended up being only a bit over an hour, but Chimera hated every minute of it. Keigo boxed him in next to the window again, hoping it'd provide distraction, but there was a kid behind them that was kicking at the seat rather aggressively. It was making Chimera hiss and pant like a dog, looking stressed as he let out little nasally whines here and there. Trying to talk to the kid's parents only got him weird looks, and snapping at the kid got him snapped at by said parents. So in the end, both he and Chimera got off the bus more stressed than they needed to be. But, at long last, they made it to the little apartment building that had been rented out for them. Or maybe they kept for missions or something. Keigo wasn't sure. Either way, it was theirs for the next 3 weeks. The second they stepped into the complex, it was immediately obvious that it was much smaller than what Keigo was used to. About the size of the first story of the house he used to live in before the HPSC. Anyway, the first room was a kitchen, living room double, with the kitchen sectioned off. The living room had dark blue walls, and the kitchen was covered in teal and silver. Their things, or more accurately, Keigo's things and Chimera's lone duffel bag of clothes, were set inside the apartment next to the dark couch, streams of light coming in through the window that showed a backyard leading to a river, with a forest beyond. Immediately Chimera was sitting in the sunny spot, staring out at the rustling leaves with a sharp intensity as he whined softly. Keigo hummed, turning to the bags to start sorting things. He dropped his bags in the larger of the 2 rooms, decorated in ruby reds, while Chimera's went to the smaller bedroom. It was pastel purple, but he doubted Chimera would be particular about color. He left Chimera to his own devices as he unpacked his bags, inspecting his room and pulling the curtains closed to keep the sun from warming anything up much more. It was getting a bit hotter as the day progressed, and he only hoped it'd cool again in the evening. There was a loud clatter as something fell against the tile in the kitchen, making Keigo jerk to attention. "Chimera," he called, already heading to investigate. "Chimera, what are you doing?" The once teal room was splattered with dark crimson and midnight blue splotches. Chimera sitting blank-faced as he grabbed at the knife he dropped with a shaking, gloveless talon. "Chimera," Keigo dropped, watching the kid jerk violently and slam his little body against the cabinets behind him, growling low in his throat. Keigo paid it no mind, eyes on the exposed, cut-up hands and the knife that was being clutched close to his chest now. "Chimera," he tried to keep the fear out of his voice, but even still it shook. "Chimera, you can't do that. You can't hurt yourself just to get your gloves off, okay? If you want your gloves off, I'll take them off. But you gotta put the knife down, okay? Can you hand me the knife?" Putting out an open hand, he met Chimera's eyes evenly, trying not to look too off-put by the bloodied kid as he was given a wary once-over. For a long, excruciating minute, Chimera didn't move, and then he met Keigo's eyes, reaching down to tap at one of his boots with a finger smudged in navy. "Your boots." Keigo blinked, trying not to be too surprised. Chimera had never communicated before, at least not so actively, not like he knew exactly what Keigo was saying, and was bargaining with him. "I'll take your boots off, I promise. Just hand me the knife, Chimera. Hand me the knife and I'll take your boots off." Chimera's face soured. He tapped the boots again, more impatiently now. Keigo shook his head. "Knife first. I don't want you running around with a knife, Chimera. Give me it, and I'll take your boots off." There was obvious annoyance for a split second before Chimera's face went blank. Then, slowly, he reached out, dropping the kitchen knife in Keigo's hand. He let out a relieved, shaky breath, and put it to the side a moment as his other hand fumbled into his pocket, pulling out the thick magnetic block and finding the little silver tab that had unlocked the metal strap around them. As soon as it was put in position, one boot let up, and he moved to do the same to the other as Chimera removed the boot, chirping excitedly all the while. When that was over, he grabbed the knife again, ignoring the tremble in his hands as he went to wash it off in the sink, the blue-red liquid falling off and disappearing down the drain as he did so. From there, he dried it, returned it to the knife holder, and immediately started looking around for a Chimera-proof place to put it. When he couldn't really find one, he ended up tucking it into the back of the highest shelf in one of the overhead cabinets, deciding it'd have to do until he could check on Chimera and get the kitchen cleaned up. The first task turned out to be rather easy. As soon as Keigo turned around, he could see Chimera lazing in the sunny spot he had been earlier, bloodied hands resting against the black shirt he'd been provided by the HPSC. The blood flow had seemingly slowed, but Keigo didn't much care for that right now. It took him only a few minutes of searching to locate the first aid kit in the bathroom as well as a bottle of peroxide. He knew there'd be several provided. They were here for hero work. After all, even if it was all base-level stuff, they were expected to get cuts and bruises, if nothing else. Coming back out, he settled down beside Chimera, ignoring the low rumbly growl as he opened the first aid kit. "Chimera, can I look at your hands?" he asked, hoping for some sort of go-ahead. Chimera could understand him. He could understand him well. Even Keigo had done his best to ignore it, to tell himself he was wrong during their weeks of training, but that just couldn't be true. Chimera understood him, and he'd have to sit down and parcel out what that meant later. Instead, he got a snake-like hiss and bared fangs before settling back into a relaxed, sleepy state. Keigo let out a slow breath. Chimera, can I please look at your hands? I want to clean you up and make sure you don't get an infection. Okay, can I look at your hands for just a minute? One green eye cracked, glaring up at him as he got another sharp hiss. Keigo didn't let up, giving the kid a pleading look. Please, I'm really worried about you. For a long moment, Chimera's one opened eye just glowered at him, studying Keigo's now green, windswept hair and sharp, hawk-like eyes. With a dramatic, long-suffering groan, Chimera rolled onto his side, moving his hands into Keigo's lap like it were some massive chore. Huffing out a small laugh, Keigo decided not to look that gift horse in the mouth. Chimera, for whatever reason, had decided to trust him. Sure, Chimera had touched Keigo before, but this was different. This was Chimera handing over the control to Keigo, trusting him for the first time not to hurt him. He inspected the hands, noting the black scales that covered them. They were smooth, but strong, the knife only really having nicked the skin between the scales, and not having really done much damage where it had. His talons were almost bird-like, but far too blunt with little scritches at the tip, like they were filed down. They had seemed longer before, he realized. Longer and sharper. They had scraped against his wrists almost uncomfortably sharp at times. Why were the HPSC filing his talons down, especially when they already had him in gloves? Was that not the point of the gloves? To cover his more dangerous aspects until they were ready to use them? Fuck, this was complicated. Keigo pushed the thoughts from his mind. Not wanting to irritate the kid, Keigo was quick to grab the peroxide and spill it over a cotton swab, earning a displeased grumble from Chimera, who scrunched his nose up at the smell, baring his teeth. He made quick, sharp movements as he cleaned the wounds as thoroughly as he dared. The kid made the occasional chitter or hiss or whine here and there, protesting when Keigo was too rough. Each time, he'd give a quiet apology and work to move slower, more carefully. Letting the cotton swab drop, he pulled out the gauze and started wrapping, more sure-handed now as his initial fright from the sight of a bloody Chimera holding a knife subsided. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, warning him that he was being watched. Keigo ignored it at first, wrapping the gauze around and around until he was finished, letting go of Chimera's hands as he put away the rest of the gauze. The eyes never left him, even as the hands retreated the second he was done. Slowly, Keigo turned back to meet Chimera's eyes. There was no light, no shine to reflect his eyes a weird color. But Chimera's eyes weren't green. They were pyrite, shining curiously up at him as he curled his bandaged hands against his chest, ears twitching. Keigo studied him. The color-changing eyes, the pupils that dilated like a cat's, the ears, the tail, the talons. Keigo took him in entirely, feeling the soft frown that graced his face and the gold eyes that traced it. Chimera had an animal quirk, but what did that mean? What were the parameters? Why hadn't the HPSC told him so he could work with Chimera's quirk? Why were they keeping so many secrets about him? Keigo felt his hands tense as he tried to figure it out, tried to solve the complex puzzle that was Chimera. Something was wrong, and he was determined to find out what before something happened, before the HPSC did something. Something big, something bad, something that this little mystery was at the heart of. What are you? He breathed. All things considered, Chimera was being surprisingly good. After their little fiasco with the knives earlier, he'd curled back up in the sun and was purring loudly as Keigo ordered food and cleaned up so that it wouldn't look like a murder had happened when the delivery got here. No sooner than he was rinsing the last of the blood down the sink that the doorbell rang. He glanced up, but rather unsurprisingly, all he saw was Chimera blinking groggily at the door, large black ears standing straight up. He thought, Chimera's ears are a lot bigger than the wild pussycats. Okay, maybe that wasn't a great comparison. Their ears were fake, after all, but he'd seen people with cat quirks before. Their ears definitely didn't look like Chimera's. They tended to have smaller, rounded at the top ears. Chimera's were much more fluffy and triangular and huge. He couldn't actually stress that enough. Chimera's ears were massive, like little radars on his head. It made the rest of his face look much smaller. Aside from those doe eyes, of course. Be right there, he called to the door, watching Chimera's head swivel until the kid was staring dead set at him. Keigo snorted. Don't go back to bed. Dinner's here. Chimera stared unblinkingly for a long moment, until Keigo shook his head and looked away, going to dry his hands to get the door. Chimera's eyes were really odd, too. The way they flipped between green and gold. The way his pupils weren't really black when you looked, but a deep crimson with a thin black line down the center. They were large enough to give him a young, cute kid look, especially with the spattering of freckles across his face and soft features. Tonight, he'd have to do some research, get into the quirk database, see what he could find for someone with an animal's mutation. Maybe he could find who this kid was before the HPSC, assuming they hadn't totally wiped him from the database, like they had with Keigo. Turning away from the sink, he started for the door, checking to make sure he had his wallet on him as he rounded the corner. Chimera was probably halfway back to napping again, and the delivery person probably had other places to be. Except, by the time he was heading out of the kitchenette, Chimera was already gone from his sunny little spot, nowhere in sight. Keigo didn't even have time to wonder where he'd gone off to before he heard the heart-stopping sound of the door opening. "Hello," an unfamiliar voice rose up. "Order for," and then the hissing started. Keigo booked it, darting around the corner to snatch at Chimera and separate him from the rather perplexed-looking delivery girl. "Sorry," he flashed his most apologetic grin, but she seemed more focused on the very feral mutant child. With his massive ears pinned back and his long tail slapping across the ground angrily, bushed up as his voice switched from more cat-like sounds to something that sounded dinosauric or dragon-esque. He wasn't sure, but it was a deep, rumbling growl, and he didn't like it being directed at the poor delivery girl. He gave the snarling Chimera a look. "Anyway, how much do I owe you?" The girl was staring wide-eyed at Chimera, the kid looking like a barely restrained feral panther as she handed over the food and repeated his total. He made sure to give her a decent tip before hurriedly shutting the door, Chimera only quieting after it clicked closed. Keigo turned to look at Chimera, completely uninterested in him. Chimera stared dead-set at the bucket in his hand. Ears flicked up in apparent interest as he licked his lips. Keigo scoffed, heading into the kitchen with Chimera tailing him doggedly. He did his best to ignore him as he grabbed for plates for the two of them. It was no wonder he was strange. Animal mutations tended to have a few odd, quirks here and there, little changes in behavior that were caused by the mutation. Some people were affected more than others. People with cat quirks were more likely to be solitary and enjoy alone time, for example, or how Hound Dog tended to break down into barking and growling whenever he got worked up. Keigo had a few of these, mostly suppressed by years of training with the HPSC. Chimera, though, must have been affected bad. It didn't necessarily explain why the HPSC seemed so convinced that he was unintelligent, since he was rather obviously the opposite, intelligent, but an absolute menace, defiant to his core, a heathen in human skin, but no doubt intelligent. He had answered the door after someone knocked. Or maybe he did that because Keigo had told him dinner was here. It didn't matter, he'd understood was the point. Chimera understood what Keigo was saying, and he was following cues. It was the same as that first day he'd been told to correct him. Chimera understood what was happening. He'd tested Keigo, and he'd even listened to him when he knew Keigo wasn't going to hurt him. He wondered what he'd be doing now if the HPSC wasn't so fond of corporal punishments. Would he know sign language? Could he learn sign language? His issues with speaking seemed to be entirely vocal, so probably. Keigo knew sign, JSL to be specific. He could always try teaching him. A soft whine brought him back, turning his own gold eyes down at Chimera. Little black triangles at the corners of matching eyes crinkled for a moment as eyes narrowed, then smoothed out as his pupils grew wide. There was a sharp chirp from the kid, one that Keigo could recognize. Bird chirps were easier. When quirks came to be, they tended to be weaker, but also more nuanced in some ways. There weren't really bird or dog quirks. There were golden finch quirks and golden retriever quirks. When quirk marriages were big, they tended to not recognize these differences. Too little research on quirks, too little identification resources for the average person. If someone had a pit bull quirk and another had a Great Dane quirk, then they were both labeled as a dog quirk. It made it much easier, too, having similar quirks mix and get stronger. It didn't just happen in quirk marriages. It was generally easier for a mutant at that time to find a partner if they were also a mutant, especially a similar type of mutant. Over time, this would lead to broader and broader quirks. Keigo, for example, was listed as having a bird quirk with a telekinesis mutation. Most people assumed it was a hawk quirk due to his name, but it was a raw bastardization of whatever his ancestors' quirks were. After many studies with the HPSC, it was clear he was some mix of birds of prey, especially hawks. His main species that showed through seemed to be the Harris hawk and the peregrine falcon, but it was far from everything in him. Chimera was likely like this, a bastardization of animal mutations, a patchwork quilt of things that probably shouldn't have been stitched together, but were against all odds. While this had cost him his human vocal cords, he still tried to communicate in 100 different chirps, trills, purrs, and growls. Most were foreign, small mammal chirps, likely, but this was a bird call, specifically a baby bird asking for food. Keigo blinked as Chimera chirped again, a loud succession of calls as his hand reached out, bandaged talons tugging at Keigo's sleeve. After a second of watching Chimera's antics, Keigo chirped back. It wasn't impossible for him, by any means. He'd chirped and trilled a lot as a child, but it had been stamped out of him by the HPSC. These animalistic traits were deemed undesirable by the general public, and as such the HPSC had no use for him acting on them. He needed to be popular, after all. Liked. Chimera's mouth snapped shut, eyes wide with something akin to surprise. Gold eyes darted to Keigo's wings, then back to his face. After a second of looking totally perplexed, his face lit up, tail swishing behind him as he gave a happy little trill. Keigo mimicked it, feeling a bit self-satisfied as the talon hand tightened in his sleeve. It was kind of fun, chirping and trilling like this. He hadn't done so in years, but there was some part of his brain that seemed to light up when they sat here, sounding more like a family of birds than two strange humans forced together by the HPSC. Chimera in particular got rather worked up, soon enough tangling both his hands in Keigo's sleeve and bumping his head into Keigo's arm as he gave out a low, rumbling monster purr. It wasn't cat-like, but the look of happiness on his face said it meant basically the same thing. With a soft laugh, he turned back to dishing out some food for him and some for Chimera. The whole time, he kept chirping and trilling with the kid, since it seemed to make him happy. When he was done, he tugged him along, bringing both plates out so they could sit on the couch and eat. He'd been overjoyed to find out they had KFC here. There were a couple of them in Fukuoka, and even some in Musutafu, but finding one here in the middle of practically nowhere, that had been a treat, especially since he'd be sharing it with Chimera for the first time. Did Chimera like chicken? He hoped so. The kid was a human vacuum, so he doubted he'd be too picky about it. The second he sat down, Chimera followed, dropping heavily as his eyes snagged on the plates again. Obediently, Keigo handed one over only to watch him snatch the plate away, tucking himself into the corner of the couch to dig in. And, well, the human vacuum thing really wasn't so far off. Chimera wasn't so much as taking bites out of the chicken as he was swallowing the wings whole. Keigo couldn't help but watch, fascinated by Chimera's ability to not choke on even the smaller pieces of chicken. It was particularly horrifying to watch him swallow a wing that was almost twice the size of his hand. In under 2 minutes, the plate was empty. Chimera went so far as to pick off bits and scraps of food, looking overtly pleased with himself. When there wasn't anything left, he turned to Keigo, eyes dropping to his own plate before he gave another, demanding chirp. More. Keigo frowned. I doubt any of that has even reached your stomach yet. Chimera's eyes lifted, chirping again and again. Unfortunately, part of him was being rather insistent that he listen. His mind hyper-focused on the fact that there was a baby bird. Baby bird is hungry, feed the baby bird. Maybe he shouldn't be chirping at Chimera so much. He was starting to feel like a parent. Keigo handed over his plate, watching as that, too, got inhaled. It was slower this time, and he did take a bite or two, Keigo's brow furrowing as he watched Chimera crunch straight through the bone of the chicken like it was nothing. Note to self, don't get bit. If he could bite through chicken bones that easily. He didn't want to know what Chimera could do to his hand. When the second plate was likewise cleared and discarded, Chimera rather haphazardly shoving them away and letting them tumble noisily to the ground. He was faced by wide green eyes and more demanding chirps, Chimera leaning in close with a look of absolute desperation. It was kind of cute, like a cat acting like it was starving to death after having been fed. All right. He couldn't help but give a bit of a chuckle as he stood, the kid bouncing to his feet after him. I don't know if we have enough chicken. They didn't. They had enough for Keigo to take a plate, and Chimera to have another. He'd bought enough thinking there would be leftovers. Guess not. Which left Chimera still begging for food. He'd had to raid the fridge after that, which was also packed full of food, which was good. Problem was it wasn't full of food so much as healthy ingredients, and Keigo, well, he'd never really had to cook before. This led to him watching a YouTube video on his phone and making a large bowl of salad. Chimera watching him like a hawk until it was done and promptly downing that too. At this point, it was getting ridiculous. He found a few granola bars in the cupboards, which were also gone in seconds. He found some dried squid, which was eaten. Crispy biscuits, gone. At this point, he put his foot down. No, he said, watching Chimera blink up at him. The kid gave another chirp, high and demanding and tugging at Keigo to listen. No, he snapped. Chimera blinked, eyes rounding off and looking sad and desperate. The kid started to chirp needingly. No, Chimera, you just ate half the kitchen. Huffing, Chimera hissed at him. Keigo only gave him a dry look. He glared up at the hero for several long moments before he let out a loud keen, bumping his head into Keigo's stomach lightly. No, he frowned. You just ate. You can have more later. Another loud wail, this one grating and high and gravelly. It actually made Keigo wince back before looking at Chimera with surprise. Shit, it sounded like an animal was getting murdered. Chimera gave him another haughty look before unhinging his jaws and doing it again. SHH, he hissed, watching Chimera quiet. Don't do that. Green eyes flicked to the fridge as he got a curious chirp. No, you can't have more food right now. That was not the right answer. The sound he made next was even worse. It was like a dog's howl, but much higher pitch. It really sounded like Chimera was in pain. He squealed for a long moment before it broke off into quieter, repeated barks. They still sounded something like a squealing cry, but it was better at least. Keigo frowned down at him. If you don't stop, the neighbors are going to think I'm murdering you. Chimera fell silent, watching him for a moment. Then another loud squealing howl. Hey, hey, hey. Chimera quieted again. And Keigo couldn't help but scowl down at the bastard child. He was being fucking blackmailed, wasn't he? What are you, part raccoon? The kid's eyes upturned happily, cackling out what had to be a hyena laugh. It didn't last long, though, before he was chirping for food again. Fine, fine. Keigo threw his arms up, not liking the way the kid quieted immediately, looking very pleased with himself as Keigo turned back to the cupboards, digging for something else to feed the kid. We have macrobia and some soy joys. I see acai bites, too. Does any of that sound good to you, demon child? Behind him, he heard a few happy chirps. Kid probably didn't even know what any of that tasted like, but he really wasn't that picky. Keigo huffed as he started pulling things out. He'd need to buy more food tomorrow, probably. He wished they would have accounted for Chimera's frankly voracious appetite when they'd stocked this place. It took a solid 2 hours before the kid had settled down. Content. Keigo had no idea how he could fit that much food in his body, but he was just counting his blessings that it was over. Since the sun had set, Chimera wasn't sleeping in the sun anymore. Keigo was sitting on one end of the couch, his work laptop pulled out as he went through his emails before switching over to the quirk registry to end the night with a bit of research. Chimera was on the other end of the couch, curled up but watching him type away. He wondered what the kid was thinking about. It had to be boring, watching Keigo work while he just sat there in silence. He started by searching animal mutation. Bad start. Everyone with any mutation that was even vaguely animal-related came up. Okay, next was animal mix mutation. 0 results. Well, he had gone into this knowing they'd probably scrubbed Chimera from the record. He switched over to a database the general public didn't have access to, searching the same thing. No dice. Multiple animals mutation, mutation of all animals, and generalized animal mutation also did nothing. Finally, he switched to the usual sites normal people used, searching a simple "can someone have more than one animals in a mutation?" That got something. Can people have multiple quirks? From Allspite69420. I heard a story recently about a guy having a quirk that let him give other people quirks. Years ago someone had some special ability, like a quirk Jesus or something, that made him able to give people quirks or take them away if they wanted it. Apparently he could give people multiple, too. I know that story's probably not real, but it made me wonder. Aren't dual quirks kinda just like having 2 quirks? Doesn't All Might kind of have 2 quirks? He has super strength, but also like super speed. Anyway, I was just wondering what everyone thought of this. Can people have multiple quirks? From Lake S. That's indeed quite right. PPL don't have multiple quirks, it's more like one quirk. Fancy aspects. Maruko, for example, has a rabbit mutation but a speed aspect. All Might doesn't have super strength so much as like a muscle enhancer or SMTHN. No one's second really sure, but it's not just super strength. Can people have multiple quirks? From Abophobia. Lake S is right. Plus, the whole all-for-one myth has been going around a long time, but remember there's no proof anyone like that ever existed. The fact of the matter is, a person only has one quirk factor, and our bodies couldn't ever handle having multiple quirks at once. They can't really handle our quirks now, either. Have you heard of the quirk singularity? I think you should look into it. Can people have multiple quirks? From You Don't Know 11. Yeah, it'd be cool, but like, research shows lots of problems showing up in QRKS now. Human bodies JSD can't handle how SDRNG QRKS are, MLT pli QRKS, or even BG QRKS, JSD RNT PSS pli. Recent studies show THT more fiscally demanding QRKS like mutations SDRGGL a lot this. Like as mutations mutate into MRE generalized QRKS, like from domestic short-eared to cat, they SDRT getting 2 CMPLCTD and D cause a lot of medical issues LTR in life. Keigo frowned. This was all stuff he knew, sure, but it didn't help. An animal quirk, like Chimera's, should theoretically be impossible. It was too broad, too big. More so, unless he just happened to pick up a dozen or so recessive traits, he shouldn't be the first person with a quirk like that. There are too many animals. And it should have started with just 2, a raccoon mutation with a cat mutation, and then mixing with a hyena mutation a few generations later. But, seemingly, there was no record of any of that. Like Chimera had just popped up with a quirk that made no sense. Yes, mutations happened, even drastic ones. But this, it seemed, Keigo felt like something like this wouldn't have been so easy to cover up. Surely, someone had to remember Chimera being born. Someone had to know where he came from. Frowning, Keigo continued looking through articles, but it was all the same. Theoretic quirk theory on how multiple quirks worked, people talking about some old myth, all for one, and ultimately dismissing any chance of it. He even found a thesis paper on the quirk singularity. and how it made it impossible for humanity to ever be able to adapt to quirks fast enough to have someone alive with multiple quirks. It wasn't until midnight that he finally gave up, shutting everything off and deciding to turn in for the night. He dragged Chimera to his room and let the kid look around a minute before demonstrating how the light switch worked and shutting the door behind him. It was relatively quiet as he settled into his own room, the only sound being that of Chimera flicking the light switch repeatedly. After a bit, though, he seemed to leave it alone, and Keigo felt a soft smile tug at his lips at whatever the hell he was doing. Slowly, Keigo drifted off. It was a crash in the pitch black of the apartment that woke him. Keigo sucked in a breath, heart hammering against his ribs as he listened. For several minutes, no sound followed, and Keigo could almost convince himself it had been in his head. But just as he was settling back down, he heard a few rapid footsteps on the hardwood floor, going one way and then another. And then there was another, much smaller crash, like something had fallen over. Keigo was up in an instant, crossing the room to check on the apartment beyond. Opening that door was an experience. Moonlight filtered in through the window, and the curtains that had been up were torn half down with the ends torn up and tangled. The couch and coffee table were askew, with the coffee table on its side against one wall and the couch turned completely sideways and next to the door. It was complete with scrapes against the hardwood floor where the couch had been apparently dragged away. From what he could see of the kitchen, that was even worse. The fridge was open and completely empty, as was the freezer. The cupboards were all pulled open and emptied. Any food was seemingly gone, and anything else, plates, cups, the knives he'd tried to hide, were scattered, broken across the floor. And Chimera was headfirst crawling into the tipped-over trash can, completely irreverent of the broken glass and ceramic across the floor as he pulled out the empty chicken bucket, nostril flaring as he examined it. Chimera, Keigo hissed, rushing over. A little head snapped up, the kid tilting his head before giving a little, questioning chirp. He was unbelievable. No, you can't have any more food. He gestured at the cupboards and fridge. What food are you going to eat? You've already eaten everything. Chimera looked around the kitchen, blinking. Then he turned back to Keigo, chirping again before moving to lick the inside of the bucket. Don't, Keigo hissed, walking over to snatch it from him. Chimera gave a sad little mewl, but Keigo didn't acknowledge him as he started picking up the trash can. Get out of here. You're barefoot. You can't just walk on glass, Chimera. Are your feet okay? Go sit on the couch or something, okay? Chimera chirped, standing up and running off to his bedroom like nothing was wrong. Keigo glanced off at the clock, reading 3:36 in bright green numbers on the back of the stove. The refrigerator chimed, trying to remind him it was open. Keigo ignored it, considering he was in nothing but house slippers he'd put on in a rush. And there were some large pieces of glass between him and it. Turning away, he sought out the first aid kit again, thinking that he'd have to get a new one of those in the morning, too, considering how much Chimera was getting hurt. He flicked on the light as he came into Chimera's room, spotting the little menace crouched beside his bed, feet bleeding from a few small cuts. Chimera, he stopped as Chimera jerked up, hissing at him. His hands were full of food, the half-eaten head of lettuce, 2 tomatoes, a bag of apples, and a whole carton of eggs quickly getting shoved under his bed haphazardly. What are you doing? It came out a bit awkward and surprised, but to be fair, he was surprised. He'd known things weren't good for Chimera, but this was more extensive than typical hoarding behaviors for a child who wasn't used to getting enough. This was Chimera literally trying to hide every piece of food he could get his hands on. No, Chimera, no. He walked over, ignoring the spitting and growling as he sat next to the bed, pulling out an entire loaf of bread. Chimera, you can't keep all this food in here. There was a furious hiss, but Keigo only shook his head, pulling out the carton of eggs as Chimera snatched the bread back. This is going to go bad. Eggs can't be out of the fridge. They need cold air or they'll rot, and they won't be any good. Besides, if you take food out of the kitchen, bugs might start to get to it, and then you'll have a room full of rotting food and bugs. Chimera quieted, and Keigo kept going, pulling food out as a tired note entered his voice. It was 3 a.m. and he really wanted to go back to sleep, but that was a long way off. You gotta stop. Chimera, you can't keep hurting yourself and breaking things. I know you don't care, but I do. I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want to have to get up in 3 in the morning and clean up all the dishes in the house and worry about picking glass out of your feet and getting all the food back in the fridge before it spoils. If you need to keep some food in here, fine, I'll show you what won't go bad. But please just don't rearrange the furniture at 3 a.m. It's too early to be cleaning up the entire house. The entire time, Chimera didn't make a sound as Keigo pulled out all the food he'd had stuffed under his bed. It definitely wasn't all the food in the house. They'd had a gallon of milk somewhere, so there were either more stashes or the kid had been hungry. He'd worry about that later. Right now, he really needed to check on Chimera. He turned to meet Owl's eyes with a soft sigh. Can I see your feet? Chimera pulled his feet up closer to himself, ears pinning back. Keigo grimaced. Your feet are hurt. I can see them. Can I please clean them up? For a long moment, Chimera just stared at him. At first, Keigo tried to wait him out, but when it was clear Chimera wasn't going to move one way or another, he reached out tentatively. Chimera didn't do anything to stop him, but he wasn't exactly helping either. Keigo pulled one of his legs out, moving to clean out his wounds and check for glass. After it was wrapped up, he went for the other foot. He left the first aid kit in Chimera's room. The kid would probably need it before he did. Anyway, instead, he grabbed as many of the perishables as he could to return to the fridge. Granted, with all the glass on the floor, he was forced to fix the coffee table and drop it there while he sought out the broom and dustpan. A patter of feet had him looking up as he started sweeping the kitchen, blinking as Chimera looked at him, ears pinned back and face bright red. He had an armful of food, dropping it on the coffee table as well when he saw Keigo had put his food there. Then he wandered over, Keigo holding out a hand sharply. "Careful, there's glass on the floor." Chimera's eyes dropped. Then he looked up, nodding at Keigo. And it was. Okay. He'd never done that before. Keigo hadn't even considered the fact that he could communicate through nods. But, well, it made sense. Nothing stopping him from it. Keigo went back to sweeping, not paying much attention as Chimera crossed the room. There was a soft grunt, and Keigo watched the couch get hefted into the air like it was nothing out of the corner of his eye. His head jerked up, watching the tiny 14-year-old child walk across the room like it was nothing. And then he returned it to where it had been before and went to inspect the curtains. "We'll worry about those tomorrow," Keigo called, as the fridge gave off another chime in the background. "Thank you. How the hell did you lift that?" Chimera turned to look at him, walking back to the kitchenette. Before Keigo could warn him off again, he crouched by the entrance, watching Keigo sweep for a moment. When the fridge chimed again, Chimera yawned, standing up. Keigo was pretty sure he wasn't going to try to walk in again. But needless to say, it was still unexpected when he launched himself across the kitchen, landing deftly on the counters to reach over and close the fridge. He'd yell at him, but he'd told Chimera not to hurt himself, and, well, he hadn't. Cheeky compliance was still compliance. The kitchen was cleaned up pretty quickly after that, and Chimera left him to put away the food on the coffee table while he took a few trips to pull out the rest of the food, even the milk that had gone missing. It was only about a quarter full, and Keigo was pretty sure he didn't use a glass, so it was pretty much Chimera's now, anyway, but he appreciated him moving it back to the fridge. After that was done, Chimera went through and started reordering the food, moving things from one cupboard to another. Keigo asked several times what he was doing, but all he got was a dismissive hand wave over Chimera's shoulder. At long last, Chimera was stepping back, letting Keigo drag him off to bed with a sharp warning not to destroy the apartment until there was sunlight coming through the windows, and giving him an appreciative thanks before slinking back to his own room to pass back out. Sometime in 2263 manner, Chimera paused, flicking his eyes around to his crouching companion. The taller man was trying to hold still, breathing out the softest command he dared in the still, stale air of the apartment block. They'd gotten a tip, apparently. Not that Chimera would know. No one but him treated the little experiment like a person. His companion was decked out in all black stealth gear, complete with bulky night vision visor that covered almost half his face. The straps made his pale hair look funny, too, something Chimera couldn't help but hyena cackle at when he saw it. Chimera himself was dressed more modestly. Simple all-black stealth gear, no goggles needed. Even if he couldn't see in the dark, even a single one of his senses could guide him through this place. Well, maybe not taste. But still, he waited, for a moment, fox-like ears twitching on his head. His companion was nervous. This close, he could hear the fluttery hammer of it beating a rhythm in his chest. There was no need. Their targets weren't close enough to notice them. He could hear the crunch of footsteps over the driveway gravel towards the front of the building, as well as the muffled sound of voices drifting down from the fourth story. Most inhabitants were asleep, but there were 3 apartments still up and about. One held some of their targets. 2 held awake civilians. For his partner, figuring out where they were, how many there were, where they are, and which ones were targets would be a task. For Chimera, child's play. One apartment held a single woman on the 5th story. Her voice was even harder to make out, especially over the run of water. He could hear it in the distance, harmonizing lowly in the night under the loud patter of the shower, as well as trickling through the building's pipes climbing the internal walls. Not their target. Another apartment, one on the 2nd story, held 2 people, a man and a little girl. The girl had woken not long ago crying, and the man had come in, calmed her down, and then went and made them hot chocolate. Chimera could hear him talking to her softly now. Not their targets. The other apartment. That was it. Their targets. 3 people, all masculine sense. It was hard to make out their words as they spoke hushedly in their room, but he had no doubt that was it. Whatever was going down, it was happening there. And then, of course, was the other complication. The harsh smell of gunpowder burned his nose. The 2 around front were carrying guns, and one of them was obsessively checking it. Chimera wished he'd stop, The smell of metal and sulfur was already atrocious between their other gun and the 5 that he and his partner were carrying. Okay, his partner mumbled at last, his voice rough and low. We're going to have to check most of the apartments. It should be easy enough to tell which one's theirs. They're going to have drugs with them. You can smell drugs, right? Could you do it through the door? Black glasses turned to look at him, flashing a dozen different colors back as the light caught it, marbling together. Chimera only huffed at the other's pigheadedness. Talia, no. Talia frowned, the burns marring his face stretching grotesquely. Chimera paid it no mind. Non, he hissed. They're up there. I can climb. Talia stopped, blinking out his surprise. Okay, I said I wouldn't doubt you again. And what a lesson that had been for him. He should know that Chimera just knew things sometimes, saw the world far more completely than he ever could. In truth, it made him curious to think about the difference in perspective between him and others, and a bit sad. It must be so dull, seeing the world as so little. Where Chimera could sense the buzz of electricity in the walls, track everything from the water in the pipes to the air blowing through the vents. Hell, he could tell what was in one apartment based on the smells coming through the vents of another. Talia didn't have that. Talia didn't even see grass the way Chimera did. To him, it was a blanket of green. To Chimera, it was so much more. His eyes scoured the yard around them, enclosed by a wood fence that was taller than Talia. A million different shades and hues of green wrapped around them in the back garden. Little spots of yellows and blues popped up, made only more beautiful in the night. Moonlight cast a silver glow, dappling the little blades like little dewdrops made of starlight. The grass was shaded with deep blues and a dozen purples, colors scattering across the ground beautifully. The maple tree that grew there was a dozen other shades of orange, pink, red, brown, and some yellows and tans. The leaves held richer reds, pinks, and purples, dozens upon dozen of colors coming together in a dappled display. It was odd. The first day he'd found out people didn't see like that. That reason he struggled so much learning color wasn't because he was dumb, but because color was so much more to him. To the human eye, black was black, a single color, underwhelming, easy to hide in. For Chimera, it was the opposite. Black to Chimera didn't mean dark, it meant rainbow. It flashed, reflected, and refracted every color imaginable, fluid and languid as it moved. Even now his and Talia's clothes kept catching the starlight and flashing rather brightly back at him. It was distracting. Learning when black meant to think that was mostly red right now and when red meant red was rather challenging for a young Chimera with no one around who saw things like he did, especially since they hadn't known about the extra color cones in his eyes back then. Worse, though, was learning purple, because purple was so much. To humans, purple was what happened when your brain knew it was looking at a color, but it couldn't tell what that color was. It was all the hundreds of colors between red and blue that humans couldn't see. Chimera, though, he saw them. He saw them all. It made things difficult, since he had to quantify more than half the colors he saw as purple. He couldn't even properly express the differences between the guy with lighter shade purple coat on the street one day, or the guy with the more beigeish purple coat across from him. Most people wouldn't even know what he was talking about if he said that, since neither coat would look lighter or especially beigeish to them. All that to say, communication was hard when you saw things literally no one else did. Where are we going? Talia asked, his visor shining in the low light. Chimera tilted his head, studying the soft movements of his friend. Friend, it was weird to apply that term to anyone, but it was what they were, wasn't it? He hadn't even known what it was until Talia had turned on some movie one night about two boys on the run from the cops or something. Chimera wasn't really sure. He thought they might have been in a church or something, but he couldn't remember. Up. Chimera looked up, eyes darting to the window several stories up, just the faintest bit of light seeping through it. He could barely make out the shadows that dipped across it, slinking around like little rats. He could even hear them scurry. The mutant moved to press his bare hands to the wall, having disposed of the gloves and shoes a while ago. Almost as soon as he felt his hands stick, a hand grabbed his arm roughly. If it were anyone else, he'd have reached over and crushed it with no hesitation. But it wasn't anyone else, it was Talia. Talia wasn't trying to hurt him. Swiveling his head around to look at the other, he took in the bright white hair that practically glowed in the starlight. It was so pretty, refracting the slightest bit of pale pastels where the light caught it. He wondered if it looked the same to Talia's normal eyes. It used to be black, but Chimera had never reacted well to the dye in it. Too many chemicals. The smell was almost overwhelming. Talia had blessedly taken pity on him, despite complaining regularly about having to walk around with such notable hair. Chimera didn't understand what he'd meant. Black hair might be more common, but he'd always found it stood out to him way more than white hair. No, Talia hissed, no doubt narrowing his pale blue eyes behind his visor. Don't go off on your own, idiot. Chimera blinked. Why? Because Talia huffed, trying to keep quiet and pinching the bridge of his nose as he took a moment to calm down. It was for the best. His temperature was starting to pick up, something he did when he was stressed or angry. Because you could get hurt. Tilting his head, he studied the pale pink-red skin that they'd never been quite able to get back to normal after his accident. It was focused mostly around his eyes and jaws, disappearing down his neck into his jacket. Talia was funny. He was worried Chimera would get hurt. "I'm durable," he chirped, stretching a smile across his face. Talia said people did that when they were happy. Maybe Talia would think he was happy and let him go. "You're not." "Manner." Chimera let his talon hands catch on the wall again, starting to hoist himself up as Talia's grip strengthened a bit. It was funny, he thought he could actually stop Chimera if he wanted to leave. Still, they were friends, so he stopped anyway, eyes dropping back down to stare at him. Talia scowled, pulling the night vision visor up nonsensically. He had to squint up at Chimera. And he'd said before that normal person night vision wasn't very good, so Chimera didn't understand why he'd take the visor off. But far be it from him to see reason behind all the pointless little things Talia did, like eating off those fancy silver sticks when they were on a mission abroad. They always made the food taste metallic to him, but whatever. Talia could ruin any of his own meals if he wanted. "I know you're durable." Talia still looked terribly displeased, though, so Chimera wasn't sure it had sunk in. "I watched you take a sniper shot to the shoulder and walk it off. I thought it grazed you until we got back to base half an hour later. But I still don't want you to get hurt, Intelligus." Chimera tilted his head. No, he didn't. "But I'm durable." "I know," Talia sighed. "I won't die. Why don't you want me to go with you?" Chimera stopped, letting his head go straight again. He hummed a bit, considering the person before him. "Because you're my friend. And you're squishy." Oh, Talia didn't like that at all. Rearing back a bit in offense, his darkened just a few shades. "I'm not squishy." "But you are. All people are squishy." Chimera tilted his head up to point at the window. "If I dropped you from there, you'd break." "Not me. I'm durable." "You're squishy." "Cause you squish." "I'm not squishy. You're just remarkably unsquishy." Talia scowled, barely keeping his voice at a mock whisper. "I didn't spend the last 16 years training just to get called squishy." Chimera stared down at him for a moment. Talia was strange, wasn't he? Strange and squishy. Arguing over semantics. Arguing over who got to go upstairs. Strange and squishy and standoffish. Purring in a combination of amusement and self-satisfaction at the rhyme. He watched as Talia cast him a weird look. "What's got you all happy?" You're funny." Chimera responded evenly. He only purred worse at the suspicious look that crossed his friend's face. "Funny how? Sometimes you get mad over silly things. Sometimes you try to argue in the middle of a mission. But I've got to complete it now, okay? Chimera will be back soon, Talia." Reaching out, he patted Talia's hair, watching in mild delight at the way the soft pastels within jostled like they were alive. Turning back to the wall, he shrugged off the hand on his arm like he was shrugging off a bug. Or maybe not like he was shrugging off a bug. Talia said he went after bugs with prejudice, which Chimera didn't really understand. How did you prejudice a bug? Besides, he only really went after the bastard bugs, like spiders or... Immediately a hand was shooting up to grab his wrist. Chimera watched it, following the magnetic pulse in Talia's arm. He could stop it. Maybe he even should stop it. But this was Talia. Chimera let Talia do things. Dumb things. Like snatching at his arms and snapping at him when he was annoyed. If it were asshole, he'd steal one of his shoes and run it up the wall, just to watch him lumber around on mildly uneven legs. Funny humans, never thinking to remove the other shoe so they could walk normally. Funny that humans like to dress up their feet at all, to be honest. It was always so uncomfortable to Chimera. Talia's hand snatching his wrist finally dragged Chimera back to here and now, the man literally fuming as he tried to keep his voice quiet. Chimera's eyes didn't leave the hand on his wrist as he spoke. "Chimera, no. The point is, you don't want me to get hurt. You said I'm squishy because I get hurt easier than you. But I'm trained for this, just like you. I've been training longer than you, even. But you're still not sure I won't get hurt. And you don't want me to. Well, I don't want you to get hurt either, so let's go together, all right." Chimera's eyes slid up to Talia's face. He was scowling again, but it wasn't so harsh now. Smoother, less angry. Oh, he was worried. "I won't die. I know." Talia's brow furrowed as he tried to explain himself again. "But you might." That gave him pause. "I'm not going to die, Chimera." "You could." He shifted his weight on the brick wall, looking down into blue eyes. They were still squinting a bit at the edges. "You don't see so good in the dark, Talia. And you don't hear very good. And smells. You don't smell anything. What if they get you? What if they push you out the window? You'd die. You're squishy." He paused, glancing off to the fenced-in backyard as a breeze picked up, rustling the leaves of a few trees in the adjoining gardens. When he spoke, it was barely a whisper. "I don't want to lose you, Talia." He wasn't even sure if Talia could hear him. His hearing was so poor, but evidently he could. Blue eyes drooped in exhaustion just slightly, and he got a soft, "You're not going to." For a long moment, neither of them moved. Finally, Chimera muttered, "Can you climb? Do I need to carry you again?" That got another distasteful grimace, Talia taking several steps back as he snapped as loud as he dared, "No. You're not. We're using the door, idiot." Chimera went to protest. The window was quicker and it was smarter. No one expected someone to launch themselves headfirst into a fourth-story window. But unlike Chimera, Talia was limited by things like gravity and physics. How boring. Climbing down, he only huffed a little bit as Talia slid his night visor back on, slinking around the house like someone could appear at any moment, stepping around him easily. Chimera took an easy pace as his ears flicked around, checking on the two people out front who were murmuring about a little girl's recital. No one upstairs seemed to be raising the alarms either, so he'd bet anything they hadn't checked the windows in a while. They'd been out there a good bit. It was quite easy hunting down prey with such poor senses. They lumbered on slow, stiff legs, and they never noticed you until you were already in the room. It's why he'd rather Talia stay outside. Bullets were troublesome, but they were the human's only real defense. Talia cursed behind him. "Slow down. You'll be seen." No. When he hit the little step to the back door, he made sure to press a hand firmly to the wall. Immediately he got feedback. Little hums and vibrations of the electrical wires and piping. Someone had left a light on in one of the rooms where the occupants slept. The person showering was doing so in the dark. There was a sink running briefly in the room they were going to. Nothing odd yet. He couldn't sense anything or anyone behind the door, either. Pushing it open was easy enough, left unlocked by a paid-out janitor. No stone left unturned. Chimera liked turning stones, too. You could find all sorts of bugs under there, and some of them were tasty. Chimera. He paused. Right. He was standing in the doorway, trotting in first. He waited in the dimly lit hall for Talia to take the lead again. Dreaded heading towards the box of death and despair. "It's smarter. Elevator, Chimera." Talia shot him a look. "It's quicker and I can keep you from climbing up the railings. Besides, I don't want a repeat of the Sallows case." Chimera pouted. "You take 13 bullets to the chest one time." "That's right. One time. Not again." Blue eyes. When had he taken the visor off again? Burned down at him, unimpressed. It was so unfair how he babied him. He whined, high and fox-like, but it only got him the stink eye from Talia. It was a funny look with the visor up on his forehead, messing up his hair. The older agent muttered, "I know you don't like elevators, but I don't want to risk it." But the stairway was empty. He was sure this time. It wasn't like he had a knife in his side distracting him. Talia was unrepentant as he headed for the silver death trap, grabbing Chimera's arm and dragging him along as he whined, low but annoyingly. Before he knew it, the two were in the elevator, Chimera clinging to the older partner's arm as the doors shut, enclosing them into the tight space, and it racketed to life. Elevator trips weren't protocol. Talia knew that. Chimera loved it. But Talia had always been paranoid of repeating past mistakes and too loose with the HPSC's rules. The jostling of the elevator made the feathers along the top of his spine bristle, but he held still as it rose. Talia cursed about halfway up, one hand moving over to pull at Chimera's wrist. Oh, had he tightened his grip. He mercifully let go of his partner, who let out a relieved breath as the pressure let up. See, his mind nagged. He's squishy. When the doors opened, Chimera was the first one out the door, fleeing down the hall on silent feet as he headed towards the door. "Chimera." Talia cursed behind him, hurrying after. His steps were quiet but sloppy, and Chimera had half the mind to hush him, but, well, he was trained, like he'd said. And, admittedly, Talia would know better than Chimera if he were being quiet enough. Everything was loud to his satellite ears. Stopping dead outside the door, Chimera crouched down, focusing on the dark wood and bright rings lazing across it like little winding rivers. Part of it kind of looked like a clown face. Chimera had never much liked clowns. His ears flicked forwards. A set of footsteps lumbered from the east side of the apartment before he could hear a soft click. And then the sound of a pen scratching across paper quickly. The scent of ink could be detected even through the wood. He could smell each of the people inside, and sense the little jolts of electricity as this one scribbled. To the northeast of the apartment, there was another, male scent, who was scrolling across an electronic device. A phone. Yeah, he was using a phone. He could just barely detect the electricity sparking throughout his arms and the device, as well as the soft tap of fingertips to screen. The third was to the west side of the apartment, leaning against something. A counter. Seemed to be leaning against a counter. Chimera's tail sliced through the air as he forced down the nervous cackle building in his throat. A presence beside him had him jerking before he could let out a sound. Blinking slow, curious eyes at Talia as he joined him by the door. The man was slipping on his helmet and nodding at Chimera, who would be doing the same had he not already tossed his into a river shortly after they were dropped. He waited until Talia had a pistol out and readied before the real fun began. It was technically protocol for Chimera to wait for Talia's order to engage. It was also technically protocol to attempt the lock before anything. Chimera knew this. Chimera stood up, slamming his shoulder into the door and listening to the sharp crack of wood splintering under the sudden onslaught. He reared around, snarling animalistically at a very startled man in the eastmost corner, looking positively horrified as someone shouted out behind them. Chimera's eyes locked on the pencil for a hot second as the guy froze, watching it drop from his grasp and roll from his fingers. No sooner than the guy stood up was Chimera darting for him, his legs covering the distance easily and tackling his much larger opponent without breaking a sweat. He could hear Talia behind him, mentally mapping out how he swiveled around the corner when the other man shouted, letting his ears drop back instinctively as Talia pulled his gun and shot, putting one in his head. It was a termination mission, not a capture. The person under him struggled, breath coming uneven as panic set in. It was no matter, though. Their meager human strength was nothing at all compared to Chimera's enhanced muscles. It took less than a minute for him to grab the man's head, snapping his neck for a clean, quick kill. Chimera pushed up to his feet, Talia stepping closer. "Are you okay?" There are many issues with having heightened senses. It was easy for Chimera to get overstimulated. Sometimes he focused on the wrong things. But most importantly was that he never knew what other people didn't know. For example, Chimera hadn't realized that, coming into the apartment with 2 visible targets, Talia wouldn't have been able to pick up that there were actually 3 people inside, or that the third person would have enough time to pull a gun of his own while Chimera and Talia handled the other 2. It was a mistake he'd only realized too late. The loud echo of a gun going off when he knew Talia's was held down at his side. There was a loud thump as a body that wasn't supposed to go down hit the floor. Acting on instinct, he hoisted the body up that had been under him a second ago, launching it across the room at the last target, who slammed into the table with a curse. Chimera couldn't get to Talia's side fast enough, his thoughts drowned out by the rush of blood in his ears. Talia was still awake, but it was little consolation as he coughed wetly behind his helmet, hands trembling from where they pressed into his side. The scent of iron overrode the gunpowder. And Chimera knew only one thing: if he didn't move fast, Talia wouldn't survive. The world came back to Chimera sharply as the other person pushed their dead comrade off them, and he became all too aware of the fact that the noise they'd made had everyone in the apartment awake and scrambling. He couldn't risk anyone else by going through the building. Hefting Talia was a chore. The weight wasn't so much an issue as the height, but Chimera managed to drag him across the room with a grip under his arms. From there, he started apologizing mentally as he stuffed the groaning man out the window, one arm wrapped around him as he clung to the walls with his 2 bare feet and 1 clawed hand. The person in the apartment was trying to get to them, but no matter how speedy they were, Chimera was faster. He leapt down about 2 stories at a time, catching himself easily on the wall and whatever window sills stood out enough. He was dropping to the ground quickly. 2 shadowed figures were pushing around the building now, trying to be quiet even as their feet slapped noisily against the cobble. They had guns drawn, and making Chimera wince as he and Talia hit the ground. No use going around, then they'd be cut off at the gate. Thinking fast as the target still in the apartment made it to the window, he slammed his back against the door they'd come through before, dragging Talia back into the building and to the nearest door, the smell of petrol guiding him. He dropped Talia by the passenger door of the nearest one, a sleek black thing that looked like it could go fast. He hoped so, snatching the door handle and ripping it open, breaking the lock off in one clean yank before helping Talia in. The alarm wailed, but Chimera gave it not a second as he rounded the car to do the same to the driver's side and break open the paneling under the steering wheel to start hot wiring it. "Don't go," Chimera gasped as he broke 2 wires off, quickly pressing them together. "Talia, don't go. You said you wouldn't die." He looked up as the car rumbled to life, the alarm finally dying off. Talia was unconscious now, though Chimera could hear the quiet rasp of uneven breaths in the still air. Something in Chimera broke at the sight of him, at how his chest stuttered as he breathed and the wet spot on his side slowly grew. He reached over before he could think better of it, pulling off the HPSC helmet he wore, only for his stomach to tie itself into a knot. Talia was pale, so pale, almost as light as his hair, with the same multicolor pastel effect starting to form even on his skin. Oh, his ears twitched as footsteps got his attention. They were still being pursued, and the 2 from outside swung into the garage, shotguns raised and firing as soon as they were in sight. Chimera cried out, ducking down as he started grabbing for something. He had a rudimentary training on driving, courtesy of Talia, but most of that information flew out of his head like a flock of startled doves, and he switched the gearshift mindlessly before slamming the gas. The vehicle jerked backwards, tires squealing noisily and making Chimera hiss at the abrasive sound, ears ducking. Bullets ricocheted off the tires' rims and burrowed into the side of the car, shattering glass as they flew overhead. He only hoped Talia was okay. They plowed straight through the garage door, kicking up gravel as he slammed through the private gate, too. He stopped only long enough to switch gears, twisting the wheel and shooting down the street. The bullet stopped quick, but the fear never left him as he narrowly swerved out of the way of another car, which laid on its horn liberally. Headlights flashed ahead of him, and he swerved back into the other lane, cars wailing as they passed since he was partially over the line. Omerd, Omerd, Omerd. He breathed as something in his chest contracted and a cold sweat broke out. Chimera turned the wheel this way and that, trying to straighten out as he let up off the gas at last, getting a decent way down the street, sucking in breath as his heart hammered wildly, wincing as the headlights on other cars flashed as they passed him. He pulled over roughly, car going a bit too fast and bumping over the curb as he pulled to a jerking stop. Everything stilled for a moment, Chimera sucking in breaths as his ribs stuttered with the effort. His eyes slid to Talia, who was still out, but still breathing. He felt the weight slide off him slowly, closing his eyes and letting himself relax a moment. He was okay. He was good. They were all right. They were alive. He needed to find Talia's emergency alert transmitter to get the HPSC to pick them up. If it were just him, he'd just dip until they got annoyed and followed his tracker, but Talia was a lot less bullet-resistant than him. He was also. The sound of metallic rain pelting the car had him ducking instinctively, thanking the god Talia so often cursed that the man was slumped over as he pulled the car back into gear, swerving back into traffic with a spray of dirt and pebbles kicking up behind them as they sped onto the road. Desperate to get away from the barrage, Chimera spun the car into the next turn, hissing as he found himself weaving onto the freeway. Cars were pulling over, slamming on the brakes and trying to get out of the way as they darted past. He checked his rearview even as a bullet embedded into the glass, fracturing the image. There was a car gaining on them now, the roar of the engine kicking up as bullets buried in the frame of the car, a tire popping sounding like a firecracker going off under them. The car careened, and Chimera turned the wheel every which way, trying to fishtail back on course. There was no control. He couldn't get it to listen. He couldn't. His eyes caught on the gray metal of the guardrail, and Chimera felt his heart stop. They slammed into it, the car smashing straight through at the speeds they were going, metal ripping and tearing out of the way as an ocean of blue raised to meet them. Claws dug into the steering wheel, Chimera sure of only one thing: Talia was going to die. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.